Hello friend, there are black Jews living in Africa. There are also Indian Jews and also Iranian Jews. Iran in fact holds the most number of Jews among all the Arabic nations. But still, it is helping Hezbollah to wage a war against Israel. Judaism and Islam holds the same origin. Moses, who is considered as a prophet in Judaism, is also considered a prophet and a messenger in Islam. He has been mentioned 43 times in Quran. But still, the whole Arabic world is against the establishment and prosperity of Israel. These are deeper questions which needs deeper analysis. We have brought a podcast along with our guest Kelvin, who is a PhD student in JNU, who is specialization in the West Asian affair, especially the Israel-Palestine issue. Let's delve deep into this issue and try to know its origin. I hope you will enjoy this podcast with us. Thank you very much. Hi Kelvin, how are you?
I'm very happy to sit in this venue. So myself, I'm Kelvin Benny.
Okay.
I have done my master's from JNU.
Okay.
In International Relations and Area Studies.
Okay.
And after that, currently I am pursuing my PhD in JNU in Center for West Asian Studies.
West Asian. So it will include the Israel-Palestine issue as well.
Of course, it is the heart of West Asia.
Yes, and that's what we are here for. And this Israel-Palestine issue, let's just directly jump onto the topic. What is this all about? Is it all about a piece of land, or this is a religious war, or this is all about Jerusalem? What is the basis, the core of this issue?
When we start exploring into the core of the issue, it have multiple levels. As you said, one issue is of land. Land means, as we know, for a state, it need a fixed territory. It have a population. So land is an issue, and the land which you are speaking of, it's like a prime real estate in Gurgaon. In the sense, it is very much claimed for the three major global religions, starting from Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
Okay.
This region is Holy Land.
Holy Land.
Holy Land. Especially, say, Jerusalem, the city of Jerusalem. So when we discuss the Israel-Palestine issue, it is multiple level.
Okay.
As of territory, Jerusalem, and we will come into each of the intricacies as we progress our discussion.
Sure. So just jump into it. Just tell me from where did the issue started, and why did all this thing begin? The fightings and Hezbollah and Hamas, and from where these things originated? Because as we know, centuries back there were only normal regular people living on that land, and then they were forming political groups. Those political groups turned into terrorist groups, and now we can see a war coming up. It's going on from 7th of October. There was a major attack. So how these regular people turned into terrorists?
It is actually the definition of the term quote-unquote terrorist. It is a very political term.
Okay.
Because somebody's terrorist is another guy's freedom fighter. I will say example. I am from Kerala.
Okay.
I visited Tamil Nadu. Many places they respect Veluppilla Prabhakaran. For many people in Tamil Nadu, I am not blaming. It is emotional. He is a freedom fighter who fought against Sinhala tyranny in Sri Lanka. When you look at Sri Lankan perspective, he is a terrorist.
Yeah.
So when the global media use the term terrorist, militant, we must go into the intricacy. Because in this region, nothing is black and white. It is more different shades of grey.
Okay. So it's how Bhagat Singh was a freedom fighter for us, but for Britishers he was a terrorist.
Of course, I mean Bhagat Singh as a person, but every movement or every person, including you and me, or any movement or any country, it will be judged by the action it do. If you are claiming yourself a democracy and you are attacking innocent people, then definitely history is going to judge you in a negative manner. If you are self-proclaiming your religious movement, Islamic movement, and you kill many innocent people. Actually, Islam prohibit killing innocents. So it is un-Islamic. So when we judge both Israel as well as Hamas, we must refer to the scale which they themselves recognize. So when we speak about the current issue, because generally the interest of the people, whether the masses, it depends upon what they see in the media. Just 1 week ago, Ukraine was the hot potato for long.
Yes.
Conflicts are across the world. You don't need to go to Ukraine. Go to Myanmar. What happening in Afghanistan? What happening in, if you go somewhere, what happening in Sudan?
What's happening in Manipur?
In Congo? Many things. So the conflicts come and go in persist. But what media attention? Currently the media attention is this in Israel-Palestine issue. And the current set of events start in 7 October. Suddenly, I will compare it with a Hamas blitzkrieg to the Israeli areas, to the Israeli territory. And Israel having one of the strongest army, one of the top-notch intelligence, Mossad, and one of the sophisticated weapons, gets suddenly, what we tell, challenged by a ragtag, not ragtag, but a very little militia. So everybody was surprised. Was Israel, the image of invincibility got shattered for some time.
Yes.
So that's why this issue came in headline. So what I will say is that this issue is mere symptom. It's like fever. Many physicians say fever is merely a symptom. The disease is actually, it's in the root.
So what's the disease here?
Disease here. When we speak about the disease per se, it's actually after the colonial period. The establishment of Israel as a homeland for Jews, and at the same time there was demand for the homeland for Arabs, the Palestine. So these two nationalism, one side we can say Zionism. Zionism means homeland for Jews. In Jewish history, Zion, the term Zion refers to the land given by Jews by God. It is the promised land. For this is actually the basic of conflict is between Zionism and Arab nationalism, or the rights of the indigenous Arab people. So when we start looking history, it is very complicated actually. Because if I mine for just 80 years, the Palestinian Arabs were indigenous here. Then the occupation was by Israel. Before that I mined some more. In 1917, the occupation was by British. When I mined some more, in 1516, the occupation was by Ottoman Turkish. When I mined some more, the occupation was in 637 by Caliph Umar's Arab army. So when we start looking the term occupation, it is very great. Because you can put the timeline. Which occupation? Which occupation? You must look the term occupation. So when we discuss the issue, I mean this issue is very intricate. Because
and these occupations were motivated by religious reason, or they were just motivated by political reasons?
Actually, when you look the geography of the region, the place where Israel lies, it is in the part of Eastern Mediterranean. Generally, this region is very fertile. It's a very fertile region. The Levant region, Israel, Syria, Palestine, that part. Across the history, when you look the 5,000 years of history and all, this place was actually a, what we tell, running ground for all invading army. Whether it is the ancient Babylonians, or ancient Iranians, Parthians, Achaemenians, or the, what we tell, every invading army, it was a ground. So this place have viewed many invasions, I mean historically. So as we speak about the invasions, actually there were Jewish people staying in this region. It was 2000 years ago. Jews were established there. They had their own kingdom. That time I am mentioning there were a lot of invasions, like Babylonian invasion, Assyrian invasion, Greek invasion. It was the Roman invasion in 70 AD. It was a very what we tell, turning point where Jews were killed en masse. Almost lakhs of Jews were killed. That time, Jews were dispersed across the globe. So you understand something? Here, religion don't play that much role. That time, 70 AD, Roman Empire was pagan. It was not even Christian. Christianity was a very small sect that time, in 70 AD. Roman Empire only got Christianized after 312, after the Constantine king. So that time Romans were pagans. When you look the political, religious policy of Romans, actually Romans were very secular. Secular in sense that they were very tolerating. Roman religion was actually polytheistic. But Jews, when you look, Jews are very monotheistic people. Abrahamic religions, whether Judaism, Christianity or Islam, they are monotheistic. Strictly, there is one God. So when people in the Eastern civilization, like Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, when you look into that, you must understand that, we must understand that this Abrahamic religious philosophy is very strict. It is single God.
Yes.
So, for Romans, Jews were like a rebel group, rebel people. So they just smashed it actually. It is not justification of Roman atrocities. Romans actually destroyed the Jewish temple. There was a Jewish temple there. It was a second temple. First temple was built. It was destroyed by Assyrians.
Okay.
Assyrians or Babylonians, exactly. I don't remember exactly. They were from
Babylonian originating from Iraq.
Iraq, the current Iraq. Iraq was also a civilization. During our Mesopotamia, during our Indus Valley, they had Mesopotamia.
Yes. The contemporary civilization.
Contemporary civilizations. So, the Romans smashed the area. That time, from that 2000 years ago, Jews, ceased existing as a united community. They became a diaspora.
Okay. Exile started.
Exile started.
Okay.
Jews were exiled across the world. Myself, I am saying, we Indians have a good tradition. Jews were very well welcomed, whether by Hindu kings in Kerala or Karnataka. There are still inscriptions where kings welcomed the Jewish merchants, granting them all religious civil rights. They were existing there. Some Jews went to the parts of Turkey, which was called Asia Minor. Some went to Europe. Some went to parts of Africa. So they were scattered in that period. So it was actually not a Jewish Christian or a Jewish Muslim conflict that time. It was a Jewish Roman conflict.
It was a Jewish Roman conflict.
Roman conflict that time. But when we progress, after 200 years almost, the Roman Empire got Christianized. In 312, the Christianity was tolerated. Gradually, Christianity appropriated the Roman culture and it became the sole religion of Roman Empire. So, when we speak about the Christian-Jewish relations, it was very bad. Let me put in frank. It was very bad.
Okay.
Anti-Semitism existed in Christianity, mainly in Europe.
Now, you're saying it bad. Why is that?
Why is that? Because it was, when you look at 2000 years of history, this Jewish history is not of 70 years. Jewish history is not Israeli history. Israeli history is a Jewish history, but Jewish history is not Israeli history alone.
Yes.
When you look, the Christian emperors generally persecuted Jews in a very cruel manner.
And what was the reason behind it?
Reason behind, some Christians believe that it was Jews who crucified Jesus Christ.
Okay.
So they must
in
be
the Holy Land of Jerusalem. And where he started
preaching.
Yeah. And then he came to life again.
Definitely.
And that also happened in Jerusalem.
So Jerusalem is, I'm telling, first of all, it is very important for Jewish people because the Temple of Solomon existed there. I'm quoting our professor P.R. Kumaraswamy. He is working in the field for 40 years. That means more than my age. His experience is more than my age, my and your age.
Yeah.
So he is strictly saying that there is parts of Jewish temple there, but it was destroyed by not Muslims. It was destroyed by Romans.
Okay.
As the Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, then later an entity called Eastern Roman Empire arrived, or Byzantine Empire.
Byzantine, yes.
They were also not so friendly towards Jews. It was actually Persians who saved Jews. Persians.
Okay.
Persians and these Romans were fighting so much in the region. So during Persian period, Jews were better tolerated. Then after 632 come the rise of Islam. So when you look the contemporary history that time, some big academics have opinionated that it was the Islam or Arabs who saved Jews actually. That time. That time it was Arabs who saved Jews. Because when you look both Islam and Christianity, Judaism. Basically the premise of, I'm going into the religious philosophy. Judaism, it is based on Abraham. A person called Abraham. He got the God's invitation. You are the chosen people. Your children and grandchildren, you are the chosen people. So it is said that Abraham have a wife, Sarah, and have a concubine, Hagar. So you know, this monogamy is a modern construct. I'm not justifying or opposing. That time people have one wife, then many concubines. So Abraham didn't have a son with Sarah. Then he took a concubine named Hagar. First Hagar gave birth to a son. His name was Ismail. Then later Sarah gave birth to a son. His name was Isaac.
Okay.
So why I am saying this family history? Because this is family issue. If you speak theologically. Actually it is the followers of Isaac who are Jews.
Okay.
It is the followers of, later the descendants of Ismail who were Arabs and Muslims. So theologically speaking, they are brotherly religions.
Okay.
And both Jews and Muslims have much similarity. You can observe. Christianity as a religion, Christianity take the local culture. The Christianity in India is much influenced by Hindu traditions and all. Christianity in Europe is influenced by pagan their traditions. Christianity in Japan, you can see Japanese Christ with this type mustache. But Islam and Judaism, when you look, they have much similarity. You look the circumcision ceremony. Circumcision, that removal of the foreskin of penis. Both Jews and Muslims follow it.
Yes.
Both Muslims and Jews have certain restrictions in food. In Islam, it is haram, halal. Religiously clean. Similarly, Jews also have kosher. They only have kosher meat.
Yes.
Both despise this pork.
Yes.
So their theological similarity is very much. For Muslims, the last prophet is Prophet Muhammad. For Christians, the last prophet is Jesus Christ. For them, the last prophet is Jesus Christ. For Jews, the last prophet has not yet arrived.
Okay.
So this is the basic difference between the three religions. Basic. I'm not a theology expert, but it is generally speaking, it is a basic philosophy.
Okay. And when did this? You were saying they were saved by the Arabs. Actually, they were saved by the Muslims and the Persians. Why did Muslims become their enemy and they became Muslim enemy?
It is actually a big question. Because when you look the city of Jerusalem itself and the part of Israel, in 637, this region come under Caliph Umar. Caliph Umar after Prophet Muhammad. So later it come under the political control of Islam. In Islam, there is a concept. First of all, we must understand the modern concept, you and me are equal. Every listener is equal, despite our religion, caste difference.
Yes.
We have a concept called liberty, equality, fraternity. When did it arrive? During French Revolution. Every society was having its own inequality, every society.
Yes.
Whether it is caste system in India, you can see similar system in Europe. Caste system. The white-black issue, racial issue. Similarly, in Islamic countries, when you look, actually, system is that Islam is the supreme religion. So other religions like Christianity and Judaism is tolerated. For Muslims, they are actually, these two people have got partial revelation of God. Because Muslims recognize both Abraham as well as Jesus as prophet. They call it Nabi. Nabi means prophet.
Nabi. Yes.
For Jesus Christ, it is Isha. For Muslims, it is Isa. So this history is very similar. What Christians and Jews called Abraham they call Ibrahim.
Ibrahim.
What Christians and Muslims call Moses, they call Musa. So there is a similarity in the religion. So in Islam, the thing is that you are not treated as equal. In that context, I mean, 1400 years ago, that was a revolution.
Okay.
Because that time, either you follow us or khatam. That was the norm.
That was the tradition.
That was the tradition. That time, Prophet gave much right to Jews. The security means security for their property, security for their wives, security for their business.
And you're talking about Prophet Muhammad.
Prophet Muhammad itself.
Okay.
He was, apart from Prophet, he did many roles, like a military commander. He was a constitution writer. He wrote a constitution in Mecca. So from where he tolerated the Jews. So when we look the caliphs, they followed Prophet. And generally Jews were protected. But protected means it's a status called dhimmi.
Okay.
It is not equality. Take it, it is not equality, it is protection. It is like I'm patronizing you. You are not equal to me. You are patronized. So the dhimmi status has historically, it have different interpretation. I will say 1400 years ago, that status was a revolution.
And Zimmi you are
Zimmi,
saying.
yeah.
So Zimmi, in India also, people were called Zimmi during Mughal
Zimmi,
period.
of course.
Which were taxed and while they were going to the...
Jizya.
Yeah, Jizya. Jizya was the tax which was imposed on them. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah,
Let me
continue.
I will continue. The thing is that I'm telling, in 1400 years ago, that time there was no concept of human equality. That time the protection was a great revolution. Understood? Even I will say this is not comparing apple and orange. Caste system, when it originated, it was a social organization when it originated. I'm not justifying caste atrocities. Later it got rigid and very worst. Now it is a big evil.
Yes.
So in Islam, that time they actually protected both the Christians and Jews. But you know, after the French Revolution, the concept is now liberty, equality, fraternity. So in modern context, we can't say it as a great thing. But in that time, it was a great protection. So under the Muslim caliphs, Jews were better protected. They were not allowed to be molested or killed. So when you look the history of that region, after 637, it was under caliphates, under Islamic rule. First it was Rashidun Caliphate. Later it was Umayyad Caliphate. Umayyad Caliphate was based on Damascus, current Syria. So it was a part of Umayyad Caliphate.
Okay.
Later it was part of Abbasid Caliphate. It was based on Baghdad or Iraq. This was a period, it was called Islamic Golden Age. Golden Age in the sense, that time, when you look Baghdad, it was like current Massachusetts or Harvard.
Okay.
Muslims were so brilliant in technologies and all. That time, that civilization was very great. Indian number system, our number system, were taken by Arabs to Europe. That's why it is called Hindu-Arabic numerals.
Hindu-Arabic, yeah.
Hindu-Arabic numerals, because it is basically the algebra geometry originated from India. India is also a civilizational state. So Arabs were so much interested in that. They started universities and all. We also had before that Takshashila, Nalanda. So that time that area was very actually everybody will like to live. Later, when you look after 1200s, this Abbasid Caliphate got weakened and Mongols invaded.
Okay.
And before that, in 1095, there was a conflict between Muslims and Christians. It was called Crusades. It was sanctioned by Pope.
Religious war, that is.
Religious wars. It was wars basically from Western Europe. Mainly Catholics, Roman Catholics. They invaded the region many times. As far as my memory, there were 7 crusades.
Okay.
They captured Jerusalem.
And this was, they were doing it for the Holy Land of Jerusalem.
It is actually religious as well as political.
Political, yeah.
Everything is there.
Yeah.
Where you can only appreciate the Islamic treatment of Jews when you see how European Christians treated them. When the Crusaders arrived, it is some witness write that in the Jerusalem, up to the our knee, it was blood.
Oh.
They massacred the Jews. Let me put it frank. They massacred the Jews. They were very much, very much persecuting Jews.
And this was Christians doing it.
Christians were doing
The Romans who were Christianized were doing this.
it was not Romans that time, it was actually from Western Europe per se.
Okay.
Like the Crusaders consist of British, English, French,
Okay.
Norwegians. It was like a multinational force that time.
Okay, not only Romans.
So not only Romans, it was like a Western Europeans, Germans, Franks.
Okay.
So they actually persecuted Jews the worst. Then later, in 11,087, there was a Kurdish commander called Salahuddin. He captured Jerusalem.
Okay.
He captured Jerusalem, and later after, it again came under Muslim control. So when you look from the 637 to 1980, this region was under Muslim rule, except some 100-200 years under the Crusader rule. So now you can understand the conflict is not new.
Yes.
As far as I have read, Jerusalem as a city have witnessed 21 sieges. 21 sieges.
Okay.
And one author compared it with a very golden bowl filled with scorpions. So after the 1187, it again come under Mamluks. Mamluks were Muslim rulers. So Salahuddin, despite that time, Westerners were viewing Islam with enmity. He was even respected by Westerners. So you can understand, he was a very noble man in his behavior. Then later this Mamluk dynasty ended. In 1560, this area came under Ottoman Empire. From 1516 to roughly 400 years, 1970, this area was ruled by Ottoman Empire. And when you look at Ottoman Empire, they were also tolerating Jews. I'm saying it is not equality. This dhimmi have a second class citizen status also. So never equate it to equality, the current context.
Because it's just giving protection.
Because we can't apply the current feminist norms 2 centuries ago. Understood?
Yes.
Just look, I'm telling, values will change over time. I'm just telling example. Now we have POXO case. If you apply POXO case, 5-6 generation ago, every one of our grandfather will be POXO criminals. So understand, value is changing. So I'm saying dhimmi was a very protection status 1400 years ago. So the Ottomans followed it. Because Ottomans also, they were very protective towards Jews, when you look. When Christians captured Spain, Spain was under Muslim rule for 700 years. In 1492, they recaptured Spain. That time, Jews were so much persecuted. Where did they went? They went to Ottoman Empire. So in Ottoman Empire, have a system called millet. You can have your own communal autonomy. They were protected. So this is the general tendency if you look the last 1400 years. While in Europe, when you look Europe, Jews were so much persecuted. Persecuted in the sense, they were scapegoated. If some plague happened, then they will say, Jews did something bad, they will be killed. There were pogroms. Pogroms involved burning Jewish houses, killing Jewish people, raping Jewish women. There were occasional pogroms. So the Jewish persecution was actually space and time. Whether you are in Russia, are you in Poland, are you in France, under the Christianity, when Christianity was the doctrine, Jews were so much persecuted. They were burned alive. And you understand, it have papal recognition. Pope said that time, do that. Only in 1964, Vatican sorry, I'm not getting that term, sorry. They actually apologized. Exactly, Vatican apologized. So in that time, generally, Jews were persecuted in Europe. But they were better and safe in the Islamic world. I agree, there are very occasional cases of problems across Islamic world. But you can compare it with the European anti-Semitism. It was so huge.
Yes. I've also heard Adolf Hitler saying that the Titanic sank because of Jews.
Actually,
and the reason he gave, because the ice were that ice shelf which it hit was named after a Jew. So that's, I don't know whether the story is true or not, but as you're saying, this happened till 1980, you said. this or 980 till what time?
Which one?
The protection of Jews by Ottoman Empire.
Ottoman Empire until 1918, Ottoman Empire was controlling the region.
Yes.
The region of current Israel and Palestine.
Palestine. From 1918 to 1945 or 47 when the Jewish
From
state.
exactly 1917, 1918, sorry, to 48, it was actually British period.
It was the British period. British were the one who were controlling that region.
Yeah. Before actually discussing British period, I will discuss what happened to Jews in the 19th century in Europe. You know, Christianity was guiding Europe. I mean, the religion and politics was so much mixed up. Christianity got a jolt after French Revolution. You can see there was a very anti-clericalism. There was a wave of secularization after the French Revolution. It was only after 19th century Jews were able to progress.
Okay.
Until that time, they were discriminated in Europe. They lived in their own places called ghettos. And they were only allowed to do certain professions like lending money, medicine. So, like a caste system, they got experts in that. After the French Revolution, Jews got much freedom. And when you look the Jews grow in wealth and power after French Revolution. You can see Napoleon was a ruler who granted them much freedom. After the French Revolution, you can see a rise of Jews. They established universities, they established banks, so they grew in political influence. They started controlling many business like banking. They excelled in science. Now even you can look in the list of Nobel winners. Jews are only 1 or 2% in the world humanity, but at least I think 30 to 40% are Jewish. So they have a good tradition of education. In Israel, my professor said, every home you can see a mini library.
In every home you
see a mini library. So after 19th century, they focused on education. So they began to climb up the social ladder.
Okay.
But you must understand something. Despite that, they were progressing in Europe. Still they were persecuted. Still there were persecution of Jews in Russian Empire. And one important case happened during this time. It was in France. Because why I am saying France? France is a country which contributed the idea of liberty, equality, fraternity. France actually gave much freedom for Jews. In 1871, there was a Franco-German war. In that war, France was defeated. There was a French military officer named Alfred Dreyfus.
Okay.
He was a Jew. So after the defeat, many people accused that this Dreyfus was the person who did the treason. He was put under jail. But later, the reality came. It was not Dreyfus who did that. But the anti-Semitism was so much wild that everybody scapegoated him. The viewers can also Google search. I have seen in Europe certain churches, they have engraved that Judenswab, Jewish pig. They have drawn pig saying Jews. So the anti-Semitism was so rifle. So that many Jewish leaders understood that. Despite how much we are assimilating, many Jews were assimilating. French Jews were becoming more French. German Jews were becoming more German. British Jews were becoming more British. How much we assimilate, still we are untouchable when some things come. So we need our own nation state.
Okay.
This is the place where idea called Zionism arised. It was by a person called Theodor Herzl. He wrote a book. Its name was Der Judenstaat, the Jewish state.
The Jewish state.
It was in 1898, I remember.
1898.
There was a Zionist Congress. That time, we can see Jews across the world began to unite.
And as you are saying, the idea of a state and a land, it was since initial times, since the book was written, it was always the reason where the Israel state is present now, or they wanted a state somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a good question. That's an interesting history. We will go into that. Actually, one of the things which united Jews, whether you are a Russian Jew, you are a German Jew, Polish Jew, or you are a you are a British Jew,
Or an Indian Jew.
Indian Jew. India, I will say exception because time and space, you are persecuted. Imagine a Hindu who is persecuted in Pakistan. If he comes to India, he is safe. Or if he goes to any place, he is safe.
He's safe.
Space is no issue.
Nepal, Bhutan, he's safe.
He's safe. I mean, safe. Or if you are actually as time passes, the atrocities reduce. But when you look Jews, they were persecuted across time and space. So they were victimized. When a community is so much victimized, automatically a brotherhood will grow.
Yeah, sure.
So Jews began to unite, and there was a Zionist Congress, Zionist conference. Its meeting was in Switzerland, Basel. So within the Jews, when we look within the Jews, world Jewish community, that time European Jews were very modernized. Because what all Europe witnessed, Renaissance, Reformation, Industrial Revolution, Jews were influenced.
Jews were the part of
Jews
it.
were the part of it.
And
Jews
were leading.
Jews excelled banking, medicine, many sciences, education. So they were very much. When you look at the Jewish people itself, you must understand, European Jews are called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi. Don't misunderstand. It has nothing to do with Nazi. Ashkenazi Jews. Jews from Russia, Poland. You can see them. They are very white in complexion. Their hairs are blonde hair or very red color. But Jews who lived in Islamic country, they are called Sephardim. Like Iraq, Iran. Or also other part. Like Morocco, Mizrahim. These Jews were backward because these regions were backward. Because as Europe progressed, this region couldn't catch up. So when you look at the Jews itself, they are very diverse. Ethnically, Ashkenazi Jews from the Western Europe or the Europe. Sephardim Jewish community as well as Mizrahi Jewish community in the other parts. In India, from India, there were Jews. There were a vibrant Jewish community in Kerala, in Maharashtra. I remember it is Bene Israel, if I am remembering correct, in Kerala also. So when you look inside Jews itself, two concepts arrive, two different arguments. One section of Jews who are very orthodox says that we are not the person who must establish Israel.
Okay.
It must be established by Messiah. Messiah means God must come. So how far will you wait for a Messiah? Some other Jews were secular. They told, for Jews as a people to follow their religion, to follow without persecution, we need our own state. That's where Zionism arose. Zionism. So they started discussing different proposals. Different areas were actually earmarked for Jewish settlement. One was East Africa, Uganda. One was Argentina, in Patagonia. One was ice field in parts of Tasmania. So Jews were planning to establish Israel or a homeland across different parts. Whether it is East Africa, Latin America, different suggestions were there. But then here also come one thing. Sometimes a Russian Jew may be very unwilling. Why should I go to Latin America? What link I have? It is only a piece of real estate. Or an American Jew will feel, oh, why should I go to East Africa, that forest? Why should I? But the place of Israel, the current Israel-Palestine, it have an emotional link. Because it was the place where your ancestors were thrown out. Ironically, it was not by Muslims or Arabs. It was by Romans. Let's absolve Muslims in that issue. I mean, Arabs in that issue. That time it was not Arabs. So, the place of the current, the Holy Land, that actually created much resonance across the Jews. Whether you are a German Jew, Russian Jew, Polish Jew. So, later that region specifically was selected for settlement.
Okay. So, till 1918, you said in 1800s this book was written. Until 1918.
It was written in exactly 1898.
1898.
Der Judenstaat.
Yeah. So till 1918, till the Ottoman Empire was there, we do not see any disturbing history between Muslims and Jews. how did this table turned? How Muslims became enemy?
This is a long answer. I will elaborate into that. When Jews selected the current parts of Palestine and Israel, they decided we must have there. But that time, Ottoman Sultan was not ready.
Okay.
He told we can accept some, but not an independent state. Because Ottoman Sultan told, it is holy for Muslims also. My ancestors shed blood for that. I can't sell it. Even that time, Jewish organizations offered Ottoman Empire an offer. We will pay 25% of the debt of Ottoman Empire. Give us the land. But he didn't do so. Because for him, it is theologically important. So Jews actually then started settling. Settling means it is called aliyah. It is an immigration. They started immigrating to the part of Holy Land. That means the current part of Israel and Palestine. That time Jewish population was 1% to 4%. They started immigrating. So across the world, they formed group like Jewish Agency, Jewish Fund. So they will fund for you. Jews started immigrating to the region of the current Israel, Palestine. So immigration started. That time it was under Ottoman Empire. So Ottoman Empire put some restrictions on how many Jews can come. Because for Ottoman Empire, this region supreme is Islam. I agree, they tolerate Muslims, they tolerate Jews, but not as equal. Not as equal to Muslims. In Ottoman Empire, Muslims are the first class citizens. So during 1900s, you look, the world is very tumultuous. That time, you can see Jews form political lobby. They became very influential across very European countries. So that time, Jewish people were political lobbying across different places. They were lobbying with the British. They were lobbying with the German Empire. They were lobbying with French Empire. They were even lobbying with Ottoman Empire.
Okay.
They were lobbying across. The big turn come after the First World War. During the First World War, certain book says that Zionist organizations were also active in Germany. So that time in 1914, you can see how the war happens. Germany and Austria-Hungary, and later the Ottoman Empire joined. Other side it was Russia, France, British. So when you look at the British Empire of that time, now United Kingdom says something, oh go, it is a very minimal entity now. Of course I respect their economy, everything, but they are not something so great. But that time it was the empire where sun never sets.
Yes.
That time British Empire was like something near to God. So in the First World War, when you look for British Empire's aim was to take over the place. I mean to defeat Ottoman Empire. So here comes the big history. On one side, Jewish agencies were lobbying Britain, Germany, Ottoman Empire. And as you see, the war progressed. After 1916-17, it is sure that Ottoman Empire is going on the losing side. So nobody will lobby on the losing side. Like no girl will accept a losser. It's practical. It's real politics. Ottoman Empire was on the losing side. So that time, Britain was a great power. A great power can't be Dalai Lama. Real politics like Chanakya.
Yes.
Chanakya is a strategist, not a philanthropist person. When you are in a great power position, you can't be a philanthropist. So Britain that time played a big game. Here the game comes. The current part of Israel and Palestine, that time demography was, it was 80% above, it was Arabs. Arabs consist of majority Muslim Arabs as well as Christian Arabs. The war is progressing. That time there was a person called Sharif Hussein of Mecca. He was based on Mecca. Mecca, the Islamic holy city. So you are fighting Ottoman Empire. Ottoman Empire is a nominal Caliph. So to fight against a Caliph, we need some person who have relation with Islam. And Sharif Hussein was related to Prophet's uncle's family. Prophet's uncle's name was Hashim. His family is called Hashemite family. So if in Islam, ideally Islam speaks about equality. In pure Islam, everybody is equal. For practical case, inequality comes. So the persons who have prophet linkage, they have a respect in Islamic society. So British actually supported Arabs. Arabs were ready for a revolt against whom? Against Ottoman Empire. Against Ottoman Empire. British gave this region, this Israel, Palestine, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, this entire region. British gave 3 different promises to 3 different people. 3 different promises to 3 different people. First was towards Arabs.
Okay.
The person who did that was McMahon. Who is McMahon? As an Indian, who is McMahon?
The line which was drawn, the McMahon line.
The person who drew India-China border.
China border line, yeah.
And still it is thrown in our side. Same person deal here. He dealt with Sharif Hussein. And they sent almost 10 or 11 letters. He offered that, Sharif Hussein and your Arab army, you stand with us. You stand with British in the First World War. You rebel against Ottoman Empire. After the First World War, we will offer you a Arab state. But the exact boundary of Arab state is subjected to various interpretation. Some scholars say that British were excluding this region, Israel-Palestine region. Some scholars say that they were including the entire region. So you have given offer for Arabs, number 1. When you look at the politics of Britain, in Britain, that time there was a scientist. He was a Jew. His name was James Weismann. He invented acetone. Acetone was very important for the war efforts, for explosives and all.
Okay.
So that played a big role in the success of Britain. So that time they asked, what do you want? They expected some money. He told, my people want a homeland. So that time, British offered. That time, Jewish lobby were very strong in Britain. British official Sir Arthur Balfour issued a declaration. It's called Balfour Declaration.
Okay.
It was exact date is November 2, 1970. That time the region was not under Britain. War was going on. Still the place is Ottoman.
Okay.
Still the place is Ottoman. War was
But he
going
comes out with a declaration.
declaration. In that, Britain is offering that. Every reader, I suggest every viewer must download that. You must read that. We offer a Jewish homeland
To a place which is not ours.
It is like I am taking your iPhone and giving to that person. It's yours.
Yes.
We are giving a Jewish homeland for Jews. And the non-Jewish people will have civil and religious rights. What about political rights? It is my political rights and citizenship which is making me Indian for you. So the Balfour Declaration was so, what we tell, brilliantly or cunningly worded. British Empire will strive for a homeland for Jewish people in this region.
But not mentioning the political rights.
But
Only the...
no political rights for the people living there.
Okay.
It is a different case actually. It is like that region is Arab majority.
Yes.
I am telling you example. This is don't take it negatively. It is like Jews are very practically very less. It is like declaring India a Jew Rashtra. Jews were actually maximum 1 or 4% that time in the region. So we will create a homeland for Jews, and you will be the first class citizens, and the people who are living there, it include Muslims as well as Christians. Actually, this problem is more ethnic also. There were also Christians who were displaced by Israel, but now it is taking a religious turn. So that notion was that thing was written, and it came. Britain will strive for the Jewish homeland. Then the war continued. In 1918, Ottoman Empire got defeated in the region. It was British General Alan B who marched the Ottoman Empire, who marched to the region. When you look history, it was almost 800 years after, 700 or 800 years after, a Christian general is marching here. Before it was Crusader in thousands. So I mean, it is not about religion actually, because when you look, the Ottomans were Muslims, their allies were Austria-Hungary, they were Catholics, Germany they were Protestants, British was Protestant, French were Catholic, and Arabs were Muslims. So it is actually more about political interest. This came under British. So the region come from Ottoman to
British.
So the same place you are giving two offers. Now the third offer comes. It is between British and French. They are the winning parties. First World War ended. Ottoman Empire defeated and disintegrated. Turks left. They have their own problem in their home, in Turkey. Now they can't defend this region. So British were offering Arab homeland for this Sharif Hussein. They were saying something to Jews. Now they have a secret deal with French. It's called Sykes-Picot Agreement. It was between two officials, British official and French official. Then they draw some map. The viewers can just look the map of Jordan. You can see straight line. It was drawn by these two officials. They don't have any ground knowledge about the religious ethnic composition there. Then the British and French decided that we will share it.
Okay.
It is our booty, we will share it. So thus, the part of Syria, Lebanon came under France. French rule persisted up to 1940-45. The region of Jordan, Israel, Iraq came under British. And some places was to be an international zone, including Jerusalem. So, same place, 3 offers, 3 claimants. It's very complicated. So now, instead of getting Arab independence, so here also we must read the interpretation. Then this region was ruled by mandate system. Mandate system came after First World War. It is based on a racial assumption that the Asians are not capable of self-governance. They must be ruled by or guided by Europeans. So this Syria, etc. became under French, and this part of Jordan and Israel and Palestine came under British mandate. So entire region was British mandate actually. Jordan or Transjordan, Israel, Palestine. In 1922, Jordan was some more, they were actually disassociated from this. They was treated as separate mandate. There comes Emirate of Transjordan. So you will be remembering, I said about Sharif Hussein.
Yes.
Sharif Hussein stood with British in First World War, of course. There is a British officer called T.E. Lawrence, who played a big role.
The Lawrence of Arabia.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Yeah.
She played a big part. So, after this war, you know, Arabs are practically cheated. In the peace conference also they were cheated. But they were given some, what we tell, consolation prize. Sharif Hussein have 3 sons. One son is mentally incapable. Two sons are there. One is Faisal. He was given Iraq. A state called Iraq was constructed and given to him.
Okay.
Another son was Hussein, I remember. He was given Transjordan. So for a certain Zionist viewpoint says that it was British mandate for Jews. I am telling Zionist point of view. I told Arab point of view. Certain Zionists I have understood from Israeli caricatures and Israeli political chat rooms. They are saying that the Israel, Palestine and Jordan were British mandate. So Jordan was created. It was for Arabs. So the entire Israel and Palestine is for us. Understood?
Yes.
So this is discussion in certain political wing of Israel. They view that as a cheating. Oh, from mandate the Jordan was taken. It is for Arabs. They view so. It is not about right or wrong. They view so. So Jordan was separated. Then the mandate of Israel and Palestine. I mean, that was a united part. Then here comes the big change. As I told, now it is British mandate. More Jews began to come. Here comes the big issue between Jews and Arabs.
Okay.
When you say actually both sides have their own justification, We can't blame any side actually. I will tell. Jews actually purchased the land. Many land they purchased actually. Jews they were very rich. They purchased much land from the Arabs. But that time when you look the political economy and the land structure in the region, it was like an absentee landlordism. Arabs majority were uneducated. They were called fellahin. They were uneducated or knowing nothing. Actually, Arabs have overlords. It may be Arab or other landlord. They sold the land to Jewish people. So it is not that Jews took all land by force. They put the money. It's a reality. They brought it. But many Arab peasants were not knowing because they were not their land. It was sold by landlord. So both sides have their own justification. It is Jews, they paid the money. Exactly, they paid the money. It is ours. But Arabs were also very illiterate that time. They don't know. Their land was sold by their landlord. So gradually, Jews start settling. Then here comes I told about Aliyah, Jewish political settlement. Then Jews start establishing kibbutz. Kibbutz means their own self-sustaining villages. The political economy of kibbutz is such a way that in kibbutz, only Jews can get a job.
Okay.
It is like Waqf property of Muslims. As far I know, Waqf property of Muslims is for Muslims.
For Muslims.
Or like temple property of Hindus. It is to be for Hindus.
Hindus. Yeah.
So like that, they brought for them. So when they started, they brought good technologies like irrigation. So they started developing the land. So the thing is that their economic policies were very exclusive. Arabs were not taken. The local Arabs are not getting jobs. So the resentment started to grow. And when you look the political condition of Europe after 1920s, you will understand the real picture. What happened in Europe in 1933?
Hitler came to power.
Führer came to power. Hail Hitler. After many years, entire Europe came under Hitler. Up to Russia. There was a rising anti-Semitism in Europe. Concentration camps. Nobody had persecuted Jews like Hitler. 6 million. As per estimate, 6 million Jews perished. So that time, many European Jews felt that, no, never Europe, leave. From 1930, you can view, from 1930 to 1940, many Jews immigrated to current part of Israel, Palestine.
Okay.
So the Jewish population began to increase. There is a proverb, both a gust and fish, it will sting after 3 days. Initially you are happy, oh come on bro. 3 days, oh bro, it's like that. From 4%, the Jewish population began to reach 2 digit. I'm telling one thing, let me be frank. Every society will have its own xenophobia. Let me be frank. Whether it is Assam, they have problem with Bengalis coming. I'm telling. It is not about right or wrong. Any place, Maharashtra, how did Shiva Sena arrive? Bihari. Oh, the others are taking our job. The Madrasi, Bihari. Like that, in Arabs, sentiment grew against Jews. And actually many Jews came. Even actually many Jews in the starting of 1900s, some were actually not actually ready to actually establish there. Because one of the Jewish leaders told that about the region. The bride is beautiful, but she is engaged with someone. The region is nice. It is Arab. How we will take that? From 4%, how will we grow? Or we have to infrank ethnically cleanse. So this was the exact quotation. The bride is very beautiful, but she is engaged. So like that, the Jewish immigration increased. So I would like to add that it was not Arabs who did the Holocaust. I agree, certain Arab leaders supported Israel. Certain Arab leaders, like the Grand Mufti of Palestine. It was actually more political also, because I'm not judging. Subhash Chandra Bose, why did he supported Axis powers? For him, enemy of my enemy is my friend.
So same was the...
Similarly, I'm telling, this is not a justification. Many Ukrainians supported Nazis initially, because Soviets were killing them so much.
Yes.
This is not a justification for Nazi war crimes. Nazis are the big war crimes. It is a detestable term. Never take it as a Nazi promotion. But they allied Jews because they were fearing communism. Because that much Soviets were doing. Similarly, some Arabs began to flirt with Nazis. Some Arabs. But when I read that one of the founder of Muslim Brotherhood, Hassan al-Banna, when I have a limited reading, I am not an expert on Hassan al-Banna, but when I have limited reading, I could understand. I have a respect towards him. He opposed Nazism. Hassan al-Banna opposed Nazism. This is as far I know. I mean, experts will be knowing more. As far I have read, he opposed Nazism. But certain Arab leaders flirted with Nazis, like Amin al-Husseini of Palestine. He was the Grand Mufti. He actually even supported Israel. A small Arab section supported this Nazis. But on the other side, you can see many Arabs fight for the allies in France and all. France, Britain and all. So what you see that some scholars used to say that this Israel was an Asian solution for a European problem.
Okay.
Asian solution for
a European problem.
One leader told that, who did the Holocaust? Germans. Then established Israel there. This is a quite natural question. But anyway, from 1930 you can see, from 1947, there was an increased Jewish immigration to the region. Increased Jewish immigration. During the Second World War, when you observe the political stand of Jews shed their blood against Hitler. Jews volunteered across the region against Hitler. They shed their blood. There were Jewish legions. They shed their blood. They defeated the Nazis. So, we must understand now it is under British Empire. The region is under British Empire from 1918 to 1948. Then let me ask a question to my viewers. What was the, which country was the crown jewel of British Empire?
India.
India. The anti-war India. Or our Akhand Bharat. Pakistan, India, Bangladesh. It was the main, actually, the cash cow. So why British acquired this region? Because Suez Canal was near Israel.
Yes.
So British supported the Zionists because they wanted presence there. At the same time, British also were very feared that this was creating ethnic problems. After 1918, you can see there were increasing number of Arab Jewish riots. Many number of Arab Jewish riots. Many.
Okay.
There you can find the root that Arab Jewish problem starts there. With the increased immigration of Jews, Zionist settlements. So that time actually Jews were not so violent. I mean, they of course they have their militant groups, etc. But they were not as violent. They were establishing their place. But Arabs were opposing that.
At that time, there was no problem between Christians and Jews. But the problem between Arabs and Jews started.
When we speak about the religion per se, currently everybody will say that America or Europe is Christian. People will be born Christian, but their basic laws are actually not Christian. Basic laws. I mean, they have secular order. So when you look at the last 200 years of history, last 200 years, not I am telling last 2000 years, 2 years, Christian-Jewish relations have improved. Last 200 years.
Okay.
Islam-Jewish relations have worsened. Just last 200 years. This is a sampling at the end. To view the big picture, we must sample the entire thing. So that time, I mean, I will tell. So the Jews start settling in the Palestine. After Holocaust, after the Second World War, entire Europe came to know that Hitler did this. Hitler did a very bad thing. 6 million Jews he persecuted. So Hitler was not so religious Christian per se. He was not so devout Christian as far I know. Even Nazis were actually not so Christians. They were having Germanic ideas. Their world order was different. They were actually, they were actually supporting abortion of Divyang children. So they were actually not Christian. In Christianity, abortion is a big sin. Or marrying a second woman is a sin. They were promoting such a way that brilliant people marry more, make more children. Their ideas were a little absurd. Even though technologically they were very superior. Nazi world order, some people speak in what if Nazis won. They would also have extinguished Christianity also.
Yes.
But Nazis during their rule, they appropriated the entire culture. In a sense, even from a pamphlet, radio, even religious authorities were appropriated. In the sense that when we look the stand of Catholic Church, I know that many Catholic priests were killed by Nazis. Many Catholic priests and nuns were killed by Nazis. Many were hung. Even there is a saint called Maximilian Kolbe who were killed in Holocaust. But that time the Pope, he could have saved more Jews. He could have, but he didn't do it. He took an ambivalent stand. That is a big stain actually. Even the German authorities, even Protestant authorities, in later, I think in after 50s, the religious authorities in Germany have a declaration called Stuttgart Declaration of Guilt. We also have the share in that guilt.
Okay, they came up with this declaration.
Stuttgart
and why did they do it at the first place? Means why didn't they try to protect Jews?
If you protect Jews, cut them.
Means you will be
Finished. Cut them.
Yes.
So that time, I mean, many people in hierarchy.
So to save themselves, they didn't do it.
They didn't do it.
Okay.
For their property also. You have to be in good term with the power to protect your property. So many such consideration. I'm telling, in the ground level, many priests were killed by Nazis. Even their pleas were unheard in the higher echelons of Vatican. So they couldn't do. They could have do. It is a missed opportunity. They could have protected many Jews. I know there were many priests and many people who protected Jews, but they could have protected more. It is actually sin by default.
Yeah.
So after Holocaust, entire Europe came to know that this thing happened. Even during Hitler's period, he didn't publicize to people that we are doing this much. Then there is a collective sense of guilt. Guilt consciousness came. Oh, we did this to Jews.
Okay. Then they came
There
with the
came
declaration.
European support to Israel.
Okay.
So if you did a sin, who must pay? You must pay. It is asking the landlord is coming and asking, you destroyed the floor and I must pay. Understood? So that time a collective consciousness of guilt came for Europeans.
And this support for Israel was from whole of Europe, including Germany.
That happens after the 1945. Hitler was toppled. Then in 1947 the other thing happened. What happened as an Indian? What happened in 1947?
India got freedom.
India got freedom. As India got independence, British interest in the region waned. It was to safeguard the way to the crown jewel India. They maintained even Suez Canal and the region.
Yeah.
Then they got disinterested.
Supply line should be maintained from India. Yeah.
From India. So it's like what they did in India. Partition they did and they left. We were killing each other. The same people who fought against British in 1857 were killing each other in name of Hindu-Muslim. Similarly,
We fought till 1930s and 40s, together and then
divide and rule.
Yes.
I'm not saying they are dividing. We divide ourselves. They ruled it. They use that fault line as ruled it. Any society will have fault line. But take care not get it deepen so that others rule you. So when you look the Palestine after 1930 I saw there were many Jewish Arab riots. Many Jews were also killed. Jews were raped and many atrocities. So that time after 1940s Jews began to form military units
Okay.
like Haganah, Levi. They form, we can say in the initially I told, terrorist or freedom fighter.
And this was happening when the Jewish people started to settle in that
Settle
area
in the
of Israel.
Region. Yeah.
Okay.
In the region.
And
So
this was
Arabs were attacking.
before the making of the Israel state.
That's that.
Okay.
Because they were knowing that the writing on the wall is clear. Now our next war will be with Arabs. So from 1940s you can see. I have read a book about Mossad saying that they converted a bakery to an ammunition center. Outside it was bakery. Inside they was creating weapons. So the Jews were looking, you must look the Jewish psychology. You look, I mean, it is not about geopolitics. It's about psychology. What was India's psychology after 26/11? What was American psychology after 9/11?
Yeah.
People will unity. We will forget every fight. We will unite. Like that, after Holocaust, Jews were in a big trauma.
Yes.
Either fight or flight or get khatam. This is the option. This is the option. Many of the Israel founders and many of the founders of Mossad, they have photos in their room where their grandfather is getting killed by Nazis. Either you fight or get finished. This is the question. Either be the prey or be the predator. In some cases, Either we have to be the predator.
They choose to be the predator.
Predator than the prey. So the Arab-Jewish issue arised and Jews start organizing themselves. So meanwhile, British in 1939 put some limitation on Jewish immigration because they want to appear neutral. They don't want to antagonize Arabs totally. Because if Arabs are antagonized totally, then the region will be in turmoil. So even you can see Jewish militant organizations even bombed a hotel. I think it is King David Hotel. And I think many British soldiers were killed.
Okay.
Jewish militants even began attacking British. British is to go. Just 56 you can see. They were forced to leave Suez Canal. 71 they leave UAE also.
Yes.
British declined. So now the fight is between Jews and Arabs.
And Jews were on their own in this area. There was no British support at that point.
That point actually we can say British support was there initially in the 1930s and 40s. But after 45 it is like British were actually trying to wash their hands. There is a story in Christianity. One governor called Pilatus who don't want to crucify Jesus Christ. They don't want to crucify. But public is saying so. So he just washed his hand. Let it be. Like that after 1945 British were actually, they want to leave. Their priority is leave the area. But the Jews and Arabs are fighting each other. So that time, in 45 after, European Jews, many Jews came. Just only after Holocaust, they poured into Israel. That time when you look up to 1950s, many European Jews came, many European Jews. Because Europe is not taking us. They have shown their intolerance in the extreme.
And the problem of Holocaust was, I think in Poland they have established Auschwitz was one of the biggest Holocaust camp. And they were there in France. Some of them were there in Germany because Hitler wanted to hide it from German people. But it was not there in England. It was not there in other parts. So even the Jews living in England wanted to come to Israel.
Actually, when we look at England, you look the geography of England. England is always an island. UK is island.
Yeah.
So this is the same reason why Napoleon or Hitler couldn't conquer.
Yeah, the continental Europe is different from England. Yeah.
So when you look in America and Britain, Jews were far better. And Balfour Declaration was written in such a manner that Jews can either remain as their own citizens or can immigrate. So Balfour Declaration is worded in such a manner that nobody will accuse double loyalty on Israel, on Jews. Because many Jews were in high positions in America and Britain. So Holocaust was mainly in the Europe, continental Europe. And after that they get fed up actually.
They just wanted to leave.
They leave. Then that time UN came. So as the World War came to an end, we know it is a start of an era. Till now we have the institutions like UN and all. But as the World War ended, for the specific region like the current Israel and Palestine, there was a very changed reality compared to the last 50 years. The demographics have changed, of course by immigration, and also the communal relations have changed, unfortunately to a worse condition. Arabs and Jews are now fighting each other across the place. There are so much distrust between the communities. So it's like a full gas chamber, not gas chamber. It is like a full LPG cylinder. It only takes some spark for a big explosion. So UN tried to bring the situation under control. There was a UN resolution that time. UN had a partition plan. And in this room, now we have the luxury of hindsight. But that time, I am genuinely feeling that if Arabs felt that time, the region would have been far better. But history is what happened. History is not, there is no if in history. So UN partition plan was basically, the viewers can see the map. It granted 54% of the land, almost 50 to 54% of the land to Israel.
Okay.
And almost 40% land, 40 to 44% of the land to Palestine. And 1-2% of the land, the Jerusalem is an international city.
And this was happening when the majority population in that area was Arab.
That time it was a majority, it was almost 70%.
Okay.
Jews are a significant minority now.
Hmm.
The term minority itself you can define. Whether the minority is like I am quoting micro minority like 1% or point. Or 10%, 20%. It is growing to be a significant minority. So that time Arabs were 70% almost. Jews were almost 30%. So that time the division was almost 50% for land for the Israel and the 44% land for the Palestine. That time Israeli leaders were welcoming that decision. We only want this, we are ready.
Yeah.
Because
At least we are getting something after years and centuries.
for years and centuries, and we are after Holocaust. We are so desperate. We want some peace. Let us settle here.
Yes.
That time Israeli leaders were ready. We will settle here. No
And
problem.
Arabs anyway are the weaker enemy to fight versus if you see
Actually,
Europeans and other
that time
people.
when you look, Arabs were actually, in hindsight, they were not pragmatic. Actually, when we speak about Arabs, when we speak about Palestine, you can see observe one thing. Across the time, whether from 1947 to 2023, Palestinians feel much difficulty in a coherent national response. Why I am saying this? In international relations, there is rhetoric and reality. Rhetoric is what we say in a very bluffing manner. Reality is what we can achieve. That time, many Arab states surrounding the region, like Egypt, Syria, everyone was gaining independence. So that time, Arab countries viewed the Jewish state as a colonial entity. Because for them, Jews were there, it's a 1 or 4%. Other Jews are European Jews coming. We won't recognize this. So for them, that time, no Israel. No Israel. Palestine is from Mediterranean Sea to Jordan. So that time, none of the Arab countries were pragmatic to include Israel. That time they said, no Israel. We are ready for war. When you look to the intricacy of the subject, I am saying Jordan was under Hashemite monarchy. I said, under the son of Sharif Hussein. They had actually working relation with Israel because they are neighbors. As our late PM Vajpayee have said, you can change your friends, but you can't change your neighbors.
Yes.
They have a working relation. So that time even the Jordanian leaders were having some practical working relation with Israel. It is under the carpet. Because that time, Israel is like a taboo. If some Arab leader is saying, I am ready to accommodate Israel, khatam, finished. Because why I am saying this? I will complete this in the coming dialogues. So that time, Israel was planning to establish, but Arabs were saying, no Israel. They were not pragmatic. They were coming to finish. So that time, the first Arab-Israel war happened in 1948.
Okay.
In the war, the experience was different. You look the patterns in Arab-Israel wars. Arabs will be 2, 3 or 4 states will be there. Israel will be alone in the region. They will have allies like superpowers. But at the end of the day, they are away. America is away. Europe is away. You are only here to stay. First war happened. When the first war happened, entire things changed. Because there was a brutal ethnic cleansing. There was a brutal ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians from the region by Jewish military, Israeli military, their predecessors, like the Jewish militant groups like Irgun, Levi, Haganah. Almost in Arab term it is called Nakba, the catastrophe. Almost 7 lakh Arabs were thrown out of their villages.
Okay.
And where will they go? Of course to Arab countries. Many reached Egypt,
So when you say the Arab countries and the Arab world fighting against, this was the whole Arab world, the whole region,
No,
or only the Palestinians and the neighboring ones?
when we speak about the term Arab world, I will tell Arab is a very fluid term. I'm telling what? Because typically what you see in GCC, this is not about racism. I'm telling where the viewers can understand simply. Have you seen the Arabs in GCC? They will be more white than you or any typical North Indians. They're Arabs. Then when you look the Arab territory, from Morocco to Iraq, from Syria to Sudan, it is claimed to be Arab land. In certain parts of Africa like Sudan, Arab is more a linguistic term. If you are using Arabic and following Islam, then you are considered as Arab. They will be more black than me. So Arab is a very fluid term actually. So when you look, the Arab world is very big actually, very big. From Morocco to Iraq, from Syria to Sudan per se. That time Sudan is current South Sudan also, very big. Did the entire Arab world took part in the war? No. This Arab world, I am telling frankly, it may be politically incorrect. It is a rhetoric actually. Local countries were involved in the conflict.
Okay.
And other countries sent small expeditionary force, small. Were token force like 200, 400. Else the entire Arab machinery didn't came. Even many Arab countries were not independent that time. Like Algeria or Libya. Libya was only independent in 51. Algeria in 62. Morocco, I remember it is 56 something. Egypt was under monarchy. Anyway, many Arabs were not independent that time. So Arab-Israel war means the local Arab countries came. There was a war. And in the war, Arabs got a big setback. Because Arabs' armies were very backward in terms of organization and ammunition. Only the Jordanian army performed well. Because they have a legion called, legion, Arab Legion. It was actually trained by British. Jordan have a very modern army. It was called Arab Legion. It was exactly manned by a person called Glub Pasha. It was a British officer. Jordanians very heroically defended many regions. I am saying defended, not captured. So after the war, before the war, after the war, Palestinians actually lost. 7 lakh Palestinians, I say, they were forced to leave their land. Their agriculture properties, their homes, their mosques, everything captured. And these refugees went to different countries. Many were absorbed to Jordan. I am saying Jordan is one of the few Arab countries which give equality to the refugees. In Syria or other place, you are a refugee actually. You don't get equal rights. So some went to Lebanon. So these refugees went. And when you look one thing, I will say one thing. Entire West Asia, you look the region. Every 1 decade, 2 decade, they have a war. Look, 48, 56, 67, 73, 1990s after then there is a conflict arise. 2000s after Hamas arise. 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021. Now 2023. So war is omnipresent. You must understand here we are not only speaking geopolitics or international relation, psychology of war. Because when you view some catastrophe, you will carry the revenge.
Yes.
You will carry the revenge. You can see the current Hamas leader. His parents were thrown out of the region during that time. He was
during the 48 war?
48 war, I remember. He was born in 67 or 65. He
Now
was born
he's I don't know. Okay, the Mohammed Daif is 54.
Mohammed Daif. I'm saying because I'm telling how the revenge is getting carried. Because
yes.
we must look the psychological element also. Mohammed Daif was born in a refugee camp.
Yes.
So many Arabs become refugees. This is what called Nakba. It is a sort of ethnic cleansing. You can't deny it. It's a reality. It happened. So after this war, now you can understand. 7 lakhs Arabs are displaced. Many were killed, but not lakhs. 7 lakh Arabs were killed. So they have like bye-bye brotherhood. Across Morocco to Iraq, you can see the anti-Semitism got there. What was a norm in Europe? Later that got transplanted to Arab countries. Not in European sense, but hostility towards Jews. So here I speak a fact which most of the speakers don't speak. The thing is that everybody knows about Nakba. I know I am following this region, at least for 5-10 years I am following. From my childhood I used to read about this. I know about this Israeli Zionist ethnic cleansing about Arabs. Of course it is inhuman, it is very atrocity. There is no debate on it. But you can observe one thing, from 1950s to 1960s, 10-15 years, similarly, Jews were also exiled from across the Arab countries. From Yemen, from Iraq, from Syria, from Lebanon, from Algeria, from Libya. Jewish properties were attacked. Jewish properties were confiscated. Jews were killed, executed. So, in the coming decade, 1-2 decade, almost 6 to 8 lakh Jews also are, are expelled from Arab countries. So now you see the both side of the story. From Palestinian region or the Israel region, 7 lakh Arabs were expelled by Israel. It is inhuman. Similarly, across the Arab countries, Algeria, Libya, Iraq, Syria, almost total 5 to 7 lakh Jews were expelled. This is also atrocity.
Yes.
This is where our debate goes very political.
And where were these people going when they were exiled? Where were these heading towards?
When we speak about the Jews, out of 7 lakh Jews, as far I read from some sources, 4 lakh, 5 lakh came to Israel itself.
Okay.
Some goes to Europe. So in Israeli point of view, this is a de facto population exchange. In international relations, we know the term de jure
And de facto.
Israel views this as de facto population exchange. You expelled our people, we expelled your people. Khatam. This is certain Israeli point of view. So when you look one thing, you can see a bias. Bias in the sense, I'm speaking, anybody can counter me. There was a refugee organization, UNRWA, UN Refugee Organization for the Palestinian people. Of course, they are refugees, they need protection. But did anybody talk about Jewish refugees? There were many, I think 10, 20, 50 resolutions about Arab refugees. How many resolutions were about Jewish refugees? Practically zero. It is the actually non-discussed part of the story. Here, why I mean by this podcast is that I am speaking in a neutral manner. You must get both the story. In India, I feel so actually pathetic when the war happened. Because in India, both sides are very polarized. When the Hamas attacked, many people I know were celebrating from Mediterranean to Jordan River, Israel, Palestine, Israel go. It is like a implicit calling for the ethnic cleansing of Jews. On the other side, many people are here actually very happy about leveling Gaza. Imagine 2.3 million people are there. Are you speaking about leveling that? You imagine the human catastrophe. Whether it is Arab blood or Jewish blood, it is valuable. Or social media, I'm telling, let me be frank, it is very sometimes toxic. I'm telling, we India, we are a civilizational state. And we are a civilized state also. So be very decent in social media. I feel, because our social media is very polarized.
Yes.
Some don't want Israel
that's
to
everywhere,
exist.
I think.
Everywhere. Some don't want Israel to exist. Some don't want Gaza to be leveled. Both are inhuman here. Both are inhuman.
Both are inhuman.
So what I'm saying is that this story must be, this is a complete set of story. Ethnic cleansing happened. Regarding Jews, majority of the Jews came to Israel. And there is another fact. Other factor, initially I have discussed about the ethnic element inside Jews. During the Holocaust, European Jews were immigrating to Israel. They are called Ashkenazi. They are well more educated, organized. They are politically very influential. After 1947-48, Jews from the Arab countries were immigrating to Israel.
Okay.
They were called Mizrahim and Sephardim. They were actually very poor, not so educated. So in the Israeli society, you can understand, there is a quotation. Outside Israel, you are Jew. You are a Polish Jew. I am an Arab Jew. I am a Iraqi Jew. As you enter Israel, you are Ashkenazi, you are Sephardim, you are Mizrahim, you are secular, you are religious, everything. When we speak, Jews are also not monolithic. They have their own different fault lines or different, say mosaic actually.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they are also humans.
They are also humans,
They'll
they
form
mosaic.
groups. Yeah.
So, after this 1-2 decade, the demography again changed. I mean, the more Asian Jews came, whether from Morocco, Algeria, Iraq, and many Jews also, as I have told, their properties were confiscated. So, they were reaching dirt poor. The Israeli state establishment itself faced a big struggle. How to house them? How to feed these mouths? So, Israel was in an existential crisis that time. One, the nation is infant. It is surrounded by enemies. Beyond that, you are getting more refugees. So Israel was in a big, actually, they were facing big crisis. When you speak about Israel is now, what we tell, Israel's invincibility is getting challenged and all. Israel have faced many challenges. I'm telling in history of Israel. What I observe is that people have their resilience. They will come back. They will bounce back. It is what I observe from the history. So, what we say is that this Jewish refugees majority will come to Israel. Arab refugees, as I have said earlier, many will go to Jordan. Some will go Lebanon. Some will go Syria. Here you must understand another thing. Actually, everybody will speak now. Across the Islamic world, I will say. From Morocco to even Pakistan. Even Pakistanis are so, what we tell, enthusiastic about Palestine and all. But when you look the real scenario, across the Arab world, when Palestinian refugees came, there were political issues. When you look the politics of Jordan, in Jordan, there is a big political struggle between the Jordanian, it's called East Bank, and the people from the Palestine, West Bank. There is an issue there. It's a political issue there. This Palestinian refugees are not given equality in many countries like Syria or Lebanon. Even in country like Lebanon was that time Christian majority actually. As the Palestinian immigration came, it began to change the demography. The last census of Lebanon was taken in 1932. The Lebanese power sharing. Lebanon have a system called consociationalism. It's like typically when you enter some auto wala in Munirka, Delhi, you will say one thing. They will have one photo of Sri Ram or Sri Krishna, one photo of Mecca, one photo of Jesus Christ or something. This thing I see in Kerala. Like every religion. In Lebanon, president is from one religion, prime minister is from one religion, defense minister is from one religion. It is called consociationalism. It is based on 1932 census. That time, Maronite Christians were majority in Lebanon. That time. Now it is becoming 93 years. 3 years. But after that, you can see the political ramification in Lebanon, where the immigration of the Palestinians changed the demography. Now Lebanon is a Muslim majority country. Inside Jordan, you can see, I will discuss it later, Palestinians were suppressed. We will discuss it later. It was actually Jordanians who killed maximum number of Palestinians. Almost I think 20,000, 30,000 as per some estimates in 1970. So, being honest, our professor, there is we have a very distinguished professor. His name is Professor Bansidar Pradhan. He is an expert on the region, on the Levant region, Fertile Crescent. He has written many books. He has opinionated that. Actually, Arab leaders have, what we tell, stabbed Palestinians more than Israel.
It is interesting.
So the refugees went there. So the psychological element you remember. When you are a refugee, sometimes your father or brother may be killed. You are carrying the revenge. Yes. And you will pass this revenge to your next generation. So this problem is not easy to solve. Let me be frank. It is not easy. It is political, economical, psychological also. Why I am telling? You look Netanyahu. His brother was killed in the Operation Debay.
Yes.
That's why Netanyahu is seen as much hardliner. No concession to Palestinians. Imagine, there is a big difference between a statesman and a politician. As a statesman, you are supposed to accommodate all. It is good for the long-term national interest. I can do something for my personal bias, but in long term, it will harm nation. Similarly, the current, I have told, the Mohammed Daif, his family was bombed by Israel. So this feeling of revenge, it's like Prometheus, that flame. It is carried by the two people through generation. So these Palestinian refugees, wherever they went, they were engaged in politics and they got problem. So in 1950s, 60s and all, when you look, there's many Palestinian refugees were. Then after 1948 war, let me make it clear, Israel got much area, more area. Palestinians lost the 44% of land again. I think they came near 30% something. I'm not remembering the exact figure. Palestinians that time had Gaza and West Bank. Gaza was under Egyptian rule actually.
Okay.
And West Bank was under Jordanian rule.
Jordanian.
So there was actually no Palestine. These people were staying there. And you understand, there are struggles. Many people killed. They are thrown out from their family. Oh, it's my grandfather's property and somebody from Europe is taking that. We must also understand their psychology. Who did Holocaust? Did my grandfather did? No. European did. Then why are you making me to pay? Yeah?
Yes.
So this is, I mean, we can't. We must see the both sides. So the Palestinians very, very revengeful. Of course, somebody kicked me from my home, I'll be revengeful. So there was Palestinian attacks called Fiyadin attacks. Fiyadin. They were continuously harassing Israel. From Egypt, Syria. They were attacking. So Israel, when you look from the formation, they were ever in a war mode. Either you are engaging in a cold war or a hot war like now, or a war of attrition, or continuous infiltration and attack. Many times these Palestinian commandos will come. They will attack Jewish settlements. They will also do atrocities like killing, raping and all. I mean, they used to do. So these things happen. So Israel was ever in state of readiness. Then the major conflict in the region happened in 56. Before that, we must understand some other things. In 1952, Egypt was under a monarchy that time. There was a ruler called Farouk, King Farouk. Let me be politically incorrect. I'm using a very unparliamentary term, but it is the scholarly term. I'm very, pardon me. This king was not interested in good administration. He was maintaining every British interest.
Okay.
He was ruling in a very, very luxurious manner. Common Egyptians were suffering. Even many scholars quoted him, Farouk the fucker. Literally, he was so much womanizer. This is not an insult. As a ruler, you are supposed to behave in such a manner.
Yes.
Your personal life and sexual orientation, I agree. I respect it. But as a ruler, you must not control your senses. That is what Chanakya said.
Yes. Another Rasputin. Huh?
Remember, Chanakya used to do this thing, love test for administrators. I'm telling in the sense, everybody of us have sexuality and different sexual orientation. It's not a matter. But as a ruler, you are supposed to behave in certain manner.
Yes.
But he was a symbol like a playboy. Under his rule, people were not at all better. In 1952, in Egypt, why I am saying Egypt? Because Egypt is a neighboring state. Just after Gaza Strip, there is Sinai Peninsula.
Yeah,
Sinai. In Egypt. Sinai is part of Egypt. In 1952, in Egypt, there was a military officials coup. It was called Free Officers Movement. Then the later leader came, Gamal Abdul Nasser. As an Indian, I have huge respect for him. Because he was a very good friend of Nehru and Indira Gandhi. So he came. He was actually like a prophet of Arab nationalism.
Okay.
That time there was a grand idea, Arab countries must unite.
And this person was from Egypt.
Egypt. His person was from Egypt actually. Actually, there's another thing. He was the true Egyptian to rule Egypt after 1,000 or 2,000 years. Because Egypt was always...
All the Arabians recognize this person to be their leader?
Of course. Because his ideology. You must understand in that context. We are now, because if somebody speaks about freedom struggle, we will do, oh, what? We don't face the heat. But ask our grandfathers and them, they suffered under British.
Yes.
Under British brutes. So they will get, their blood will boil. We don't know because we are very comfortable generation. We have seen freedom. We don't know the value of freedom yet. But that time Arab countries were under European rule, exploitation, just only decolonized. Nasser was from a poor family. So Arab nationalism is a basically secular ideology. So it's called Baathism. The term Baath means Renaissance.
Yes.
Arab nationalism was basically, it is secular. Secular in the sense, they don't add religion too much.
And this was what Nasser was
Nasser
propagating.
ideology.
Yes, but even Saudi Arabia recognized and accepted his leadership in the Arab world.
It is a no. Saudi was seeing Nasser with a threat actually.
Yeah,
I will
because
tell you.
Wahhabi Islam is there and it has its own position in the whole Arab world. So, what was the equation of Nasser vis-a-vis Saudi Arabia?
We all know about Cold War.
Yes.
There is something called Arab Cold War
Okay.
between the Arab countries.
Hmm.
So the Arab countries from Morocco to Iraq have their own contradiction. Because in Arab countries you can see two type of regimes. One is called monarchies, conservative monarchies, like Jordan or Iraq up to 1958, Saudi till now. They were having monarchy. Monarchy is based by what son or brother of king.
Dynasties are there.
There is no republic. Republic means elected head,
Yes.
and monarchy means selected head,
Yes.
selected by king. So they were actually some more conservative. The conservative social order they supported. They supported more religious issues. They were more like a monarchy. They were seen as backward. And politically, these monarchies were very friendly to Europeans. From 1945, you can see Saudi Arabia-America relations got deepened. That's the base of current petrodollar itself. American presence increased. After the withdrawal of British, then came America. Pax Americana.
Yes.
So the regimes, you can see the Arab monarchies like Iraq, Jordan, Saudi, you look them, they were generally pro-West. Then you see the other set of regimes called radical regimes. That is like this Arab nationalism. Egypt under Nasser, Syria later under Baath Party. Syria is still under Baath Party. Iraq later under Saddam Hussein. They were actually Arab nationalists. Arab nationalism or Baathism, the idea of Arab nationalism itself was actually conceived by two Arabs. Salahuddin Bitar, a Muslim, and Michael Aflaq, a Christian. So Arab nationalism was actually more secular. There were many Christian leaders in them. This Arab issue was actually, there were many Christians in Arab leadership actually. One example is Michael Aflaq. So they were secular in their outlook. Then they were actually socialist, because you understand what was the condition of India when British left. Just like we have seen this sugar cane. After taking sugar cane juice, we will see something. India was like that.
Yeah.
Exploited economy. So that time we need socialism. We need some basic industries. So they supported socialism. Government control over economy. And they support modernism. Any viewers can check. That time you look the Arab media, Arab women and all, they were not so veiled. They were dressed like Westerners.
Yes.
The culture was entirely different.
Even in Afghanistan, it was seen in 50s. Culture was very much
cosmopolitan and liberal.
Yes.
Afghanistan doesn't come in Central Asia. But anyway,
But
this region, I mean, I have seen many documentaries of Al Jazeera, Egyptian women, Algerian women. They are not, I mean, no, so much veiled and all. So much different. So that time, these radical regimes like Egypt, later Syria, Iraq, these radical regimes and monarchies have their own competition. Which more we must go. And that time, regimes like Saudi were feared of Nasser.
Okay.
Because they will export their revolution here. The best example is Iraq was a monarchy under one of the son of Hussein. In 1958, there was a coup in Iraq. Then there was another political change. Later, Ba'athist came. Arab nationalists came. So the Arab nationalists were actually threatening monarchies. They were threatening Jordanian king. Similarly, they were also threatening Saudi. So, when you look the Arab world itself, they were having their own contradiction. Saudi was so, what we tell, feared about Nasser. And one of the playground was, we are going to the other region, Yemen. Yemen, where is he? Yemen was having a Shia monarchy. As you say, Saudi is a Wahhabi kingdom. Saudi supported Shia monarchy. Nasser supported Republican Arab socialist. So that time Nasser was so attractive to the region, entire region. That time, the time of transistor radio. Now we have YouTube and all. They have transistor radio. Every Arab will take the radio and switch out to Radio Cairo.
Cairo.
What Nasser speaks. What Nasser speaks is our word. Nasser was a big, what we tell, big crowd puller.
And since he was a socialist, is this the reason why he had good terms with Nehru and Indira Gandhi?
Nasser's term with Nehru, when we speak, both Egypt is a decolonized state, India is a decolonized state. Both were socialist, of course. They have a good rapport. And they were members of NAM, non-aligned movement.
Non-aligned movement, yes.
And in 1962, when we were capturing Goa, Portuguese were planning to send their ships. Portuguese ships have to come through Suez Canal.
Suez Canal.
It was Nasser who blocked Suez Canal for India.
Okay.
So Nasser and India were very close actually. Nasser and Nehru chemistry, Nasser and India chemistry was very good. So the Nasser's pan-Arabism or Arab nationalist ideology was against Israel. Nasser said that I will take Palestine even if it is covered in blood. So in Israeli point of view, he was hell-bent on destroying Israel. This was his foreign policy. Internal policy, Nasser improved the life of the common Egyptians. He gave land to the people. He improved education, healthcare. So what is needed to be popular? Internally, he is doing reform. Externally, what was the thing was, there was a thing called Suez War, in which Israel was involved. It made Nasser a hero in Arab world. Then to a decade, up to 1967, Arab world was mesmerized by a person called Gamal Abdul Nasser. Every Arab used to listen to his transistor radio. Oh, what Radio Cairo is saying. In 1956, when you look at geography, you can look at geography. When you look at Israel's coast, Israel have a long Mediterranean coast. They have a very small coast in the Red Sea, in the Gulf of Aqaba, near Jordan. And there is a strait called Strait of Tiran. It is controlled by Egypt. Nasser was so much against Israel. He was always closing the Strait of Tiran. So Israeli commerce was always blocked. So in 1956, there are some other issues. The basic issue was we are discussing the Suez War. Nasser, when Egypt got independent, was making new friends, including America and Soviet Union. We must understand one thing. When Israel was formed in 1948, one of the countries to support Israel was Soviet Union. That time, the Zionist leaders were socialist. There was something called labor Zionism. That time Ben Gurion was the leader. Because Czechoslovakia, which is the country which lifted arms for Israel. So that time, Israel and Soviet Union had we can say some positive thing. That time. Later it changed. Later this Arab-Israel issue became part of Cold War, in which Israel was siding with America and Arab countries were supported by Soviet Union. So in 48 war, it was actually a little different. So for Nasser, I am telling, Nasser want to improve the people. So Egypt is known as the gift of Nile. Nile river, water must be used
through it, yes.
So they were planning a big dam called Aswan. So America was offering, we will help the dam. Financial help, material help, technical help, we will provide, don't worry. But America had a condition. It must not conflict with Israel. And America was also other fear, because inside America, the agriculture lobby is a big lobby. You can see till now, we have a dispute with American agriculture. What subsidy you look, America provide for its farmers. And they raise disputes about what India gives subsidy for our farmers. In America, the farming lobby is also very huge. So some of the farming lobby feared that if Egypt start producing cotton, it will be threatening American cotton producers. So America was dilly-dallying on the prospects of giving help. Then Nasser did one thing. Okay, you are not doing. He planned to nationalize Suez Canal. Because the Suez Canal was actually constructed by a French-Egyptian firm. In 1959 it started. 1859 it started. Within a decade, Suez Canal was constructed. 1869 it was opened. When you look at the construction of Suez Canal or Panama Canal, there's a locals who are constructing and dying.
Yes.
Thousands or 10,000s of Egyptian farmers who are called fellahin who died in there. It was constructed by consortium and the entire profit and all go to this company.
And why were they dying? I mean, just for the construction?
Not only construction, the working conditions will be not so good.
Yes.
Malaria and many diseases will be there.
Okay.
So the canal constructions will be, you look Panama also, same thing happened. So common Egyptians were dying because the healthcare and all is not in this time. It's not like now. The labor rights are also not there.
Not there, yes.
So it was actually common Egyptian who shed the sweat and blood. So after that, 1869, who was the biggest user of Suez Canal?
The European and the Americans?
Which European country?
England?
England. It was actually British. If 4 ships go through Suez, that time it was British Empire. 3 ships will be British. When Suez Canal opened, you can see the political economy of Bombay itself changed.
Yes.
So later, British brought the shares from the Egyptians. And the Suez Canal became a British-French enterprise.
Yes.
Look the standing of Egypt now. Egypt was under corrupt rulers that time. Khedives. So 1860, by 1875, it became Anglo-French. In 1882, in Egypt, there was uprising. Local uprising. That time, Britain came to suppress it. For what? For controlling the Suez Canal. Because Suez Canal was vital for India.
Yes.
So from that time, there are British forces there. From 1882, British forces are there. In 1936, they reached an agreement. Actually, Egypt got independence in 1922. Very early they got. But British interests were protected. And I told the king, the Farouk, were so accomplice of British.
Yeah.
So Nasser thought that 1936 agreement, now it is 1956. Nasser told, anyway, I want fund for constructing my dam. I am going to nationalize this Suez Canal. So the revenue will come to me. It is for the Egyptian people.
Yeah.
It is actually right. So he told, I will compensate the shareholders. He also told that. So that time he took that decision. When Nasser took Suez Canal, it was a big political bold move. Across Arab world, people were electrified. Nasser, Nasser, it was the slogan in every Arab street. It was defeating a colonial power. So politically, it was a big, what we tell, advantage for Nasser. He took off Suez Canal. But that time, a war came. This war was planned by British, French and Israel. Here comes the convergence of interest. For British, leaving Suez Canal, even though they left India, it's fine. But they are still controlling these crucial states, UAE and all. So simply losing it to a people like Nasser, no. It is against our prestige. We won't leave it easy. For French, they were actually fighting insurgency in Algeria.
Yes.
Algerians are Arabs. Nasser were supporting Algerian national movement. So Nasser is not good for French. For Israel, it's not about colonialism. Nasser is threatening my national existence.
Okay, so was Nasser supporting the Palestinians?
Of course. Nasser was threatening Israel means Nasser was a big supporter of Palestine.
Okay.
Palestinian Fiadin were based on Egypt.
Okay.
Because Gaza was a part of Egypt that time.
Egypt.
They were conducting continuous raid into Israel. So when you look the foreign policy of Israel and its analysis, many academics will criticize Israel because they are standing with colonial powers. For Israel, it was a Hobson's choice. Because against the other guys, will they side with us? No. Forget about siding with us. They don't even recognize our existence. Israel is ready to recognize the existence of Arab states. But they say, no, Israel. It is like existence. Either I have to kill you or get killed. So Israeli foreign policy was actually, it was not about imperialism. They want to defeat Nasser. These 3 powers converge in 1956. There was a sudden attack. Militarily, Nasser was defeated. Israel did a swift move. Gaza was crossed by Israel. Israel captured many regions. Gaza was captured by Israel. Then Britain and French forces occupied the Suez Canal. When you look at the Suez War was a political success for Nasser, but it was a military defeat. Then here comes another irony. You will have battlefield victories. It is very difficult to convert battlefield victories into political victories.
Yes.
That need a skill, big skill. Whether a soldier is fighting somewhere, for the country, but it is the negotiation skill of the diplomat who convert it into tangible gain. Else the blood is shed, no use. So that time these three countries attacked Egypt. So entire region got flared up. America got angry.
Okay.
Why didn't you inform us? So that time American Soviet Union played a mediator like role.
Okay, between the
Egyptians,
on one side and Israel,
Anglo-French
Israel on the other side.
So that time America was not supporting Israel actually. They and Soviet Union told, this won't be allowed. At the end of the day, a peace arrived. So Nasser told that, okay, I agree Israel's right to have this navigation over the Strait of Tiran. I won't molest Israeli ships. Israel told, okay, we will vacate the Gaza and all, no problem. That war ended.
And what about the rights of the British and the
Suez Canal was given to Egypt.
Was given to Egypt. It was nationalized. Okay, and they backstepped then.
They backstepped.
Okay.
This 1956 is a big jolt to British Empire. It was a big jolt.
Yes.
Just 15 years, I think. 56, yeah. Empire extinguished in West Asia. 71 day left UAE. Khatam.
Then they have no more vested interest in Asia.
Yeah. That time, it was, Western media was so much, vilifying Nasser. Like some media told, he is the Mussolini in Red Sea.
Yes.
This I'm telling you, this colonialism and hegemony not only exists, it also exists in media.
Yes.
Whether which atrocity you play. Both sides have their own share, I'm telling. But we must be very cognizant of the fact. What the media say and what the media don't say.
Yes. And sometimes media is also controlled by the state, and then it becomes a bigger problem.
Of course. So that war at last ended. It was a military defeat for Nasser. Egypt defeated. It was a political success for Nasser. Nasser became a hero. But Israel also got its objective satisfied.
Yeah.
It won't be molested. Peace. So Israel is facing now war number 2. Imagine a country formed. A decade is not yet. War number 2. Imagine the psychological impact. They are only consolidating here. They are facing 2 war. It's like infant getting so much diseases. The country is very infant for that period. So that time Israel was facing this much issues. That time Israel was actually very much isolated in the region. In the sense that Arab countries were saying, no Israel. Finish. Only Jordan have some underground relation. And also, as far I know, Morocco also have some underground. Some. Not so covert. So these were happening. Then another existential crisis happened to Israel. It was in 1967. It was called Six-Day War.
Yes.
It was the major turning point of the region. Because when you look in the 1956 era, that time when you look at the foreign policy of Israel, that time Israel was not so close American ally. That was France was one of the big supporter of Israel. That time. France was supporting. That time also Israel started its nuclear ambitions. Israel is a latent nuclear power. Latent means they know that they have it. They won't officially declare it.
Yes.
Because they officially declare, when sanctions, other things can come. Yes. America will become uncomfortable. So it's like a officially unofficial, unofficially official.
Yes.
They have.
So these 3 countries, Israel, Iran and North Korea. Nobody knows they have it or they do not have it, and sanctions are there.
North Korea, when we speak, North Korea is a different zone. I am not an expert to talk on. But still I can say, North Korea used to conduct some tests and the reactors are viewed in satellite. Yeah. So they even declare that we have nuclear ambition. They declare. That's why Kim Jong-un is constantly testing the missiles, Mossad and all. But Israel is very ambivalent on that. They don't have said that we will nuke and all. No. But everybody know. It's like I'm coming in the room with a big gun, big knife. No. You know. If you mess, I will stab you. They have that. For Israeli point of view, it is a, insurance. Because when you look at the combined Arab power, it is insurance. Why India and Pakistan is not having a hot war?
Because we both are nuclear states.
Especially Pakistan is a nuclear state. In international relation, when one actor is desperate, he will behave in a very irrational manner. So that time actually, it was France which aided the Israeli nuclear program. It was a Diamona nuclear center in Negev desert. And their nuclear development was also very, very what we tell, very cunning story. They told to America that it is a textile plant. And they developed. And this time when you look, you can see across from other region, Jews were immigrating to Israel. Israeli economy was only developing basics. Basics only. They are still a backward country. Then after that time, actually Germany paid some compensation. It was almost, I think, 1 billion. Germany paid compensation for Holocaust. It helped Israeli economy that time. Actually, 1 billion is not money can't replace human life. Human life is to be, what we tell,
Most
amulya.
precious.
Yeah. But still, they paid something and it helped actually the nation state formation. Israel started getting more Asian Jews. Israel society has also its own problem. Because when you look that from 1948 to, I think 1977 something, Israeli politics was dominated by Labour Party. Labour Party was some more secular, economically some more left. So they were dominated by Ashkenazi, the European Jews. European Jews were dominating Israel. Ben-Gurion. Our viewers can search. Look the list of Israel presidents. Look where they are born. It will be Russian Empire, German Empire. So this time. So after 67. So we were discussing about 1956 to that period.
Yeah, then the 6-day war.
6-day war is another important event. Because in 6-day war, Israeli intelligence is very sophisticated. Mossad. They are very much sophisticated. Because why I am saying this? Israeli intelligence as well as Israeli military development. There was a book, I don't remember the Jewish name, it is a very complicated name, Weapon Wizards. It's about Israeli military industrial complex. 1970s. Now you can see drones here. In every marriage we have drone. 1967-70 mean my father was a toddler that time. That time Israel used military drone. I was not born. My father was a toddler, was a suckling toddler that time. That time Israel started using military drones for reconnaissance. Imagine there 1 or 2 generations ahead that time. So that time actually Israel as a state, Israel's military doctrine itself, we can't afford a defeat.
Yes.
Defeat is, if they defeat,
because there's no other home.
it is destruction. You look at the geography of Israel. Their strategic depth is very small. Look the width, anybody can easily occupy. So they are so much ready. Either success or destruction. And regarding destruction, every Jew have a Holocaust memory. Oh, we faced this. Even Mossad, some of the Mossad leaders have. In their office, they have a painting where his grandfather was being shot by Nazis. He have that photo. He told, he can keep me motivated. So Israel is in existential crisis. That time. I'm saying that time, not now. Now Israel is more acceptable compared to that time. So when you look the 60s, they started economically, they're modernizing. They were following a social system, but still there's economic union called Histradaut. The economy was getting modernized. People were coming. So one thing is that more skill was also coming. Because in Israel there is one thing, dignity of labor.
Yes.
I'm saying because my relatives worked across West Asia. They worked in Libya, they worked in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq under Saddam, and Israel. Everything is good about GCC states, nothing bad, very good treatment. But what they observe about Israel is that there is a dignity of labor. My aunts went as a maid, but they are so much respected. Imagine in India, we have some complex, like we won't shake hand or give respect to the Dhobi and all. They respect. In Israel, actually, the dignity of labor is such a way that, imagine I'm a PhD scholar. I'm ready to do grooming. So what? In India, we have a problem of, what we tell, educator unemployment. Oh, I'm PhD, I can't do No. It is not my, I'm level. Israel, anybody PhD, they are ready to do sweeping. Dignity of labor is a good thing in science, the science philosophy. They are ready to do any work. So that is a good feature of society. And they are very innovative actually. Israelis don't fear to fail. That's why Israel is one of the startup nation.
Yes.
Many startups fail, but they are ready to recognize that. In Israel, if you are a failed person, still people respect you. People can learn many things from you.
Yes.
So their circumstances made them in such a way that we must survive. That is their resilience. So they started, soon after 70s, they started investing in high technologies, which came into flotation. So anyway, after 1960s, 70s, they acquired nuclear power and all. They were also acquiring a qualitative military edge. In 67, the other war came. So Israeli intelligence know that Arab countries were planning to attack. So they did the preemptive strike and the war happens. The war was for 6 days. Israel on one side. Other side, Egypt, Syria.
Nasser was present at that time?
Nasser was present in Egypt.
Okay.
67. Nasser was at the apogee of his career. 67 is a big year for Arab countries. I will say why. That time, Nasser is like a prophet. What Nasser say, what Radio Cairo say, everybody will listen. Even Saudi princes, there is a prince called Red Prince, who defected to Egypt. He don't feel Saudi as better. He feel Nasser is the great leader. Egypt was a center of Arab nationalism. So Egypt under Nasser, then Syria, Jordan, everybody was attacking Israel. 6 days. But the sophistication of Israel is such a way that this Mossad, they are one of the sophisticated intelligence agency. I will say. Many say they are about the current failure. I will come into that in the coming topics about 2023. I'm saying Mossad is one of the sophisticated intelligence from that time. Because Mossad used to have actually their operation structure. They have something called Katsa. Katsa means field agent. They are the more expert. More expert means they will be in high echelons of power. Imagine a Mossad agent was to be Syria's defense minister.
Okay.
A Mossad agent was Nasser's son-in-law, Ashraf Marwan. Gamal Abdul Nasser, the prophet of Arab nationalism. His son-in-law was an Israeli agent. Imagine the reach Mossad have. Mossad is very, very brilliant organization. They have spies across, high echelons of power they have. So Israelis knows where the Egyptian, every air force is located. They have an operation called Operation Focus. They know which time the pilots are going to have their breakfast. When pilots are doing breakfast, the plane is alone. That time they bombed and destroyed the air force of these nations. Imagine how sophisticated intelligence they have. Mossad were doing many things actually. On one side, they were hounding the Holocaust criminals like Adolf Eichmann.
Yes.
They picked him from Argentina. He was actually living as Ricardo Clement.
Yes.
Nobody was knowing. They picked him.
I've seen the movie. Movie is also made on that.
Who is there?
Ben Kingsley acted in that. Yeah.
So Mossad was actually, I'm telling, still now I'm saying, don't take it lightly. Don't take. If you think Mossad is fool, then you are the fool. Don't take Mossad seriously. Lightly. If you are a opponent of Mossad, I don't know how you will be assassinated. I will tell Mossad's assassination plan. I will tell. They have a gun called Beretta. It used to be their favorite weapon. Small gun with silencer. Nobody will know. Mossad found many ex-Nazis like Adolf Eichmann. There is one person called Butcher of Riga. There was a Nazi in Latvia. They assassinated him. Many Nazis they assassinated. Many. They went to South America. Then there were many German scientists working in Arab countries. They assassinated them also. Some Nazis even went to Arab countries like Alois Brunner in Syria. They assassinated them. Then there were
the mastermind of attack on the Israeli players in the German Olympics.
Munich we will come.
Yeah.
It is 70s we will come. So Mossad was taking from that time. They were very super efficient. I will tell how they execute you. Imagine you are a fearing leader. Sometime one post come to you. When you open that, tuck, khatam. There is one bomb. You have a running stomach. You went to toilet and you opened the flush. Tuck. Everything under the waist is gone. They have closet bomb. They have pen bomb. Everything they have. So Mossad, they select. Mossad don't have and assassinate hundreds of people. No. They select the target. Finish it very carefully. I have read about 2 books about them. They take the utmost care that no others are harmed. Actually, I am saying no other agency will take care in that much. This is not about justification of what Mossad did. Mossad also done mistakes. But the maximum they observe you. Whether if any civilian will die, they will avoid that and try it again. Many. So Mossad was actually starting their operation at that time. So when you look, that time Israel was, in 67 Israel won. Israel won the war actually. It was a big defeat to Nasser. It was a big defeat to Arabism itself, or Nasserism. After that time, Arab countries, across the Arab countries, people have a rethink. Many believe that we deviated from Islam. So that's why once we were a very strong people, we are not strong now. So after 1967, the Pan-Arabism got a little weak. And in that place, Pan-Islamism and outgrown. You can see the growth of Muslim Brotherhood in the region.
Yes.
Muslim Brotherhood per se, it was formed as like a NGO. In 1928 it was formed. It was actually, when you look the Muslim Brotherhood, when you look Islam per se, Islam apart from a religion, it is a lifestyle actually. In a sense, Islam tells to a believer how to behave in your bedroom, sexual cleanliness and all, how to behave in the bathroom, hygiene in the bathroom, how to clean out, I mean it is very strict on cleanliness, how to behave in the dining table. Islam is an all-encompassing life. So it is a big civilization actually. So when Western colonialism happened across the world, we see British as British. It's not about a Christian-Hindu clash. British came, they aligned with everyone here, including Muslim rulers, Hindu zamindars and all.
Yes.
For Muslim countries, it was a rethink. Because once we dominated, now the foreigners, especially the Christians, are coming. So there is I'm telling, one Christian-Muslim angle is also there. Many academic scholars view colonialism as a Christian, this also, a Christian touch also. So it is like a clash. So that time, in the Egypt, the Europeans were living in very rich clubs and all. Majority of the Egyptians were poor. That time, Hassan al-Banna, a leader from Muslim Brotherhood. It was like he was a charismatic preacher, very charismatic preacher. So he preached the virtues of Islam, how believers must live, how you should be close to your religion. Then they work as a NGO. NGO means they provide you charity, health services. So what all state failed to provide, including healthcare, education, schooling, many things, Muslim Brotherhood for. They will provide you. They are called Ikhwan Brotherhood. So there were a big political force in Egypt also. Muslim Brotherhood grown as a political force in Egypt. That time in Egypt we can see different type of political views. One is communists. Communists were there in a minority. Muslim Brotherhood was there. Nasser was there. Initially, in some readings I have read, for a few times Nasser have collaborated with the Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay.
But later Nasser turned the big persecutor of Muslim Brotherhood. Because Muslim Brotherhood, some members tried to assassinate Nasser and high members.
And why this happened? Because
They
they were
want
hardliners, and Nasser was not a hardliner.
Nasser was a secularist also, Arab nationalist. So Muslim Brotherhood members tried to assassinate top Egyptian leaders. Muslim Brotherhood was banned. The second Muslim Brotherhood leader was Sayyid Qutb. Sayyid Qutb is a very controversial leader.
And this Muslim Brotherhood is based on some country, or it was the whole Arab world coming together?
Based on Egypt.
Egypt.
Later is spread across the region. Even in India, you can see many organizations inspired by Muslim Brotherhood. I will come into it. They started in Egypt. So the initial leader I told, Hassan al-Banna, was a charismatic person. He was a very knowledgeable person. The other leader, Sayyid Qutb. When we speak about Sayyid Qutb, we call something called cultural shock. Imagine you are living in a very conservative household and suddenly you are coming to JNU. You are seeing gender mixing, drinking. Oh man, it is not about I am scandalizing him. It's everybody's personal freedom. I am nobody to judge. I am nobody. So I am saying such a person will feel some cultural shock. Sayyid Qutb was a very brilliant student. He went to America for a scholarship something. He went to study. So you know Islamic societies are very conservative. So what Sayyid Qutb is viewing in America is that people are dating, premarital sex. So he feels much cultural shock. Women are coming to him. He feels that this is not the way we must behave. He is a conservative. So he actually was very detested by Western culture. So he was saying that we must take Islam to the roots.
Okay.
Islamic culture, Islamic period. So where you will define the period is a problem. It is like a revivalist movement.
Hmm.
So Sayyid Qutb in his book, I don't know the correct English name, is a book. He say about armed jihad.
Okay.
This jihad as a term is very controversial thing. What I'm saying is that jihad is two types. Lesser jihad and greater jihad. I'm telling what initially said. Greater jihad means, imagine I'm a person who have many bad habits like drinking, addictions. Greater jihad is I am fighting against myself. I am purifying myself. It's called Jihadul Akbar, I think. The correct term, only Arabic experts can say. Greater jihad. Lesser jihad means military defense. And you must understand why jihad arised. Jihad arised in that condition actually. Condition means when Prophet was in the Arabian Peninsula, initially his followers were persecuted
Yes.
by the Meccan pagans. So that time he brought jihad as a defensive concept. Because if he didn't defend, he could have been history.
Yes.
He could have been killed actually. His followers could have been killed that time. So jihad actually came as a defensive doctrine.
And this was happening in Makkah or Medina?
Makkah, Medina, that region. I mean, when he returned.
He went from Makkah to Medina and then came
returned back. So this jihad that time, it came as a purely defensive measure. Purely defensive measure. It was nothing about expansion and all. It was about defense. When you look at the concept later the caliphs appropriated this term. And they use it for their political expansion. Whether you want more land under control, you want to sack more cities, you want to get more gold, you want to get more silver, you want to get more women, declare jihad. So jihad was a religious term which was turned to political by later sultans itself. Even Ottomans say they did jihad. Everybody, even Babur say he said jihad. Jihad is actually a very spiritual term. It was politicized by every rulers.
So Muhammad Ghazni and Muhammad Ghori's attack on India was
they took it as a jihad.
Yes.
They took it as a religious dimension.
Religious motivation which was given was on the name of jihad.
Jihad. Because as I'm telling, here also you must understand psychology. Psychology matters. When we speak of the big things in geopolitics and all, you must come into the intricate psychology. In war, morale matters, morale. How can a ragtag farmer in Vietnam defeat a superpower like America? How can a chappal-wearing Talibani can defeat Soviet Union and America? It also mind your psychology. So what I'm saying is that in the concept of jihad, jihad is actually very much misinterpreted also. Because why I am saying this so? Because I'm a Christian. In Christianity, suicide is prohibited. If you do suicide, no heaven. You are eternally you are to hell. Islam prohibits suicide. In Islam, suicide is a big sin. You will be in Jahannam, in hell. But you look how some certain Islamic ulama made suicide bombing religious. Understood? Yeah. Because it is actually how you manipulate the people. You ask an Islamic scholar. Suicide itself, harming itself is a big un-Islamic here. Then how I thought about harming innocent people? It is actually un-Islamic. It is un-Islamic actually. It how you misuse it. So that this concept of jihad was across the world was used. That was also of course a reaction against that also. Many people criticize jihad because it was one of the most misused term. Whether it is by Babur or any king in Somalia or by Ottoman Sultan. So the Sayyid Qutb used the term jihad. It was like we must oppose Western civilization. While Hassan al-Banna was moving in a very soft manner by doing charity, society, Sayyid Qutb was calling for armed intervention. So that's why Muslim Brotherhood was banned by Egypt. Even Nasser banned Wales actually in Egypt. That time many Muslim Brotherhood members were exiled. Many went to Saudi Arabia. Qatar. Now also you can see Qatar is a big base of Muslim Brotherhood. They were actually very educated. They were in the academy. So this Muslim Brotherhood was actually working. It is like a, it is like a hibernating mode. Muslim Brotherhood or Ikhwan, when you look the history of that, from 1928, they are very much accustomed to cycles of oppression. Many times government have oppressed them. They will go in hiding mode. Again they will come. So after 1967, we can see that there is a growth of pan-Islamism. Or there is a growth of, we can say, Islamic idea grows. Uh, 1967, the year 1967 was the turning point for the entire West Africa and West Asia and North Africa region. Because when you look exactly, Muslim Brotherhood originated from North Africa, from Egypt. Later, it expanded to, we can see, in Jordan, it is present as a political party. In Jordanian government tolerates it. In Syria, it exists as opposition. Opposition to the Ba'ath Party. So Muslim Brotherhood you can see also in Kuwait. So it have expanded across the region. And in, actually, it took armed resistance or armed terrorism, we can say sometime, against the regimes. Even in 1970 something, Syria conducted a brutal military campaign against Muslim Brotherhood. So here we must understand the nuance. Against Israel, the Arab bloc, there is seculars, there is the Arab nationalist, there is Muslim Brotherhood. Syria have conducted military campaigns against Muslim Brotherhood members. And there was a massacre called Hama massacre. So the thing is very nuanced. It is not like what we say, oh, it is Jewish-Arab problem. No. It is very nuanced. So anyway, after 1967, the pan-Arabism or Nasserism got a big jolt. And conservatism and all start to grow. And from there, you can observe one thing. Now, as Nasserism got defeated, now even Ba'ath Party came to power in both our Syria and Iraq. The other ironical thing is that so-called Arab unity parties there in Syria and Iraq, they were fighting each other. They had their own turf fights. Even Egypt and Syria tried a union in 1958. It was called United Arab Republic. It existed merely for 3 years. After that, they divorced. Because this unity, you can say, you can draw a map and say unity. In practically, it is not difficult. It is very difficult. So, in this way, Muslim Brotherhood grown. Then other thing, the critical thing I have to say is that, I have missed early, but I am telling now. After 1967 war, Israel's size expanded. Some sources say
Israel's size expanded. That means more and more settlements were coming into place.
Not directly settlement. Geographically, the region controlled by Israel increased.
Okay.
One of the big strip is the the Sinai Peninsula after 1967 was captured from Egypt.
Okay.
Point number one. The Golan Heights was captured from Syria. The West Bank and the Jerusalem was captured by from Jordan. So that time in 1967 war, Jordan lost the other part of Jerusalem also. So Jerusalem we have two parts, East Jerusalem and West Jerusalem. In 1948, Israel captured West Jerusalem. Jordan was controlling East Jerusalem. Up to 1967, Jordan was controlling East Jerusalem. After that, it lost that also. So when you look at Jerusalem, it have the most holiest site. The first holiest site of Judaism. I mean, it have the remnants of the Solomon's temple. Second holiest site of Christianity. It have that. The third holiest site of Islam, after Mecca and Medina, there is a mosque called Al-Aqsa.
Okay.
Masjid Al-Aqsa. This mosque is where believed to be Prophet did his journey to heaven in Burak. So it is very important for Muslims.
Where is this situated?
In Jerusalem.
In Jerusalem.
And unfortunately, this Al-Aqsa mosque is constructed in the place where Solomon's temple was there.
And that is important to
Both Jews and Muslims. So was it Muslims who destroyed Solomon's temple? No. There was not even, Christians were not stronger that time. Islam was actually 500 years or 600 years after. It was Romans who destroyed the Solomon's temple. But later, this region came under Christians and Muslims. And Masjid Al-Aqsa, that compound is there. So I am telling based on the opinion of the professor.
So earlier there was the temple. Okay.
Temple was there.
Then after that there was this mosque.
Temple was there in AD 70.
Okay.
It was destroyed. It was raised by Romans.
And on the relics of that.
On the relics of that comes the mosque in after 6th century or 7th century.
After
there
6th
is a
or
big
7th
gap,
century.
Big gap.
Okay.
There is a big gap actually.
But at that site only means
That's it
basically,
only.
yeah.
It is not that Arabs converted the Solomon's temple to mosque. No,
Okay, that was not
it was destroyed already.
So we have a debate in India that there are temples and there are mosques, and if you go on like in what is happening in Banaras now, Gyan Vapi Masjid, and there are relics of temples you can find inside it. Same is with Ram Mandir
Yeah.
in Ayodhya. So it was not that some temple was destroyed and at the same time, just after destruction of that temple, a mosque was made. It was not like this.
It was not like that actually.
Okay, there was a huge gap
It
of
was a
6,
huge
7 centuries.
Century gap was there.
Yeah.
Later only, I mean, Islam originated only in 632. I mean, after 600, 8600. Then only in 637, this region came under the physical control of Garips. So this temple was destroyed in 70. That time Jews were thrown out of the region.
They were exiled.
So this is the basic conflict. Because now there are many Jews, many extremist Jews, who want to renovate the Solomon's temple, Temple of Solomon. So fine, you create Temple of Solomon. We want to create there itself. But if you want to create the temple there, you want to demolish Masjid al-Aqsa. It is like calling a war against 2 billion Muslims. So the current debate about that place is that for 3 religions it is important. I suggest every viewers to look the map of Jerusalem. When you look the map of Jerusalem, it is roughly a rectangle, roughly a square. In that, Christian site is on the if I look like this, it is on the left side. Christian quarter and Armenian quarter. There is no dispute about that. There is a Christian quarter. There are some Christian churches. There is no dispute on that. But on the other side, in the right side of that, Muslim quarter and Jewish quarter, their claims are actually lying in between. Especially the Jewish claim over the destroyed second temple of Solomon. On the top side of that, this Masjid al-Aqsa, and it is created. So it is I am repeating the saying, it was not destroyed by Arabs, but still that place, or that is when you speak the real estate of theology. Real estate of theology, that is the one big controversial point.
Okay.
And the big dispute is between one section of Jews who want to create the temple, and Muslims. The argument of Muslims is that the compound is for Muslims only.
Compounds for Muslims.
So some section of Jewish politicians are raising, we must have shared sovereignty.
Okay.
Religions must share it. That's why some section of Jews come to pray there.
In front of the wall. In front of the wall.
What? So this Masjid al-Aqsa was under the Jordanian control up to 67. After 67, the control of the region is under Israel.
Okay.
But as Israel and Jordan have an underground relation, I mean they have an understanding, the Waqf property is managed by Jordan monarchy.
Okay.
Even after the Israeli occupation of the city, the property is managed by Jordan.
Okay. So the property is in Israel, but managed by the Waqf board of Jordan,
in which the Jordanian king, the current Hussein, is a member.
Okay.
So it's a working
And
relation.
Israel have no problem with this.
Israel have no problem with Hussein's control, but certain section of Israeli Jews, especially conservative Jews,
The hardliners,
they want now the thing to be shared.
Okay.
The Masjid al-Aqsa to be shared. I mean that compound to be shared. The it's called Haram al-Sharif.
So for a better understanding, for example, there's a mosque, which is very important and holy to Muslims.
It's not about mosque, it's about a surrounding also. It's called Haram
Surrounding
al-Sharif.
the whole compound. That is controlled by the Waqf board of Jordan. Inside that, only the Solomon temple wall exists. Inside that compound.
Wall is I think outside, but inside that, under that, there is actually the remnants of the old temple.
Okay, that is the reason the Jewish hardliners are asking
want the
for the
temple there itself.
Yes.
To construct that, you have to demolish the
Mosque.
But
Okay.
any attack on mosque, I'm telling,
Yeah,
this is a
would
history. It will unite the 2 billion Muslims.
Muslims all together.
And it is actually diplomatic disaster for Israel itself.
Yes.
So this is the main contention of Jerusalem. It is between actually Jewish and Muslims.
And if you see now, Israel is doing bilateral relations with Saudi also and other Arab states also. So it doesn't seem to be a religious war anymore, but they are against Palestine and Hamas, especially not against Palestinians, but against Hamas, which is a terrorist group. Those people are Arabs, but the rest of the Arab countries, such as Saudi, doesn't have a problem. Egypt doesn't have a problem with Israel because they are doing bilateral talks and peace talks and other kind of transactions. What do you say about it?
Actually, we will come into that. I mean, it is on coming discussion. So what I'm saying, this is the basic religious dispute about a site.
Okay.
So when we speak about after 67 war, again, I saw Israel is expanding. So then other wave of refugees were created. So who is absorbing these refugees? These Arab states. Jordan received many refugees. When you look at the per capita number of refugees, Jordan is one of the country which hosts highest per capita number of refugees. 7% of Jordanian population is refugees. Palestinian refugees.
And they are giving them equal rights.
Jordan is the only country which gives equal rights. Here, rhetoric and reality matters. Every country will say we have Arab unity and all. I'm asking, how many refugees will, tell, even Qatar won't, Al Jazeera is owned by Qatar. Qatar won't be ready to take. Even in Syria and other place, you don't get equality.
And this equality which is given by Jordan. So this refugee population is from many countries or only coming from Palestine?
The Palestine region only.
Okay.
Inside Jordan society, there is a big number of people or a big percentage of population whose ancestry is from Palestine.
Okay.
Even the Jordan queen, Rania, she is a Palestinian.
Okay.
In Jordan, when you look, the businesses, etc. is very much dominated by Palestinians. While the government service and military is dominated by Jordanians. There is something called East Bank, West Bank divide there, inside Jordan.
Okay.
East Bank means the proper Jordanians. West Bank means the Arabs who came later.
Okay.
So after 1967 war, you can see many refugees went to this place. Syria, Jordan, and all. Some Arabs remained there. But this region where Arabs are there, they are treated as second-class citizens. Here is a problem. At the end of the day, Israel is occupation force. So Arab face discrimination. This is a big problem. So Israeli settlements were coming. When settlements were coming, the other people's home will be demolished. Their orchards will be captured. So this is a big problem because more Arabs, as Israel expand, it is taking more Arabs into the population. I'm telling one thing. It's a big simple example to say. Imagine India have a Akhand Bharat. Then can it be Hindu Rashtra?
That can't be.
No, because it will have Muslim population from Pakistan, Afghanistan also, and Bangladesh also. It is that type of scenario. As they expand from the Sinai to Golan, they have a huge Arab population.
Okay.
Some Arab population, very few, what we tell, they volunteer to take their citizenship and all. But others, no. So Israel give them residency permit. Thing is that refugee issue is a big issue. So they are discriminated. So when you look, Israel is establishing more and more settlements. Settlements is a big problem till now. As Israel established more settlements, whether in West Bank, Palestinians' homes are demolished. That's a big human rights issue. Imagine you are seeing your home get demolished, your father getting brutalized. There is no wonder tomorrow you are a suicide bomber, of course. And when you add the flavor of religion also, and of course distorted view of the religion, which is promoted by certain mullahs with certain vested interest. So this refugee issue, man, is a big problem there. Israeli occupation. So Israel expands. That time Israel is in a big cheering mood because they want a big war. After that time, Israel-America relation deepened.
And what was the reason for that?
Because America view Israel as a very valuable ally. Israel earned the respect. We defeated this much nations, 3-4 nations in 6 days.
But what is the vested interest of America? What America is going to gain from Israel?
America, what is gaining? Because Russia is reaching out to Arab countries.
Okay.
Syria, Egypt. So enemy of my enemy is my friend. So for America, Israel is a big client, we can say client or big friend in the region. Israel is also near Suez Canal and also. Israel is a good friend. So America-Israel relation got deepened after that. This can be also explained by the demography. Current Israeli population is I remember it is 84 lakh. In this 72 lakhs are Jews. Then some Arabs are there, some minority Christians and other religion is called Druze is there. So Israel is a Jewish majority country. That's the reality. After Israel, many Jews are there in America.
Okay.
So Jews are very affluent section in America. Jews
The
are
rich one.
Rich one. Jews are a strong lobby there. They have political lobbies called IPAC, America Israel Public Affairs Committee, Anti-Defamation League, ADL. So in America, lobbying matters. Now we have something called Samosa Caucus.
Okay.
That means Indian lobby. Indian lobby is very, what we tell? Minute compared to Israel lobby. Israeli lobby have a huge influence in America. And inside America, there are a section of Christians called evangelical Christians.
Okay.
Evangelical Christians are big Zionists. When you speak about the term Zionist, Zionist is a person who believes that Jews have a right to come to the so-called Holy Land and establish their country. So in that process, the local Arabs are marginalized. That is a big issue. You need not be a Jew to be a Zionist. There are Christian Zionists, certain section of Christians, especially evangelical Christians, who believe that establishment of Israel is necessary for Jesus to come again.
Okay.
It's a matter of faith then. Then every Jew is not a Zionist.
Jesus has to do with Jews.
This is actually one of the what we tell irony. And here comes belief will come as a stupidity. I will tell stupidity because nothing is proved. I am a believer, but I can't say.
What is the basis of this thinking that for establishment of a Jewish state and Jewish land in Jerusalem is important for Jesus to come back?
It is actually in some section of Christians. As I'm saying, every religion have a belief in the end of the world. I'm first telling Hindu view so that the majority of viewers can get it. We have something called Kali Yuga. Treta Yuga, Dwapara Yuga, Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga, everything is bad. I think 75% of people is bad. Who will come? Kalki will come to establish the order. So every religion have a belief in some apocalyptics. Something will come.
At the end of the day, end of life, what is going to happen?
Evil will increase and then the savior will come. Kalki will come. Vishnu's 10th avatar. I'm not equalizing, but I'm telling so the majority of the audience can understand it. In Christianity, certain section have a belief Jesus will come in the end of the world. And certain section of evangelical Christians believe that for Jesus to come, Israel must be established. Israel must be established for that.
So Jesus is going to come in Israel?
They believe that the establishment of Israel is prerequisite for the second arrival of Jesus Christ.
Okay.
In other section, in Muslims have a belief. There is another. There is something called Imam Mahdi.
Does Muslims doesn't have any of these view like Ibrahim may come back, a prophet may come back?
We are coming into that. As per Muslims, Imam Mahdi will come. Imam Mahdi means in the end period. It is called Qiyamah period, like our Kali Yuga. World is full of corruption, oppression, every problem. Imam Mahdi will come, and as per various interpretation. First of all, I am not a theologist. Even if I am a Christian, I can't even speak about Christianity very authoritatively, as I don't know much. In Islam, as far from my speeches and all I got is that Imam Mahdi will come and there will be a war with Jews. Some Muslims believe that. There will be apocalyptic war with Jews. So, both this evangelical section and some section of Muslims believe in this end period belief. So, here belief get too much intertwined with politics. Many you can see in Israel, many evangelical Christians from Western countries come to there. They believe that world is coming to end. Similarly, you can see many videos in which Muslim preachers are saying, world is coming to end, Imam Mahdi is going to come. So it is more about religion. And when you speak about religion more, it is basically about it is not so rational. So this religious beliefs also matter.
Okay.
So this is the religious basis. Anyway, so this is happening. So after 1967, America and Israel become very close. When you look at America, Israel is the for the country. For the country Israel, America have used the maximum number of vetoes in UN Security Council.
Yes.
Maximum number of vetoes America have used for Israel. Whatever technology America develops in their country, they will share with Israel. America always ensure that Israel have a qualitative edge in the military. America will ensure that. There are many people in America, Jews, who in America there is a belief. You can be both the American patriot and Israeli patriot.
Okay.
We can say in term double loyalty. It is very controversial term, but say, even Blinken said one thing last day. I am a Jew first, then I am an American. So in America, Jews are in very big positions. They have much influence there.
So is it only because of the lobby or also because America wants to counter Russia in the Arab world?
It's both.
It's both.
One is the American domestic constituency. Evangelical Christians, Jewish influence, both are very strong. In other sense, geopolitically, Israel is a big ally of America. From 60s, you can see, 67. So Israel, America is very close. Do you know, during 1973 war, I believe, have any nation go unpunished when they attacked the American ship and killed American sailors?
No.
Accidentally, Israel killed American sailors during 1973 war, I assume. They killed I think it was USS Liberty, but there was no such action because it is valuable ally. Even in the current conflict, the American, one of the largest aircraft carrier in the world, USS Gerald Ford, came in the Mediterranean. It is a political signal from America that Israel have our back. It is an ironclad relationship between Israel and America. So after 1970s, we can say Israel and America are more deep. Whether it is by lobbying. In America, every politician wants this support, political support. So Jews are a big constituency there. So you can't take so much anti-Jewish decision there or anti-Israeli decision there. Let me be more precise. So Jewish lobby is very strong. In America, it's very strong. So America and Israel got very much close. And after 1970, you can see Nasser passed away. So one of the Arab nationalists who said that who will put Israel into Mediterranean, he became a memory. After 1970, you can see Egypt got a big change. Egypt, a new president came called Anwar Sadat. He was more a believer president. He accommodated Muslim Brotherhood actually. And the next context is that the next war is that 1973 war. It is the third war. Fourth war. 48, 56 Suez war, 1967 June war, 1973. It is called Yom Kippur war. Okay. Yom Kippur is a religious festival of Jews. Or it is also called Ramadan war or Ramzan war. It was coinciding with Ramzan. This time Israel was actually unprepared. Just 50 years ago, now we saw this Operation Al-Aqsa Flood or Operation Sword. 50 years ago, Israel was very confident that time. Oh, nothing will happen. We are so much invincible. Nothing will happen here. That time, both Egypt and Syria coordinated. Egypt was under Anwar Sadat. Syria was under, I remember, Hafez Assad. Current ruler's father. Syria was also having Baath Party. They planned a war and they planned to retake the territory. For Egypt, they want the Sinai. Syria want the Golan. They started an immediate war. Israel was wounded actually. Initially, Israel lost. Only after 2-3 weeks, Israel regained its strength. And that time, America also increased the support. Later, Israel turned that war into success. But still, Egypt got some gains because it got some pride. Because they defeated Israel. Because you look, the psychology of the Egyptian nation in 67, they were a vanquished people.
Yes.
But in 73 it turned. So for you look, the Egyptian military is ruling Egypt. For them 73 war is something very proud. And Anwar Sadat took part in that war. It gave them a sense of respect. So the Yom Kippur Ramadan war was finished. Still Israel won. But that time, Western countries supported Israel. That time, Arab countries took a decision. They told that you Western countries are supporting Israel. You are not looking into Palestinian cause. Now, we will increase the oil price.
Okay.
There, the oil price get increased by 4 times. You can see the oil price hike happened that time. And one author analyzed that it was one of the biggest wealth transfer in the history of the world. Because you look every Indian home. Some of their expenditure is LPG, petrol or diesel.
Yes.
When you look a village, when you look a district, when you look a country, look how much foreign exchange we are spending for importing LPG, LNG, petroleum. Look every country. So that war actually increased the current account deficit of many countries. Many countries faced economic crisis due to this. This money is going to Arab countries. Especially for GCC countries, it comes as a bonanza. Because their wealth increased suddenly.
Yes.
So this oil crisis was a big moment. Even countries like Saudi used it geopolitically. Because for them, rather than Palestine, their coffers are filling. So they used it for their own purpose. So you can see, Arab countries sometimes, their rhetoric matters. Even in case of refugee, sometimes they won't show that brotherhood. So that time anyway, in name of punishing Israel, there's a pragmatic move so that their own economy gets strengthened. So this war ended with Israel's success. But still Egyptian morale was high because they show that Israelis are not so invincible. Then the regional things changed. Iraq asked now Baath Party. Saddam Hussein was rising. Now Nasser is not there. So now Nasser is not the enemy. Now Israel have a new enemy. It is Saddam Hussein. Iraq under Saddam Hussein and Syria under Hafez al-Assad. Now, when you look the history of Israel,
the father of Bashar al-Assad.
Anytime they will have one enemy. First it was Nasser, then this Hafez al-Assad, Saddam Hussein, now Iranian mullahs.
Yes.
Anytime somebody will be there. You understand? Up to 1979, Israel was having very positive relation with Iran. Iran was under monarchy that time. From 1953 to 79, Iran was under monarchy. The monarchy was very much pro-Israel.
It was pro-American also.
Pro-American also?
Yes.
Actually, America's one of the greatest friends in the region was Saudi and Iran. It was called two-pillar policy. These were the two pillars of America in the region. And Israel and Iran, it will be very difficult to believe this time. That time they had, I think it was called Operation Seychelles something. They were jointly developing weapons. Israel and Iran, that time they were close allies. So the 73 war happened. Then the Arab world, now still there are problems. Then during 70s it was the, as you said, the Munich operation happened.
Yes.
The Palestinian group, they assassinated many Israeli threats. But you look one thing, terrorism is a state policy. Sometimes it can be a state policy. One of the KGB chiefs have said, in the current world where nuclear weapons have made war irrelevant, terrorism must be our weapon. Sorry that I can't quote who was that. Anyway, I'm sure one KGB head says this statement. That time Palestinians were turning into terrorism. Terrorism means they were hijacking. They were killing many other Jews. Many civilians were getting killed this time. There were many instances where a quadriplegic Jew was killed because of he's a Jew. So that time this Munich happened. And Munich actually raised the consciousness of Israeli society. Mossad, as I said, they planned, they did it. They assassinated the conspirators later. They go behind you. They will come behind you. They will hunt you for sure.
Yes.
They have done. So this Palestinian movement actually, that time Palestinian movement when you speak, it was led by an organization called PLO. Palestine Liberation Organization.
Yeah.
It was led by Yasser Arafat. PLO was, when you look, PLO was more secular. When you look, Palestinian liberation movements were of different type.
Yasser Arafat is the same person who has good relation with Indira Gandhi in India.
Exactly.
Yeah.
When we speak about Yasser Arafat was a close friend of Indira Gandhi. In one speech, Indira Gandhi compared Zionism with racism. She explicitly, that time we had a good relation with Palestine. We didn't openly recognize Israel. When we speak about India's relation, in 1950 we started somewhat covered. Only in 1993 we start publicizing it.
Okay.
Israel had, as far as I remember, a consulate in Bombay that time. It was unofficial. Even Yasser Arafat said one thing. He said that when our Arab comrades were not helping us, India helped us.
This is what Yasser Arafat said. But at the same time, during 62 war, during 65 war, we bought weapons and ammunitions from Israel. They helped us a lot.
Of course. The thing is that 62, we can say Nehru. Nehru was up to 63. Nehru, as I tell, Nehru was a good man. I'm telling, Nehru is now much debated. I will tell he was a very good person. But the thing is that he was in a very bad neighborhood. He was a good person at a bad time. When we have Nehru, China have Mao. And Pakistan have Ayub Khan. You know how geopolitically cunning Mao is.
Yes.
You know how Ayub Khan is. In politics, you won't survive if you are a dove, you won't survive. You have to be cunning. Or you have to be Kaudilya. Else it is matter of survival. So Nehru was more of idealist. Nehru even said in 62, oh, you bring your weapon but don't keep your flag. Imagine the level of idealism. This is not, in hindsight, I'm not blaming Nehru, but it's not a little bit idealist. In one side, it was practical because that time Israel was not this much strong. Now Israel is a startup nation. Israel have many patents, super weapons, a vibrant economy. That time Israel was very small, very weak state. Weak, I mean, it was very fragile state. I mean, any time threatened. That time in UN, what matters? So Arab countries have at least 10 to 20 votes. So Nehru's decision was whether one Israeli vote or 20 Arab vote. That's why he took a decision to align with Arabs. Other thing, Indian establishment very carefully took that. They always took care that the Palestine issue must not get compared with Kashmir issue.
Okay.
This was one of our biggest concern. It must not get equated with Palestine. I mean, with this Kashmir issue. Even we were having certain allies in Arab countries like Saddam Hussein, who supported India's stand on Kashmir.
Okay.
Still, you look.
So this was one of the reason why India never was against Palestine and was always supporting it, because if somebody comes up tomorrow and equates Kashmir issue with Palestine issue, there will be a problem.
Pakistan every time tried to compare that, even though two are different cases. Two are like apple and orange. So it can be compared easily. Pakistan always compared that. I mean, Pakistan's foreign policy was always like Islam based. They're trying to be. So Pakistan projected that both Palestine and Kashmir are Islamic land. Now they are occupied by infidel forces. This is their narrative.
Okay.
Reality and rhetoric is different. So what India was trying to be that, because Arab countries are there, we want to build friendship with them. So we were trying more to be aligned with Arab countries. And for India that time, until now also, if any Muslim country is supporting India in Kashmir issue, it is one of the, what I will say, holy grail which India wishes. Kashmir is a very sensitive issue for every Indian.
Yes.
Whether it is a small country like Maldives or a superpower like America. If you comment on Kashmir, it is our red line. We won't tolerate it. We won't tolerate it.
Yes.
Whether you look Congress or BJP, no. This is our red line. No. Kashmir is a very critical issue. You don't lecture on us. So that time Saddam supported India in Kashmir issue. So India was trying to, trying to link with Arab world. And Israel's at that time, Israel's economy is not that much strong. 70s only Israel started developing its innovation. So that time we were having some more ambiguous policy. And we enjoyed a good relation with PLO. So PLO arose. Then when you look PLO, Palestine Liberation Organization, this consists of refugee Palestinians. Even Yasser Arafat's, I think, family land was taken when Nakba happened. So you know, when you are a refugee, you are desperate. It is natural. So they will fight. First PLO was located in Jordan. In Jordan, they began to develop as a state within a state. State within a state means they started challenging the authority of Jordan monarch.
Okay.
There were certain Palestinian groups like Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Its leader was a Christian. His name was George Habash. Christian Arab. So Christian Arabs also fought against Israel. It is not a religious issue. Actually, religion is a factor, but there are another nuance also. Even there are Jews who oppose the expansion of Israel. There are many Jews, and you can observe. There are many Jews who support establishment of a Palestinian state. Even conservative Jews, they don't support Israel.
Why this distinction? Why do they support the hardliners? Leave the hardliners, but why some of the Jews are not supporting the establishment of Israel?
Because these are extreme Jews. I mean, what I'm saying, some Jews out of humanitarian consideration, they support both states. I mean, both states must come. In 1967, there was a UN resolution called 242. It calls for, that resolution you can observe. it doesn't mention the name of any state. It mentioned that every state must respect others' territorial integrity and right to existence. It is a very vague UN resolution. 242. Right to existence means Arab countries have to recognize Israel. Right to existence means they must not be demolished. I mean, they must not be destroyed.
Yes.
Territorial integrity can be reinterpreted that Israel must give back the Golan and Sinai. So UN resolutions, you look, it is very ambiguously made. Very ambiguously made. So resolution 242, which came in 67, it was the first resolution which actually, in a very implicit mode, calls for de facto recognition of Israel. But Arab world, what they did was, after 1967, they met in Khartoum in Sudan. They said 3 no. No recognition, no relation, no peace. 3 no. They say very hardline stand. No to Israel. 3 no's in Khartoum. But as I have said, certain Jews, I told, after humanitarian consideration, they support the establishment of both Israel and Palestine. Many Jews are there, many Jews. Even many Holocaust survivors stood with the plight of Palestinian people. It is humanity. Certain section of religious Jews oppose Israel because they see Israel as not religious. It is a secular creation. When you look Israel, the initial Zionist leaders were very secular.
Yes.
I am comparing this. David Ben-Gurion was like Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Muhammad Ali Jinnah was, he is known as the father of Pakistan. But many will be knowing, he was a pork eating. He was a whiskey sipping Muslim. Well, Muslims won't recognize him as Muslim. He was very secular in his personal life. Similarly, this Theodore Herschel, he was not so observant Jew. David Ben-Gurion was not so religious Jew. So when we tell Israel and Jew, it is very ambiguous.
This David is the same person who in legends have defeated one of the Palestinian giant.
Philistinian giant, Goliath.
Yes, and cut his head, and several photos we can see David holding that head, and it has been advertised that way. Is David the same
As
person?
you ask, no, not that. That David is a historical prophet.
Okay.
I am telling about modern leader David Ben-Gurion.
Ben-Gurion.
Was the initial leader of Israel.
Okay.
David
That's
is a very important name. It's like Ram. Many Indians have surname Ram.
Yes.
Or Krishna. Like that, David is an important prophet for them.
Okay.
But this is David Ben-Gurion.
This is another later. Okay.
So I'm telling this Israel-Palestine. So this is issue. So we were discussing about. So after 73 war, this thing happened. Then when you look after 1979 is a critical year for the region. Critical year. Because Israel, still they survive. They are surviving. Nasser is dead. 3 things happened in 1979 in the West Asia region, which defined the world now. One is Islamic Revolution in Iran, which toppled the socially progressive, but politically, corrupt and suppressive Pahlavi dynasty. Because politically that regime was very corrupt and common people were not benefiting. In 1979, this Mecca siege happened in Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, one person told himself that I have seen Mahdi. Saudi Arabia was developing actually with oil money. So as oil money came, people's life improved. Television came, radio came, people start mixing each other, schools came, mall came. Certain hardliners feel that, people are mixing. Woman and man are mixing. These are un-Islamic. So a person, his name was Ottaibi. He told, I am the Mahdi. The Saudi is fake Muslim. I am the real Muslim. Then he actually captured some parts of Mecca. It was a big issue. After that, Saudi started being more conservative to show that I am Qatar Muslim. It's about the fight for legitimacy. Like we say Qatar Hindu, I am Qatar Muslim. Like I'm using the word Qatar because it is a North Indian term. When they start to become more conservative, they start imposing the hijab and all very strictly. What hijab is abaya. So my aunt was there in Saudi, I'm telling. When her niqab was loosed, she got a beating.
Okay.
My aunt was there 30 years ago. That time after 1980, you can observe. Due to the Mecca siege, Saudi was so feared that Saudi rulers become more conservative. To show that we are real conservative Muslims.
And this siege happened under the leadership of Saudi family or
Saudi family was ruling Saudi.
Yeah.
A random person.
A
His name
random
was
person
Qutb.
came up, and Saudi family is a very powerful family.
Powerful
They
family.
hold, and they could not do anything in this regard.
Actually, Saudi is politically they are very rich. I mean, politically they are. I mean, they are unchallenged as of now. Economically they are rich. But regarding when you look the security of Saudi, they were actually under American umbrella. You can see in 1990s, King Fahd, when Saddam Hussein attacked Kuwait, he asked actually to America protect us. So Saudi have a long-standing relation with America. I mean the Western Alliance.
Yes.
So they feel threatened that 1979 this Mecca siege happened because conservatives were rescued. So they must pacify the conservatives. To pacify the conservatives, you must show that you are conservative. So the gender mixing were banned. Many conservatives came. So first thing was Iranian Islamic Revolution. Second thing was this Saudi issue. Third thing was Soviet invasion of Afghanistan. Afghanistan, there was a political issue. Soviet Union came. It was a de facto invasion. America's other fear is that Russia is very strong. Russia was very strong that time, very superior. Russia was under Brezhnev, I remember. If Russia is controlling Afghanistan by domino effect, what if tomorrow if they control Pakistan? What if then if they control India? Then Russian boots Russian soldiers will wash their boots in Arabian water.
Yes.
America's fear was, oh, Russia is expanding then to the current Indo-Pacific. It may come. It is a fear. So we must counter them. That's where America started helping the Afghan Mujahideen. It was with, the support of Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia. Yes.
And you can see a wonderful thing there. Russia invasion of Afghanistan. I'm mentioning this is not out of topic. That time, Israel and Russia have a very bad relation. You must look the nuances. Every time Israel when defeat Arabs, they will capture Arab arms. Many of the Arab arms are supplied by Soviet Union.
Soviet Union, yes.
So they captured many arms from this PLR. When you look the Mujahideen, that time it was Afghan Mujahideen, not Taliban per se. Mujahideen was receiving economic aid from Saudi Arabia, from America. America invited Afghan leaders in their Oval Office and said they are soldiers for freedom. The Bin Laden family,
Yes.
Bin Laden was active there. Then that time, one of the country which supported weapons to Mujahideen was Israel.
Okay.
You look the nuance because Israel was supplying that weapons. Even China was supplying Mujahideen that time. China was supporting because China and Russia have issue. So geopolitics is very nuanced.
And this was all against Russia,
To counter Russia.
to counter Russia in Afghanistan.
And of course, it was a big trap for Russia because almost by 1 decade, Russia lost 15,000 soldiers. That means per year, 1,500 soldiers.
Russia in every war has lost soldiers. So many human lives. In First World War, maximum soldiers. Second World War, maximum people died from
10%
Russia.
of the population in second, 10% of the population. I think every guy who who was born in 1922 and 23, that generation khatam.
Yes.
Still that gender imbalance on Russia. In Afghanistan, there is another track.
Yes.
So many of these Arab countries were involved in Afghanistan. So they were called Afghan Arabs.
Afghan Arabs.
From Algeria, from Egypt, from Morocco, from Libya, from Jordan. That time, the Jihad became a global enterprise. This is a place where it became a big political tool. America actually funded the propaganda, saying the book. There is a speech of Brzezinski, American, I think NSA. You can watch this in YouTube. He's saying to Mujahideen, hey, look the border. There is your home. Their mosque. Go there. So this called free world, so-called free world West, were arming this Mujahideen. And many Arab countries were also involved, including Saudi. Why I am saying this? I am not taking the discussion away to Central Asia. After Russia withdrew, 1989, these guys were battle hardened. They were called Afghan Arabs. Many Arabs from Morocco, Algeria went there. Then they returned to their home. And one of the person who returned was Osama-Bin-Laden.
Okay.
Then they started turning against the government. Al-Qaeda, the Arab meaning of the term Al-Qaeda is the base.
Okay.
It was a company name of Bin Laden. Then this terrorism started challenging the Muslim countries itself.
It was a company name of Bin Laden.
Actually, it was actually Bin Laden was an entrepreneur.
And
He was a
what
civil
kind
engineer.
of business he used
He
to
was
do?
a civil engineer. He was a banker. I'm not a fan of Bin Laden. He is a big criminal. He is a big, what we tell, nothing to
Terrorist,
justify.
yes.
Him.
But
for
still knowing about
his
him,
fronts.
he was in construction business also.
Actually, when you look the Bin Laden's life, Bin Laden was born as a scion of a big family. Bin Laden family is a big family. They are a conglomerate. They have many business. So his mother was a Syrian. His childhood was very traumatic. So he was born. He was very religious student from his childhood. So he managed a good business, construction business. He was a civil engineer. So he was a big entrepreneur. He was very rich. During Afghan Jihad, he was so much inspired, he came to Afghanistan. His hiding was Tora Bora mountains.
Yes.
He hid there. He was one of the successful jihadi veteran there. With his bare hand, he have killed Russian generals. He used to boast that. So after the destruction of Soviet Union, this is also I am telling, other than geopolitics, psychology matters. A ragtag militia called Mujahideen or the global jihadis came there. They have a feeling that we defeated a world power. How this can happen? This is intervention of Allah.
Okay.
This is where psychology matters. They believe that divine help happened and we are conquered to win. So this is the mindset of the modern jihadi enterprise. They believe that we defeated
Because of the help of divine
help. We defeated America. This is what we are feared. When something after Afghanistan, Islamists in Kashmir will create. Then we can defeat India. This is the psychology. Things are different. I'm saying, so this happens. And this thing came to haunt every Arab country. In future, you can see this terror elements will haunt the life of Anwar Sadat. And I think Hosni Mubarak also. Across the world, the region you can see. Algeria was not supporting Mujahideen, but they face Islamist issue. Libya, Gaddafi failed many opponents in Islamist. In Jordan also, they returned. So this spirit, I told, Iran, the big change happened. Iran was one of the front of Israel. Here you must look the Israeli foreign policy. When you look the Israeli foreign policy, Israel was situated in Levant. Levant means in side of Syria, Palestine, Jordan, Egypt, then these countries. Then beyond that, you can see Iraq. So for Israel is situated in the core. And in the core, you have complete enemies. Whether Egypt was enemy that time,
yes,
Syria was enemy. So outside the core, there is periphery. Turkey, Iran. So Israel have a philosophy from 1950s called doctrine of the periphery or alliance of the periphery.
Okay.
For Israel, you look Turkey. Turkey is Muslim but not Arab.
Yes.
Iran is
secular.
Muslim. Iran is Muslim but not Arab. So as per Israeli, this thing, what is called doctrine of the periphery, they cultivated good relation with regime of Turkey. Turkey was the first Muslim country to recognize Israel. I remember it is in 48. Iran was having a very good relation with Israel. Similarly, within Arab countries, Israel cultivated tie with non-Arabs, like Maronite Christians in Lebanon. They were good friends with Israel. Kurds in Iraq. You can see Israel shared a good relation with Kurds in Iraq. So they shared who all are enemy of Arabs. They are our friends. That's called doctrine of the periphery. Turkey, Iran. Then you can see Maronite Christians in Lebanon. Then this Kurds in Iraq. And you can also see a small Israeli intervention was there in Sudan. Israel supporting black Christian rebels in Sudan. Sudan have two parts. Northern Arabic part and southern Christian animist part. Israel also supported actually decolonization of Sudan. Decolonization of South Sudan. Israel was supporting the rebel movement in South Sudan. It was actually a success. In 2011, they achieved independence. In 1979, a big change happened. For Israel, the biggest enemy is coming. It is Iran.
Okay.
Iran under mullahs are actually very much anti-Israel. One of their main...
And this was a very sudden change, no?
Sudden change.
Sudden change. In 1979, there was one regime which was thrown away. American people have to,
Escape
push,
and
yes,
take
push
the-
themselves out and escape, and
Take
they
their
have that movie Argo.
hostages.
and soon after that, the whole anti-Semitic emotion got built, anti-Israel emotion got built. It was very sudden.
In Iran, the loss of Iran as ally was a big loss. Because the entire concept of doctrine of the periphery was based on we will have friendship with non-Arabs or non-Muslims. Iran was the biggest ally because they were having good trade. They were selling oil, weapons, etc. Iran turned anti-Israel. And you can see the manifestation in Lebanon. Because in 1980s, there were some issue in Lebanon. I've told you, once this PLO was based on Jordan, they challenged the Jordan king. Then Jordan king suppressed them. Jordan have killed more Palestinians than Israel.
Okay.
It's operation called Operation Black September.
Jordanians who have the one of the biggest refugee population of Palestinians and gives equal rights have killed more Palestinians than Israelis.
Of course, because Palestinians in Jordan were challenging. One of the big mistake I can say Palestinian refugees are doing, in any region they reach, they involved in politics and they got enmity from the people. First example is Jordan. They challenge that if you are, imagine, I am going as a refugee. You must at least don't question the host. You must live, you must live there. Many actually Palestinians were challenging Jordan in monarchy. So in 1970s, they have an operation called Operation Black September, in which our neighbor, Pakistan's leader, Zia-ul Haq, played a role. I don't know whether it is military role or other role. In that, almost 20,000 or 30,000 Palestinians were killed.
Okay.
And many refugees were pushed to Lebanon. Here comes the other issue. Then the PLO's base was changed to Beirut and Lebanon. Lebanon was already facing issue because I told it is a Christian majority country. The ruling was based on Christians were dominating the politics. Now a huge influx of Palestinian Muslims is coming. So Lebanon was having its own civil war. Then that time PLO was using Lebanon as a base. When you look the map, you can understand. Lebanon is in the north of Israel.
Okay.
So PLO was using Lebanon as a base to attack Israel. So Israel was fearing that PLO will use as a base. That time there was assassination attempt on Israeli diplomat, I think in London, by a person who was from an organization called Abu Nidal organization. Take notice, it is not related with PLO. But Israel used it as an opportunity. Oh, our diplomat is getting harmed. We can use this opportunity to destroy the PLO base in Beirut, in Lebanon. So now, in 1982, you can see Israel invaded Lebanon.
Israel invaded Lebanon.
And Lebanon is very complicated demography. One, you have Christians, Maronite Christians, Greek Christians, Orthodox Christians, some section of Armenian Christians, Sunni Muslims, Shia Muslims.
Okay.
Shia Muslims in Lebanon were very poor people. Very poor, very marginalized. They were have a political movement called Amal movement. It was not so anti-Israel. It was actually to better the condition of Shias. So when Israel came to Lebanon, actually many Shia Muslims were welcoming Israel.
Okay. So then now you will free us from the oppressors.
I mean, they were welcoming. In a book I read that they were welcoming Israeli troops with flag and rice. It's a condition. That time, it is 82. 79, Islamic Revolution came in Iran. They started helping, then Israel did atrocities. You can see Israel was allying with Lebanese Christian militia called Phalangist. I'm saying both of them did atrocities. One side, this Christian militia massacred many Muslims. It's called Shabbat Shatila massacre. It's a very brutal massacre. Similarly, PLO also massacred many Christians. But that is not much discussed actually. I'm telling you, the discussion is very skewed actually. You can also see PLO also massacred many Christians. So it became a Christian-Muslim war or a left-right war, big war. That time Iran started strengthening Hezbollah. Allah means Hizb Allah, party of God.
Okay.
So that time, Iranian ambassador, I don't remember his name. Iran sent this ambassador.
And Hezbollah is stationed
He's
or
from there.
originated from
South Lebanon.
south of Lebanon,
South of Lebanon.
which is to the north of Israel.
Yeah.
And where the West Bank and other things
Not
are.
West Bank, it is north of Israel.
North of Israel. West
of
Bank on the western
West Bank
side.
is on the west side.
Western side. Okay.
West Bank is on the eastern side of Israel.
Eastern side of Israel.
Israel,
And
you look,
it's
it's
the
eastern.
West Bank because it's the west side of
Bank.
Bank.
The Jordan. Eastern Bank is with Jordan.
Jordan. Yeah.
West Bank, Israel captured after 67.
Okay.
So, as the Israeli occupation lengthened in Lebanon, as far I remember, they got disengaged after 1-2 decades only. There were much atrocities. So, the Shia population who were very poor, who were even stage of welcoming Israel, turned anti-Israel.
Okay.
Iran's help Hezbollah. Hezbollah, when you look, I'm telling, when you look the militant groups in world, it is the one of the sophisticated militant groups. So near 19, when we speak about 1979 and 80 to 1982, we can see different things. First thing is that once Egypt under Gamal Abdel Nasser was one of the main opponent of Israel. As a Nasser himself said that, I will capture Palestine even though it is filled in blood. In 1979, Egypt under new president Anwar Sadat normalized the relation with Israel. That is a big change in the region. Because for the first time, an Arab country is normalizing with Israel. I mean, it is almost now, I will say 45 years something ago. It was unthinkable. And it was mediated by America, United States of America.
Okay.
While once Egypt was a staunch ally of Russia or Soviet Union, under Anwar Sadat, Egypt was changing its orientation. Now, under Anwar Sadat, Egypt's foreign policy itself changed. Because you can see that continuity right now. Once Egypt was a staunch ally of Soviet Union, Egypt expelled every Soviet military advisors. And it was Anwar Sadat who actually started the economic liberalization of Egypt. It was the same Sadat, you must observe, he was actually not so secular as Nasser. He was called the believer president. He agreed more freedom for the Muslim Brotherhood.
Okay.
That time Muslim Brotherhood was more accommodated. And he have some credit of the 1973 war.
Okay.
Because Egypt got some, even though they were defeated, they got some success. So in 1979, under the mediation of America in Camp David, America mediated Egypt-Israel normalization.
Egypt-Israel normalization.
Imagine, just 2 decades ago, this Egypt called for the destruction of Israel.
And this is all happening after 1979 when the major shift took place.
It was in 1978 actually, this normalization happened, but by end of 80, now Egypt and Israel were moving somewhat closer. And as a, result, Egypt gradually vacated Sinai Peninsula.
Okay.
When we look the map, after 1967, Egypt was occupying Sinai Peninsula.
And at that point, Gaza Strip was the part of Egypt, or it was the part of Palestine?
Up to 67, it was part of Egypt.
And what happened? How did it break from
After
Egypt?
67, I have told you, Israel captured Sinai.
Okay.
On the way Sinai, it is Gaza. So entire region came under Israeli occupation, military occupation.
Yes, but then this strip is called to be under Palestine.
Actually, that time
It is the part of Palestine.
it was to be the part of Palestine, but practically it was under Israeli military occupation.
Okay.
Gaza as well as Sinai.
Sinai, both.
So Anwar Sadat actually, he thought first as an Egyptian, then as an Arab. For him, the immediate priority was, we must get our Sinai back. So as a part of this normalization, Egypt was the first Arab country to normalize with Israel.
Okay.
Gradually, Israel disengaged from the Sinai. And Sinai was given back to Egypt.
Egypt.
So that level confidence came. But you can see one thing here. Whenever there is Arab-Israel normalization, I am observing this from 50s. Whenever some leader did some move, there are extremists both in Islamic sections as well as Jewish sections. I'm telling, the first king of Jordan, it is said so, it is still under discussion, was assassinated by a person who was enraged about Jordan's cooperation with Israel. He was killed in, I think he was assassinated in 1951, I remember. Anwar Sadat was killed by a terrorist. His name was Khalil Islambuli. He was an Egyptian military officer. So Islamists were inside Egypt military. Anwar Sadat became the martyr, we can say, because he normalized with Israel. Imagine. Then after that you can see Egypt and Israel till now, government to government, they share good relation.
Okay.
They have mutual trust. They even cooperate against in the Gaza and all. But when you look, Egypt is under military rule. Military have entrenched so much in Egypt, in the economics and all. When you look the people to people aspect, Egypt-Israel relation is very cold. Because people to people there is no much relation. But government to government the relation is good. And you can see many Israelis coming to tourism for Egypt and all. So Egypt, one of the biggest four, turned to be a willing front. Other thing happened, one of the member of periphery, Iran, after 1979, under Ayatollahs, turned against Israel. I told you, one of their biggest motto was, Margbar America, Margbar Israel. Death to America, death to Israel. Then one of the defining moments of the 1980s was actually Iran-Iraq war. When you look the foreign policy of Israel, for Israel, it was a win-win situation. Why I say so? Because Iraq under Saddam Hussein, after the death of Nasser and all, now the center of Arab nationalism went to Baghdad. Saddam Hussein was promoting the Palestinian cause.
Okay.
So the Saddam was very close to Yasser Arafat. Very close. Saddam had big plans. Saddam was developing a nuclear bomb. That's right. He had a reactor called Osirak reactor. Here you must see the nuances. On one side, the Iran under the Islamic rule, Islamic Republic is against Israel. Iraq under Saddam Hussein is also their enemy. But Iran and Iraq started war in 1980. They were fighting each other. Both Iran and Iraq. It was due to territory, ideology and all. Because when Iran came under the Shia rule, or the rule of Ayatollahs, then they began to promote a philosophy of Islamic revolution. They are exporting their revolution ideology. When you look at the demography of Iraq, it is very complicated. When you look Iraq, I will say, Iraq was I think 50-60 it was Shia. Something 20-something it was Sunni. So when you look the religious demography, Saddam was a Sunni. He was from exactly Tikrit, a person called Tikrit. A Sunni majority, a Shia majority country was ruled by a Sunni. So after this 1980s, Saddam got feared that any time Islamic revolution will come here. So he attacked Iran. Iran-Iraq started an 8-year brutal war. So why I am discussing here, for Israel actually it was a breather. Because both Saddam was a threat to Israel as well as Iran was a threat to Israel. Saddam was developing, I told you, Saddam was developing many weapon program. One was Project Babylon. It was a very high range artillery. One Canadian engineer was working. His name was Gerard Bull. He was assassinated by Mossad in Belgium. Yeah, they assassinated him. They warned him many times, don't work in this. He didn't care. They cut him here. The other thing is that Iraq was developing a nuclear reactor. Its name was Osirak. You know, Iran and Israel are enemies. But they cooperated here to bomb Iraqi nuclear reactor. There was an operation called Operation Opera, in which Israeli Air Force bombed Iraqi nuclear reactor.
Okay.
So the nuclear development is a year-long process. It is not a simple thing. The enrichment, it is very scientific process. It takes time. One of Israel's foreign policies, Israel have a de facto nuclear monopoly in the region. Tell me which country have nuclear bomb in the region? No one.
No one have.
As Israel have the nuclear bomb, they have the qualitative edge or the quantitative edge. So Israel don't allow any country to develop nuclear weapon. Whether it is Iraq under Saddam. In 2007, Syria tried to develop nuclear weapon with the help of North Korea.
North Korea.
That time who bombed? Israel. When Iran is developing nuclear weapon, who will be the greatest getting so much tensed?
Israel.
So this is a big thing. This nuclear, de facto nuclear monopoly. So in the war actually dragged both of the countries, Iran and Iraq. For Israel, it was a win-win situation. On one side, Israel even sold arms to Iran. There was a big controversy called Iran-Contra deal. Israel was actually selling these American weapons to Iran because American Congress didn't officially approve the sale of weapons. And that money America used to fund some rebels in Latin America called Contra rebels.
Okay.
America's soft power is too very huge. I will say, in childhood I have played a game called Super Contra. Maybe you also have played. This is a game called Super Contra. Actually, Contras were very reactionary rebels supported by America. I think in Nicaragua, I think. So, this America, Iran and Israel, they played a triangle. So, while the same time, Iran called for death to America, death to Israel, they were receiving American weapons. Okay. Israel was playing a mediator. Israel was earning bucks. And on one side, you can see in Lebanon,
this was to fight Iraq. So, in a way, Iraq was a bigger threat to Israel than Iran.
That time, Iraq was a better threat to Israel. Than Iraq. Then even if American policy is different, America was arming Iraq also. Everybody was arming everything. And they were earning bucks. So, the other thing we observe is that on one side, Lebanon, the Israeli occupation is going on. They have their own allies called the Phalangists. So, there Hezbollah grew in strength. So, this Hezbollah actually conducted a terrorist attack in 1983, which forced the America and France to withdraw their troops. It almost killed, I think, 300 something troops. Hezbollah was emerging as a power there. And they began to use the strategy of suicide bombing, which I said, suicide is very much banned in Islam. Suicide itself is un-Islamic. But you know, Islam is, how the, mullahs define it. So Hezbollah tried this tactic and actually they were getting a bloody nose in Lebanon. So Hezbollah's reputation grew in Lebanon. Lebanese Shias flocked in Hezbollah. It was a political organization. It was an economic organization. Hezbollah provide you cradle to grave welfare system. Hezbollah have own troops. This Lebanese war ended by starting of 1990. And the power was rescheduled. Now the power, in the power mechanism, Muslims were also given high share. So Lebanese war ended in such a way that Hezbollah was allowed to maintain their arms.
Okay.
So from a simple political party or something, Hezbollah grown as a state within a state in Lebanon. When you look Lebanon, Hezbollah controls many regions. They have their own troops. As per some estimates, Hezbollah have 1 to 1.5 lakh rockets. They have bought from Russia, China, etc. through Iran. The rockets include, Katyusha, then Fajr, very effective rockets.
And this was in which year when it grown so big inside
During
Lebanon?
1980s, it started the growth.
Okay.
And when the Lebanese war ended, Hezbollah was one of the winner.
Okay.
It became a...
The Lebanese war which you are saying is the civil war of Lebanon.
Civil war of Lebanon, in which Israel plays a role. Israel was occupying South Lebanon. Later it was forced to withdraw. Israel actually withdrew from Lebanon. You know, in 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon to throw out PLO. And that Israel actually, I think after 1990, they withdrew. Because it was becoming too costly. Another thing is that, what I observe is that, in Islamic countries, the death of a person, sometimes it is celebrated.
Yes.
There is a person called Hassan Nasrallah who is a leader of Hezbollah. He lost his son to Israeli forces. But he said it is a success. He is a martyr. But in Western countries and Israel, I am telling, as the more body bags are returning, public opinion will grow against the war.
Yes.
This is a big psychological impact till now. So on one side, Egypt is normalizing. One side, Iran, Iraq, they are weakening each other. On one side, Lebanon, Hezbollah is growing. Why I am mentioning Hezbollah? This Hezbollah is the greatest threat to Israel right now. Because they have entrenched in the southern Lebanon. They are now actually like a state within a state. Hezbollah have their own justice system, their own satellite TV, Al-Manar, their own television, Al-Mayadeen. They have their own military force, their own agriculture center, their own bank, everything. It is a state within a state. So Hezbollah grown by 1980s UN, Hezbollah is growing. Another thing was happening in 1987. One important thing happened. 1987. When we look the Israel and Palestine, that time Gaza and West Bank used to be Palestine. Palestinians are there. So actually when you look the economic angle, Palestinian labor is very cheap to Israel. So they used to get permit and come to work. This is a de facto agreement because they are also earning. So that time, I don't know whether it is high-handedness of the Israel Defense Forces. 4 Palestinian workers were killed by a Israeli truck.
Okay.
Then it grew as a big movement. It was called First Intifada or First Mass Struggle from 1987 to 1993. That time, up to that time, the PLO was the main actor, the Palestine Liberation Organization. That time, actually, a new organization came. It was the outgrowth of Muslim Brotherhood in the region. It was mainly based on Gaza. It is now known as Hamas.
Okay. And in some or the other way, Muslim Brotherhood was supporting Hezbollah to grow?
No, Muslim Brotherhood is actually basically a Sunni organization.
Okay.
Hezbollah is a Shia organization.
Shia organization, that is the difference.
So they don't have that connection that time. Because when you look the geography, Hezbollah is in north of Israel.
Yes.
Hamas is growing in Gaza. It is in extreme southwest.
South, yes.
So that time when you look, Hamas was actually, it was a Muslim Brotherhood like charity organization.
So, Hamas is the offshoot of Muslim Brotherhood.
We can say. Up to 1987, they were not involved in politics.
Okay.
They involved like marriage service, charity service, education, everything. Because, there is no state. So they will fill the vacuum. After 1987, the struggle is so much. The people are struggling. You can see Palestinian flag. What is the color? Black, red and green.
Green, yeah.
That time one of the main protests was showing watermelon. Watermelon have green, red and black. So it was a very common protest. Then the protests grew in such a manner that actually Hamas began to grow. So Hamas ideology is very different from PLO's ideology. Hamas founder was Sheikh Ahmad Yassin. And Hamas is, I can say, they are more religiously fanatic. While Yasser Arafat's PLO was more secular, more liberal, they want a secular Palestine. And they even have Christian members and all. Hamas want Islamic State. What was the view of Hamas that time is that, no Israel. Entire area is Palestine's, that's work of property. Jews must go. So that time, actually, many experts say that Israel helped the growth of Hamas so that Palestinian movement get divided. So this Intifada happened. It became a big threat to Israel because it was not easy to suppress. Common people were part of it. This is the way. It is not about armed insurgents. And one thing you can see, that time one of the weapon which used by both by child and very old Palestinians is throwing stone.
Yeah.
Throwing stone have a different sense. In utilitarian sense, throwing a stone don't cost that much. It is not like a missile or something. You can get it easily. In religious sense, in Islamic view, throwing stone is whom we throw stone is to Satan.
Satan, yes.
That we are seeing in the Mecca Hajj. So Israel is viewed as a Satan. So this throwing stone protest grew actually. It is very popular. And the thing that digital media is there, Israel is finding it very difficult to justify the casualty. Common people are becoming victims. So that era, Israel is getting very much volatile. After 6 years, this Intifada was there. So Hamas was growing. Then when you look 1990s, you can see the disintegration of Soviet Union. So actually, when Soviet Union's policy, I will say, initially they were supporting Israel in 48. Later they moved to Arabs. After the 1967 war, they withdrew. They stopped every relation with Israel. They were completely with the Arabs. After 1990, then Soviet Union, Russia was the successor state. With the disintegration of Soviet Union, a lot of Jews in Russia, the erstwhile Soviet Union, like Russia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, as well as the Eastern Bloc countries, like something Poland, Belarus, they used to immigrate to Israel.
Israel, okay. So population increased further.
Its population, I think, near 1 million. When you look Israel now, Russian is one of the top language.
Okay.
So the Israel's genetic pool is now very diverse. Many Russian Jews came here. So by 1990, Israel have another set of immigration from Russians. So you know Israel population is increasing. As the population is increasing, they need more land. So same with Israeli settlement activity. It grew. In 1990, then there were attempts for peace. There were a Madrid peace conference. And the other discussion was going in Oslo. Oslo is a capital of Norway. Discussion. And it was also actually, America played a role. That time, Israeli leader was Rabin, Yitzhak Rabin. And Palestine's leader was Yasser Arafat. Oslo was a big change. Because in Oslo, for the first time, Palestine Liberation Organization recognized that we recognize Israel.
Okay.
Imagine two people are negotiating.
And PLO is the main political negotiator for Palestine.
That time.
Yes.
PLO was the main party. So to negotiate, you must recognize your party. Before that, PLO was saying everything is Palestine, no Israel. Now they are ready. We are ready for a compromise. So America have played role in a mediation.
And everybody was present in this Oslo Declaration. Bill
European
Clinton
countries were
came
there.
and other prime ministers were
Clinton
also there.
was playing the role. There is a photo. Clinton is
Yes.
this is both Rabin and Arafat are hugging or shaking hand. It was a big, actually it was a very hopeful process. What Oslo Accord says that both must respect each other. So Hamas is PLO is stopping terrorism. So as per Oslo, Israel will be recognized by PLO. And a new Palestinian authority will be formed to rule both the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay.
So there comes the two-state solution. It's also called land for peace. Land for peace means the PLO says that, okay, we are ready to recognize Israel. But give us the territory before 1967 war. That means both the Gaza and the West Bank.
West Bank.
So with East Jerusalem as capital. Because West Jerusalem is under Israel, East Jerusalem as capital. So that
where is the temple, in the east or the west?
Actually in the east also there are much religious sites in the east.
No, the main temple on which the
Main temple I think it's in east.
in
The main
the
religious
east,
sites.
on which the mosque is made.
Yeah, the Al-Aqsa
Constructed.
compound. As far I know, it is in the east.
East. Okay.
So Palestine's one demand was West Bank, Gaza.
And can they go from east to west very easily, or there's a border?
There are actually checkpoints. I will tell why the checkpoints grow. When you learn about 1997, you will understand why checkpoints grow. So the peace process happened. It was a very moment of reckoning. Everybody was very happy. Oh, peace process is going on. But I have said you, whenever a peace process is going on, there are extremists in both sides. I told about the assassination of Jordanian king. It has some distant relation with Israel. Assassination of Anwar Sadat. This time, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated by a Jewish terrorist.
Okay.
Understood? Within Israeli society also there are extremists, Jewish extremists. Like how this Islamic extremists view this kafir, they also have a term called goyim, non-Jew. They despise them. So they assassinated him. It was a big loss. Rabin was assassinated. Then the peace process went, but it was floundering actually. And as per Oslo settlement, the West Bank was to be divided into three areas. Area A, B and C. Some areas was to be completely ruled by Palestine. Some area was to be ruled by Palestine, but security thing will be looked by Israel. In other areas will be, Israel will be ruling, but Palestinians will be present. It was like A, B, C, three zones. So the formula was land for peace. Palestine will come based on East Bank, West Bank and Gaza. It was two-state solution. It was, I think, one of the practical solution till now. When you look after 1990s, then we can see that the new entrant came in the politics. He was Benjamin Netanyahu. He was of Likud party. When you look at the Israeli politics was initially dominated by this Ashkenazi leadership, this Labour Party. After 1977, new party came. It is Likud. It is more right-wing compared to Labour. Then you can see Likud party is actually a major party. Israeli parliament, Knesset, have 120 seats. Now, as far I know, now when you look at the Israeli politics, it is very coalition. No party have absolute majority. There is even a proverb like thing. If there are two Jews, there are three political parties. Israeli politics is so much like this coalition. So when you look, you can look the entire political formation after 77. It is entirely what we tell this coalition. So coalition have its dysfunction. If a small party have a problem, it is gone. So Netanyahu came, and the later thing which happened is that in 2002 one thing happened. Israel leader Ariel Sharon visited Alaska.
Okay.
Then happened a second intifada. Then Hamas took so much aggressive. This period starts the start of this suicide bombing. My professor was there. Once he missed the bus, it was his luck. There was a suicide bomb in that.
And it busted out.
He was miraculously saved because of his good fortune.
Okay.
So the suicide bombing started.
And this was in Israel, happening in Israel. And these were Hamas suicide bombers.
Hamas were suicide bombers. They were suicide bombers. I mean, they can manipulate religion. Suicide itself is un-Islamic.
Yes.
Imagine about suicide bombing. So this thing happened. Then come.
This was in which year?
In 2000s. By 2000, this thing happened. By end of 1990s.
What was the major core reason for suicide bombings and so much aggressive acts of Hamas
Because
against
in
the Israel?
2002, the thing was Ariel Sharon's visit towards Alaska.
Okay.
Because they view it as Jewish temple.
Jewish temple. Yes.
So for in
that
Islamic
was the
view,
trigger point.
in Islamic view, this is just sole Islamic property. So that's a big emotion there. So this suicide bombing started. When the suicide bombing
This was the only reason for
this was the major reason.
Major.
Then the thing is that when suicide bombing starts, the police will start putting checkpoints and barriers. Every Palestinian who comes will feel humiliation. Hours you have to wait in the checkpoint. So when you look the average life of Palestinians in Gaza and West Bank, it is of daily humiliation.
So can we say this attack and the move of the Prime Minister there towards the temple was the beginning of Hamas's violent act against the state of Israel?
Hamas violent act actually started in 80s, end of 80s itself.
No, this was like too violent with the bombing, suicide bombing and other things.
In 87-90, actually PLO was the main actor. That time Hamas was not major actor.
Major, yes.
But by 2000s, if we look, PLO lost its credibility.
Yes.
Because Oslo process didn't went well. Oslo 1 happened, Oslo 2 happened. Y memorandum happened. Many things happened, but it didn't go so well. So if you are not winning your political cause, you are delegitimized. So when you look the Gaza Strip, Hamas was gaining more followers.
Yes. And can we say that the state of Israel also started to look at more critically, Hamas more critically after those attacks started?
Actually, when you look the thing, both Netanyahu's political career and Hamas' political career is like feeding each other.
Okay.
As Hamas bomb more, the right wing, the politics will turn to more right wing. You can see such an observation. I'm telling, in 2019 there is a video. You can observe that. In that Netanyahu is saying, allow more fun to Hamas. Understood? It's like it's a very irony. As Hamas is creating more problem, it is actually feeding to the Israeli hardline politics also. So this series of explosions create much damage, one to Israelis. For Palestinians, the humiliation increased. Now you have to wait more time in checkpoint. Police randomly shoot. Many common people are being killed. So atrocities happening. When the child sees such atrocities, he will be a next suicide bomber.
And these atrocities and these waiting and humiliation is because of what Hamas did.
Hamas did. It actually increased that.
Okay.
Because imagine, it's like, I'm telling, look what happened in Sri Lanka. When you are pushing your people to so much extreme, then they will become so desperate that they are ready to get suicide bomb. Imagine LTT. LTT is never a Hindu organization. LTT don't have religion per se. But they were ready for suicide bombing because of a greater cause for the community. So imagine, LTT members don't believe in any heaven. I'm telling frankly, they are just sacrificing themselves for the greater cause of Tamil. Imagine for a Hamas terrorist or a Hamas extremist, when you are exploding yourself, you are rising the political cause of Palestine. At the same time, in Islam or Islamist will teach a concept, you will be in Jannatil Firdaus. You will describe heaven in such a way that, I mean, it is a brainwashing from very childhood. So they are ready to die. I'm telling frankly, because this suicide bombing happens in such a psychology. A suicide bomber have different element. Sometimes his father may be killed by Israeli forces, or his mother may be, I mean, anywhere. Whether in Russia there was a set of women suicide bombers called Black Widow. Their husbands may be killed by Russian army, or they may be raped. So in that case, people have trauma. One is trauma element. One is their sincerity to the cause. Plus, as a bonus, religious element. You will get heaven. So this thing happened. The entire political scene, PLO got more and more weak. Then the two-state solution didn't happen. Israeli settlement grew more. That time Gaza was under Israel.
Okay.
That time Gaza is under Israel. Hamas was creating more trouble. In 2005, Israel decided one thing. It was disengaging from Gaza.
One more thing I would like to ask. If I have missed, I would just ask you again. You said Oslo process didn't go well. And Oslo process provided a two-nation solution. Means two nations can coexist peacefully together.
Two-state solution.
Two-state solution. What was the biggest reason for the failure of this Oslo process?
What I observe is that lack of political will of Israel. Because in Israel, the politics is so coalition. So what Rabin started, next governments couldn't proceed. So was it like the government of Israel which started this Oslo process was not 100% accepting this? Not about government. The government was started by Rabin. But you know, when you look at the Israeli politics, Rabin lost his life. New Netanyahu came. Then again other guy came. So the politics didn't well have a coherence that time.
Doesn't have a continuation.
Because some governments will be so hardline to Palestinians.
Okay.
Another thing is that continuing settlements. More settlements were growing in West Bank. You can see the West Bank.
Yes.
No, so the West Bank is like some enclaves only.
Because of influx of Jewish population into Israel, this was one of the main reasons?
It is one of the reasons you can
Or the main reason was they were just going and occupying the land so that they have more and more land.
When you see the Israeli population, one of the reasons is they are occupying more.
Even if influx has stopped or there is no more Jewish population coming into Israel, they want more settlement and they are growing, becoming dynamic, more and organic, more growing.
Of course, and actually when you asked about the demography, I will say one thing. Israeli society have said the ethnic mix. Ashkenazi, Sephardim, Mizrahi. There are also some Jews from Ethiopia. After 1990, there was a civil war in Ethiopia.
Now this is a very interesting topic. Ethiopia means the black people. And black people are also Jewish.
Because during the time of the Roman persecution.
I didn't know about this.
During the time of Roman persecution, some Jews fled to Ethiopia.
Okay.
They were living in Ethiopian highlands. So they were not knowing about outside world. After 1990s, Israel conducted an operation called Operation Mossad. They took all Ethiopian Jews. You can see Ethiopian Jews, they are really black. But they are Ethiopian Jews.
Okay.
They took them. It was called Operation Mossad. It was one of the largest airlift in history.
Okay.
So they got, I think they are called, if I'm not wrong, Falasha Jews. Very minority actually.
And this airlift was sponsored by the State of Israel, and they lifted them from the Ethiopian highlands to
Not
Israel.
highlands, Ethiopian highlands to Israel.
And okay.
Actually, in Israel, anybody who, if you can prove your Jewish ancestry, you can go to Israel.
Okay.
That's the thing. Across the world.
Okay, but one more question I would like to ask here. Christian missionaries came to India, converted the local people into Christians. Is there something similar happening with Jews anywhere at any point in time? They're trying to convert people to Jewish religion.
This is the big difference between Islam, Christianity on one side and Judaism on one side. Islam, Christianity are very proselytizing religions. You can see Christianity is called missionary activity. Islam, it is called dawa or call to Islam. This religion spread by a set of reasons, I will say. One is missionary activity, this spreading, then some parts through violence. Of course, everything is there. When you look Jews, actually, Jews are not proselytizing. They want to actually accept another person. It is a very rare chance.
Okay.
Very rare chance. But historically, there is another argument that in the part of Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, in Caucasus, during 9th century, 10th century, 1 millennium ago, there was a tribe Turkic tribe called Khazars. They were converted to Judaism. They converted themselves.
Okay. So there is not much example found anywhere, but one or two.
Or not.
Okay.
Others that Jews don't convert actually. Jews are very close community in the sense they don't convert. Jews are non-proselytizing. You can look the Jewish demographics. It is actually across the world it is reducing. They don't convert actually. They don't. It is rarely only they accept converts. It's very difficult to convert to a Jew. Very difficult. If you go to a rabbi, he will maximum discourage you.
A Jewish person discourages you to become a Jewish person.
It is not actually a proselytizing one. They don't proselytize much.
Okay. So Hinduism have came up in the recent years with a different flavor of it. Not Hinduism like several organizations we can say of Ghar Wapsi. This is quite different from what Islamism and Christianity do, and what Jewish people do on the other hand. This is like you were Hindu, you got converted into something, and now Ghar Wapsi means we are converting you back to Hinduism.
Actually, I am not a person to authoritatively speak on Hinduism, but I will say one thing. When you look the conversion or proselytization tendency, I will say Christianity have a huge interest in this. You can search a website called Joshua Project. Joshua Project actually lists the entire ethnic group of people across the world. So Christianity have huge missionary organizations and all. After Christianity, we can say Islam also have this dawa tendency. Hinduism had actually, I will tell one thing. Do you know, during I think 5th century, 6th century, I think, in Cambodia, Laos and all, you could see this vibhuti wearing Shaivite missionaries. And so actually Hinduism also have some conversion element early, I will say, because Hinduism has some proselytization activity in the Southeast Asia. When you look the part of Bengal and Assam, this Vaishnavite missionaries, you can see Madas there, Satras in Assam and all. They used to have some proselytization. And during the time of Arya Samaj, they bring Shuddhi movement. That is the current Ghar Wapsi.
That's the current.
Shuddhi movement was started by Arya Samaj.
Okay.
It was not about actually, Arya Samaj's mindset was, as far I know, it was not about making world Hinduism. They felt it is their perception threatened by the Muslim and Christian population. So they started conversion. So the proselytization in Hinduism is less compared to Christianity and Islam. But Hinduism, of course, have proselytization. But it is less actually, I will say. Now this Ghar Wapsi and all is political stuff.
It's a recent
It's a recent
phenomena.
stuff. I mean, before that actually, Shuddhi program was the program. It was started by Dayananda Saraswati himself. You know, it's North India is a stronghold of Arya Samaj.
Yes.
But Jews, very less.
Very less.
They are very less. As we have discussed earlier, after 2000, Hamas is gaining more strength. Due to Ariel Sharon's visit in the Al-Aqsa or the Temple Mount. In international journals, we must show both arguments. So there was a second intifada in which Hamas played a big role.
Okay.
When you look, the thing is that in 2007 there was an election. In this, Hamas captured power in Gaza. So now you can see there is a big polarization within the Palestinian camp. While West Bank is ruled by Palestinian Authority.
Okay.
Hamas captured power in Gaza. Hamas had one election in 2007. Then there is no election. So you can understand the political difference. The area where Hamas rules, there is no democracy. I am not judging them by democracy or not. I am no person to judge. But both Israel and I think West Bank also have some sort of democratic process. There the public opinion, people can change. Even there was a 38-day long protest in Israel against the government. But when you look at Gaza, Gaza is under Hamas. Hamas means Hamas is a militant organization. Across the world, certain countries have banned Hamas. Like USA, UK, Canada, EU and all. They view Hamas as a terrorist group. Some other countries view Hamas as a political actor. Like we can say Turkey, Gulf countries, Iran, Russia. So in 2005, I told Israel disengaged from Gaza. Israel took the 21 settlements they destroyed, took the 9,000 settlers because it was very difficult to stay in Gaza. In 2007, Hamas won. Okay. Then Hamas is everything in Gaza. If you want to live in Gaza, you have to follow Hamas. I told there is no such civil society. It is uncivil society actually. There is no democratic thing and all. Hamas as an organization, they are providing everything. I mean, they are providing health service, they are providing education. But the problem is that as Hamas is entrenched, they don't allow other opinion to come. And when you look Hamas, they were courted by Qatar. You can see Qatar is the main base of Hamas leaders. And also you can see Hamas political leaders are also now in Turkey. Under Erdogan, Turkey have moved some more close to this Palestinians. Then when we speak about Hamas, one thing you can observe, Hamas is very militant. So there is no Israeli settlement activities going on in Gaza. But Israeli settlement is continuously happening in West Bank.
Okay.
So the continuing Israeli settlement is actually delegitimizing Palestinian Authority. Because Palestinian Authority recognize Israel and you are just giving us more occupation. But Hamas is not recognizing Israel. They know Israel. It is completely work of property. But Israel don't dare to settle there.
What Waqf has to show? And Waqf is the same Waqf of Jordan.
No, it's not about Jordan. Hamas is saying entire thing is a Muslim property. No Israel.
No, who is the owner? Earlier we said we learned that it was the king of Jordan and the other people who were holding the property of the temple and others. So it is the same
In
Waqf or some other
Waqf
Waqf?
means for the Ummah, entire Muslims. Or in the case here, Palestinian Muslims. This entire region is for Palestinian Muslims.
So is that Waqf organization stationed somewhere?
No. They are saying entire region is a Waqf property. Israel is an illegal settlement.
Okay.
Their view is that. That means they are not recognizing Israel's right to existence.
Okay.
While PLO
This is different from the viewpoint of PLO.
PLO after 1993 they are recognized.
Yes.
They want two-state solution. Hamas want one-state solution. Practically means no Israel. So Hamas is ruling Gaza Strip. Then you can see some pattern. Pattern is that on one side in West Bank, Israeli settlers are continuing their occupation. It is a bad thing. They are taking more Palestinian property. Sometimes many innocent Palestinians are killed. Palestinians are brutalized. Many times in Al-Aqsa Mosque, Israeli worshippers come. So Hamas, when you look Hamas developed close ties with Qatar, Iran. Because Iranis have now developed deep ties with so-called axis of resistance. Axis of resistance means those organizations which are opposed to Western interest and Israeli interest in the region. One is Hezbollah. Iran is actually helping Hezbollah. As per some estimates, per year Iran is giving some 500 million US dollars to Hezbollah. One is Hezbollah, one is this Hamas. And Iran is funding. Iran is smuggling good weapons to Hamas. So Hamas arsenal is growing. They have good weapons. Recently there was another video. As part of international aid program, some pipelines were led in Gaza so that the people of Gaza can get pure water. Hamas took that pipe and they made missiles.
Okay.
Imagine. Understood? The thing is that you can, but they are on a suicide mission, but they are leading people to a suicide mission. When you observe that in 2008, 2012, 2014, 2021 also, there were Hamas used to attack Israel. Israel strikes back. You can see every time the save Gaza thing comes. So this happened. So when you understand something, Israeli civilians are dying less. It is not due to charity of Hamas. Each Hamas missile which is sent, it can kill at least 10 Israelis. Imagine Hamas is sending 1,000 missiles. 10 into 1,000. It have the potential to kill 10,000 Israelis. It is a thing that it is not so sophisticated. It is not reaching the settlements, or it is at least intercepted by the Israeli Iron Dome.
Iron Dome, yes.
At least when 100 missiles come, at least 80 they will neutralize. That's why Israelis are not dying. It is not that Hamas is doing charity. Hamas want to eliminate, but they can't. At the same time, when Israel respond, Israel also do many human rights violations. We can't absolve Israel. Israel as a democracy must not behave in this barbaric manner. Every time, lot of children, women and everything die. But what Hamas strategy I have observed is that Hamas keep this Gaza Strip, when you speak, it is like an open air prison.
Yeah.
After Hamas took power in 2007, Israel has imposed a blockade. So air, land, everything blockade is there. So Israel will check what thing come. So ordinary people in Gaza face much problem. Whether electricity, food, job. Gaza's economy itself, I will say, it is a aid-based economy. Aid ports from Gulf and other region. Hamas is controlling the aid. So people have to follow Hamas. Either you are with Hamas or you're finished. This is the political atmosphere in Gaza. At least in Israel, you can criticize Netanyahu. I'm not whitewashing Israel. At least you have a space there. But in Gaza, either with us, either my way or highway.
Yes.
So this thing happened. So I'm telling, this Hamas is making their own weapons. Hamas weapons are very cheap when you look. Israeli weapons are very costly. As far I know,
sophisticated,
this
yes.
Iron Dome is a system which shoots down the missiles.
Yes.
It have, I think, Tamir defense system. It is one missile, I think it costs something $1 lakh. $1 lakh means to intercept one missile, they are spending 80 lakh Indian rupees. 80 or 1 crore Indian rupees. Imagine how much costly it is, this Iron Dome. Israeli weapons are very super. That Merkava tank is super. But it is costing a huge expenditure. So Israeli military industry is actually very big. They are now one of the producers of one of the sophisticated weapons. But they don't sell sophisticated weapons outside. They sell only second class weapons to outsiders. Understand that. Whether they are selling to the top quality weapons is with them. They won't sell that. So in 2008, in 2012, 2014, there was a war. When Israel strikes back, Israel do one thing. They used to give warning to the people that we are going to bomb. Something called roof knocking system is there. I mean, before bombing, Hamas used this madrasas or the schools or this orphanages as a place to keep missiles. So they are also doing war crime, because when Israel targets it, common people are getting killed. It is like a human shield. Israel have a system called this roof knock. Before they bomb, I think 5 minutes ago, the people will know that something will happen, so they can get out. So I'm telling, show me any other country which do this thing in bombing. Did America did? Or any Russia did in Syria? No. Nobody will do these things. At least Israel is trying to do that. This is not to absolve Zionist atrocities. They did atrocities, I agree. They are doing atrocities, I agree. But no other country does it. So they try to limit the casualty. They don't do carpet bombing that much. It is actually precision bombing. Precision bombing is bombing the specific sites to reduce the human casualty. Israeli Mossad also haunted many Hamas leaders. Hamas and Hezbollah leaders, they haunt. They kept killed in bomb explosion. They killed by injecting poison. Mossad is going one way.
So just like Mossad used to do, whenever it has a target, it only used to kill the target, no other casualty. A mission would be aborted if there is some other casualty apart from the target. In the similar fashion, even when it comes to bombing, Israel is doing the precision bombing and taking care of no civilian casualty. Trying to. Yeah.
Roof knocking, they're trying, but still civilians will die. Understood? They're taking care, not scare actually. Because as Israel will be judged as a democracy. So world is looking actually. So you can't behave that much wildly. Even though there are very right wing, very so much extreme opinion in Israel, they're trying. But still many people are died. In 2014 it happened.
Yes.
So when you look after that, one thing, the current threat after 2010 you can see, now Iran is emerging as a big threat. Iran is also developing nuclear weapons as per many experts. Israel transferred some documents which say Iran is on the nuclear development. So Israel's nuclear monopoly is what's on advantage. So nuclear Iran is what Israel is fearing. So Israel have a huge influence in American foreign policy. When President Trump came, Trump's policy was maximum pressure on Iran. Trump was imposing sanctions so that Iran can't develop this nuclear weapon. Iran have a policy of maximum resistance. They were helping this every group like Hezbollah, Hamas. And on the way in 2006, Israel have a war with Hezbollah. In Lebanon, the northern part of Israel, Hezbollah abducted one Israeli soldier. And a war happened. Israel faced much problem actually. Hezbollah succeeded to challenge Israel. Actually, Israel very much they struggled there in Lebanon. Very much they struggled. So it was actually a other smashing of the invincibility of Israel. But it have a cost. Understand something, everything have a cost. Lebanon got devastated. For an organization like Hezbollah, Lebanon is getting devastated. So when Hezbollah is engaging in a war, entire Lebanon is suffering.
Okay.
So that happened in 2006. Hezbollah emerged as more powerful. Then after 2010, you can see in the Arab world, now they are fearing Iran. Iran is viewed as a threat by Saudi, many other countries. So now, actually, under Trump, there were other ideas coming. Like now, the American idea was Israel was reaching out to many Arab countries. At least for last 10-15 years, Israel and Saudi are in communication.
Okay.
Israel and Bahrain. Jordan and Israel normalized their relation. I forgot to say, in 1994 they normalized their relation. After Egypt, Jordan was second country to normalize relation with Israel in 1994.
Okay.
They normalized it because they were having relations. Other Arab countries were also having this covered relation with Israel. Now everybody is fearing Iran as a big challenge.
So again, it is Israel is coming up with the peripheral
Now it is
policy.
Exactly speaking, reversal of the periphery.
Yeah. Instead
Reversal
of
of
Iran,
the-
now it has Saudi Arabia.
It has actually now feeling more close with Saudi or Bahrain or such countries. So
A peace was broken by China between Saudi and Iran. What impact did that peace had on Israel and
we
its
will come
foreign
into
policy?
that. Before that, I will say, when Trump came,
Okay.
we are now discussing 2016-17. So when Trump came, he brought a peace plan. It was like a Palestine. It was like sometime when you go to some dhaba, you will get some dosha. Dosha will be one piece here, one piece there, one piece there. It was like a broken Palestine.
Okay.
Trump was offering a Palestine. It was called Deal of Century. So what Trump was saying that Palestine is many enclave. Gaza is there, some enclave in West Bank, and it is connected by tunnels and all. And he offered from 50 billion American investment. But Palestinians told, no, we don't want that. We want two-state solution. Two-state solution was also said by Arab countries in 2002. Saudi Arabia said one pragmatic thing. It was called Arab Peace Initiative. We are ready to recognize Israel if two-state solution is there.
Okay.
So Saudi position, I observed, it was very pragmatic. While Iran was calling for destruction of Israel, Saudi was saying, we are ready to accept. Let we have a two-state solution. I think as an Indian also, I feel it is more close option. So Trump tried to bring some solution, but it didn't happen. Palestinians were not welcoming. When you look after 2015, you can see Middle East different thing. There was Arab Spring. In Syria, there was a revolt. In Libya, across the world, there was issue. In Egypt, there was issue. So in Syria, Iran intervened. When you look, Iran have a huge influence across the region. Iran is Shia. Iran is supporting Shia militia in Iraq. Iran have a huge influence in Iraq. When US toppled Saddam Hussein in 2003, Saddam was a Sunni. Saddam was once close to USA itself. Actually, it was Iranians who benefited from that. It is not my statement. Iran's foreign minister Javed Zarif itself said it during PBS interview. It was we who benefited. Iran got huge expansion in Iran, Iraq, Lebanon. So they are actually planning a connection from Tehran to Baghdad to Damascus.
Okay.
And why they are connecting? They are planning to help Hezbollah. It is like a land bridge is coming from Iran, Iraq, Syria to Lebanon. And Hezbollah is the biggest threat to Israel.
Okay.
So when you look the Syrian civil war, one of the reasons why Iran intervened was to protect half the government of Bashar al-Assad. Because Bashar al-Assad is an Alawite. They are part of Shia. So Iran intervened, and these groups like Hezbollah got much experience. For the last 10 years, they are battling. They were battling ISIS.
So one question comes up is Hezbollah is a Shia organization. Iran is a Shia country. Bashar al-Assad, who has major power in Syria now, is Shia.
It's Shia.
But what about Iran? Iran is a Sunni country.
Iran is a Shia country.
I'm sorry. Iraq is a
Iraq is
Sunni
actually,
country.
No, Iraq is actually mixed.
Okay.
Up to American invasion, Iraq was ruled by Baath Party. Baath Party was dominated by Sunnis. Saddam was a Sunni. After American invasion happened, now the power changed.
Okay.
Now Shias are actually controlling the power in Iran.
Iraq. Okay.
Iraq.
So it made a line, Shia, and it's coming to Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is the biggest threat to Israel.
And one thing which happened in Iraq is that after America invaded, there was a big state there. Government officials, 4-5 lakh army. It was all Baath Party. America did something called de-Baathification. Entire people was losing their job. Entire Sunni elite lost their job. Imagine 4 or 5 lakh trained soldiers losing their job. What will they do? Common sense, no, they will be the next terrorist. This was happened when ISIS arose. Because when Shia authority came to Iraq, especially there was a leader called Nouri al-Maliki. He was so much sectarian. The Sunni was so much discriminated. Sunnis. Iraqi Sunnis were so much discriminated. It resulted in the rise of ISIS or Daesh. So that time when ISIS came, it was in strategic interest of Israel that ISIS arose. Because ISIS was controlling these Iran proxies. I'm not telling any conspiracy theory. I'm telling one Israeli think tank said that rise of ISIS is good for us because it is controlling Iranian proxies. Viewers can observe a picture. In Syrian civil war, observe the thing, Israel helped Sunni rebel groups.
Yes.
Because Shias are major power there. Israel was helping Al-Nusra. And you can see a photo where Netanyahu is giving shake hand to a Al-Nusra rebel who is in bed. So understand, Israel was helping actually the Sunni rebels there. So after this rise of ISIS, one thing I can say, it was Iran who defeated ISIS. There was a general called General Qasim Soleimani. Iran have a force called Quds Force. They are expeditionary force. They are working in Iraq, working in Syria, Lebanon. It was actually one of the biggest defeat to ISIS was caused by Iran. We must credit especially the Qasim Soleimani.
And it was because the ISIS was moving towards Iran and trying to make Iran its own part.
It's not Iran, it was actually creating instability. It was actually Sunni, basic Sunni, but it also killed many Sunnis. ISIS have killed many Sunnis. They are actually very ultra-terrorist version, I will say. They even recognize Hamas as infidels. Even ISIS tried to kill Hamas people, understood? Now we say equation Hamas equal to ISIS. No. Hamas do atrocities, of course it is to be condemned. Of course I don't join with Hamas ideology. But even ISIS were seeing Hamas as target. It's like, I will tell.
You are less radical than us.
It's like Taliban and ISIS.
And Taliban came up and said that ISIS is too brutal.
It is like Taliban was extremist, but when ISIS came, oh, Taliban is far better, yeah. It is like better. So this rebel happened and Israel intervened in the Syrian civil war. So this time many Arab countries were also helping the Sunni rebel groups. They were feeling threatened by Iranian presence. But after Syrian civil war, what happened? Bashar al-Assad was in 2011. Now he is there. He is very strong now. Many Arab countries, Turkey, America was planning to dethrone him because he was close to Iran. They were trying to dethrone Bashar al-Assad. But Bashar al-Assad was saved thanks to Iran. Iran provided the ground troops. Many Iranian generals were martyred in Syria. Many. I think 10 plus high commanders. Russia intervened. This place you can see Russia shot their hard power in Syria. Russia bombed. But you can see the protests are very political. When Russia bombed, many innocent civilians died like now. But there was less protest. So it is about who killing whom. And whether kill people suits our ideology. Every human blood is valuable. So Russia got entrenched. Iran got entrenched. So after 2015-16, you can say ISIS got defeated also. Then you can see America tried to control Iran. I mean, America assassinated Qasim Soleimani. Yes, America, they tried. But still Iran is very strong there. Iran has very strong presence. Different rebel groups, especially I will tell, in Iraq, Kataib Hezbollah. In Lebanon, Hezbollah. In Gaza, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad. In Yemen, Houthi or Ansar Allah. Everybody have connection with Iran.
Okay.
Everybody is trained by Iran. So they call it axis of resistance. So Iran is getting more entrenched while Arab monarchies are very tensed. This time Trump was there. Trump was trying to make an arrangement where America is very close with Sunni monarchies. Whether it is Bahrain, Saudi, UAE, everything. So Trump was actually trying to, make Israel to the regional system. He was promoting something called Middle East Security Alliance, which involved both Arab countries and Israel.
Okay.
Who is the target? Iran.
Iran is the target.
There was a decision for Arab NATO, where Israel and Arab countries will align. So these discussions were going on. But Later, you can see political changes happen. One, China mediated a deal. Because Saudi and Iran have their own issue. It is partly religious. Saudi is the funder or supporter of Wahhabi Islam. Iran is funder of this Shia Islamic revolution. Then Saudi and Iran have geopolitical struggle also. In 2016, when you look Saudi Arabia, there are significant number of Shias in eastern Saudi. There was a Shia mullah called Nimr al-Nimr. Saudi executed him. As a protest, Iran cancelled the relation. In 2016, they stopped their relation. It was China who mediated a deal now. It is very premature to measure how Chinese deal will work. But China is trying to be a superpower now. Because Chinese have entrenched in this region. They have a huge investment across the region. Their Belt and Road is coming in the region. They have an investment plan in Iran in 25 years, 400 billion. Another thing of China is that when America puts some sanction on Iran, India will fear. We will not put money. Yes. China is ready to face sanction. So more countries are dealing with China because China is trying to deal there. They are putting much cement and steel. And Chinese technology is very huge now. 5G. Huawei. Many Arab countries are using Huawei now. So China is a big economic partner of many countries there. Whether it is Turkey, Saudi, Iran, UAE. So you can see they are keeping good relations with America, but China is a big partner. So China is now trying to be a mediator. Imagine if I have to mediate between two people. I have to be both of their fronts. If I am only one guy's front, then I can't be a genuine mediator. So when you look Iran and Saudi, America is supposed to be more close with Saudi. Iran, America is very enemy. But China is front to both. So China tried a mediation. And when you look the other way, in Israeli politics also much change is happening. More settlement is coming. In Israeli current ministry, you can see extreme Jewish parties are there. One is, I will say, Jewish Power Party by his name is Ben Idgir. He's a very racist minister, I'm saying. Israel have its own Arab citizens. They're called Arab Israelis. He wanted a war against them.
Okay.
Understood? He wanted a civil war. I don't know what he wants. Then another, his name is Ben Idgwar. Then another guy is there, Smotrich. He's controlling Minister of Finance. He's also a very, hardcore Jewish, ultra-nationalist something. So in Israel, there is a huge influence of right wing. So government is also taking many decisions, which is that. Many times Al-Aqsa Mosque, Israeli worshippers are coming. In 2021, there was a last war. So these issues are happening. On one side, Arab countries are trying to reach. Then the change happened in 2020, Abraham Accords. Why it is Abraham Accords? Because both Isaac and Isaac and Ismail are son of Abraham.
Yes.
Isaac's descendants are supposed to be Jews. Ismail's descendants are supposed to be Arabs.
Muslims.
Hamara bhai bhai. Based on that, we are under a family. So America was mediating it. It came actually, Abrahamic Accords came. Many more countries normalized relation with Israel.
And what was the outcome of this?
Yeah, I will say.
And not only outcome, what was the objective of this?
Objective also is that America in long term now is looking to reduce American presence in the region. When you look America, every viewer can search the map. Central Command. Central Command means Afghanistan, Pakistan, Iran to entire West Asian region, to Egypt. You can see a lot of American bases, American military bases. There is something called CMF, Combined Maritime Force. America, it is leading a naval alliance in Bahrain. Fifth US naval fleet is based on Bahrain. So can you see any other nation which is so much based in West Asia? No. Russia don't have that much base, except some base in Syria. China don't even have any base. They are not ready to put the money. They are like a businessman approach. We will do business. They are not ready to do the security function. But America is too much entrenched here. Lot of American military bases there. Lot of American air bases, naval bases. In Qatar, there is a base called Al Udeid. It is one of the largest American air base. So what America is doing now is that America want to reduce the presence here. It is a part of larger American strategy. Now America want to contain China. To contain China, you want to step up your presence in East Asia. So what America under Trump and now Biden is trying, they're trying to accommodate Israel. They're trying to make Israel friend of other countries. Here comes also role of India. Here I will say some other new concepts which is very important for our viewers. One is Abrahamic Accord. By Abrahamic Accord, America is trying to normalize between Israel and Arab countries. So 4 Arab countries normalized. One is UAE. UAE have normalized. Now Israel and UAE enjoy a very good time. Even in case of Gaza bombing, UAE actually considered Israel's sentiments. They condemn both. For an Arab country, it is a very big thing. Another is Bahrain. Bahrain normalized relation with Israel. Another is Morocco. Morocco for a long time is actually having good relation with Israel. You must understand something. When Nazis persecuted Jews, it was Morocco who saved many Jews. Morocco have a good tradition. They have a good relation with Jews. One is Sudan. Sudan normalized relation with Israel, and America increased some diplomatic consideration for Sudan. These 4 countries started normalization. But when you say about relations, it is not easily one day. One day you can't say anything. You can't change everything. It is like top to bottom. Government to government, their trust must grow. Economic relation must grow. Political trust must grow. Business to business relation must increase. People to people relation must increase. Here we see a big problem. When the FIFA World Cup happened in Qatar, you can see one thing, there is a limitation. Because that time, Israelis were ostracized by Arab media, you can see. Many Arab citizens were not ready to talk with Israelis. So into the public, people are still not so comfortable with the idea of good relation with Israel. You can see in public opinion. As many of the Arab countries are very autocratic or dictatorship, politically it is fine, but it is like a cold piece. Even Moroccan football members actually were raising a Palestinian flag. Many actually Arabs avoided Israelis during that in Qatar FIFA. So this is a big limitation. So by Abraham Accord, what America is trying to make maximum countries allied with Israel, so that Israel have a normal relation. So Israel don't need that much protection. So America is also very much relaxed then.
Yes.
Another thing which Trump tried was Middle East Security Alliance and Arab NATO, which have not come to fruition. Another thing America is building, that I2U2. Here comes the role of India. When you look India, after 1990, as our economic growth by the LPG reform, our relations are expanding so much. You look the India-UAE trade. As per my limited memory, it is 80 billion plus. 1 billion means 8,000 crore. That means more than 5 lakh crore. India-Saudi trade similar, more than 3 lakh crore. So India have a vibrant trade relation with the region. So as your trade passes, now America is trying to build an alliance. It is called I2U2 or West Asian Quad. You look at the composition of I2U2. India, Israel, USA, UAE. When you look India, you can see a pattern. India is a Hindu majority country.
Yes.
But it is secular. It is a very liberal country. It is generally liberal. It's a democracy. Israel, it is a Jewish majority country, but still it is very democratic. And it is, more democratic and stable than other neighbors. Israel is also secular, I will say. Compared to the rights given to Jews or the treatment faced by Jews in Arab countries, within Israel, it is much free. Israel have actually recognized 5 religions. Judaism, Islam, Christianity, Druze, and Baha'is. And Baha'is are persecuted in Iran, but they are protected in Israel.
Okay.
So, India, Israel, United States of America. It is a Christian majority country, but it is very secular country. You can see rising number of Hindus, Muslims, they are free in USA. Another is UAE. UAE is also a different country. It is trying to be more secular. You can see. They are trying to be more secular. They are very liberal right now. So you can see it is a like-minded countries. You can understand it well or appreciate it well when you look at the trade factor. Look India-UAE trade. It is a assignment something to the viewers. They can search. Look India-UAE trade. India-Israel trade. It is, I think, hovering around 10 billion. It is not a simple thing. India-UAE trade some 80 billion. India-US trade. As far as I read, I think 1 year ago it was something 130 billion or 160 billion. So look their engagement. These 4 countries have high economic relation, good political engagement. So America is trying to bring its friends. So America's larger objective is that bring India into the region. It also suits our region. So other suggestion was India-Arab Mediterranean corridor or India Middle East Economic Corridor, which was endorsed in the recent G20 meeting. How did it is planning? It is planning is that from India, our ports, whether in Maharashtra or Gujarat, we will take the ships. Our things will be loaded. It will go to UAE port, Jebel Ali, I think. From UAE, it will be unloaded. Then you can see the map. Railway is constructed from UAE to Saudi. From Saudi to Jordan. From Jordan to Israel. To Israeli port of Haifa. You look, now Haifa port is ran by Adani.
Okay.
So, as Adani is there, it is government backing is there. Then from Israel, it is going to Greece, Piraeus port. Piraeus port was maintained by China. Anyway, it is actually another corridor. If you have a trade, try to form a corridor. Because in trade, everything you look, when you order something in Zomato, I am telling a simple thing which viewers can understand. When your place is too far, the delivery cost is more.
Yes.
So it's better to me to order from Gurgaon than any Rajendra Nagar or something. So similarly, when you trade something, if it is high volume thing, the logistics cost matters. So now our goods goes through Suez Canal. When the experts look the logistical system of the India Arab Mediterranean corridor or India Middle East Economic Corridor, it is actually 40% less costly and it will reach in a very fast time. So this G20 meeting was supporting this India Middle East Economic Corridor. America was trying to normalize Israel by Abraham Accords, I2U2, bringing India by I2U2, India Corridor. It is already justified by the vibrant economic presence. And under the government of Narendra Modi, India's relation with Saudi is so much deepened. Relation with UAE is so much high, so much. You don't need to learn geopolitics. You look their hug. Look the photo. Nobody need to be expert on geopolitics. Look the body language of Modi and Netanyahu. They are very much very clear. So as we observe through the last decade, we can understand something. Now more Arab countries are welcoming to have relation with Israel. It is the matter that many of them have relation in a covert manner, including Saudi. So once Palestinians have some sort of political veto, in the sense that Palestine was a thing which united every Arab country, but you can see as time progresses, the impact of Palestine in this is getting reduced, because you can see Palestine as a state is dysfunctional. Two competing authorities. As a state, you must define, you have to have a flexible border, sovereign government, everything. But Palestine lacks it, unfortunately, due to Israeli problem also, and also partly due to infighting between Palestine. Both have issue.
Okay.
So more Arab countries are actually discussing with Israel and all. So the Palestinian veto is getting reduced. So when you look, Hamas is more aligned with Iran. So currently, I told about the Chinese mediation. It was a good attempt actually by China, because when you look at the American policy was more guided by America's access to oil and also America's military industrial complex. Actually one of the invasion of Iraq as well as invasion of Libya, America led that because one of the reason both rulers, Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi, challenged the supremacy of American dollar. They were ready to sell their oil in non-dollar currency.
Okay.
Saddam was planning to sell by euro and Gaddafi was also something. America attacked. So when we look at the American policy, it is more like oil. What is oil? Another thing is their military industrial complex. They have huge military deals and all. But when you look China, this is a term I caught, so this may not be so academic. China is building many ports, many rails. China, I think, built a rail in Mecca. Many things. China's, we can say, cement and steel complex. Because Chinese infrastructure is across the region. China's high technology complex. Chinese Huawei is challenging American companies. So many countries are using Huawei now. So China want a peace here. China want the peace here to do the economic activity. So unlike America, which says about democratization and all, America had such an agenda after 2000s. like spreading democracy, especially under the George Bush and neoconservatives. The entire Iraqi invasion was based on that. Have you seen China invading any country? No.
No.
China don't invade. China invest. They capture by investing. There is an argument that it is debt trap. But I'm saying the countries are inviting their investment. They are inviting by their own sovereignty. So we can't lecture beyond the limit.
Yes.
Don't provide them with lecture. If you want, provide some alternative. Like what we envisage by India Middle East Economic Corridor. Lecturing doesn't matter. I mean, I'm telling whether Chinese trap may be what we tell. It may be an economic trap. It is to be judged by economist. I am not a person. But we must offer alternative. So what China want is peace. Because if imagine some war happen in this Iran, Saudi and all. Petroleum cost will increase. When Houthis attack Saudi, petroleum cost rise. Everything is actually have a bad effect on economy.
Yes.
China want business to go on.
Yes.
It want a peace. So China's philosophy itself, peace by economic development. So China is investing huge in Iran, in Saudi. So they have a leverage. Even now Israel requested China to put pressure on Iran.
Iran. Yes.
So pressure by economic term is big thing. And China was ready to invest when even America put sanctions. So never compare India's engagement. I'm telling truth is not unpatriotic. China's engagement is high level. Not. Even now the countries are planning something called petro-yuan. I mean many people are dealing with Chinese currency.
Yes.
Yuan is getting internationalized in a slowly but steadily manner. So what China wanted peace is that their economic project can be done. It is a good thing actually. Peace will be good to the region. So when you look at the Palestinian impact, Palestinian veto is getting reduced. So recently, some days ago, there was a provocation in Alaska. And you know, now Hamas is getting more missiles from this Iran and all. They are very much well armed.
30.
Hamas is now well armed. Because when you look at the economic view, Hamas missiles are very cheap compared to Israel's Iron Dome and Tamir.
Yes.
So it can actually dissipate much Israeli money and weapons. Imagine a $1,000 or even $10,000 Hamas, a country-made missile. It will take one Tamir interceptor, which will small cost I think 50,000 something dollar, $1 lakh. Like 80 lakh Indian rupees are getting burned. So Hamas is now in. There was a provocation in Alaska some weeks ago, some days ago. Then another factor is that Israel is in a big crisis. Israel, the government under Netanyahu, have very hardline members like the so-called Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, Itamar Ben-Gvir. Israel have a democracy, legislative, judiciary, executive. Israeli government was trying to build judiciary under control. So there was a huge political protest going on in Israel. Here you must understand the importance of Israel. In Israel you can protest. You can protest. So the protest was so huge. Even army reservists were taking part in protest. Mossad members were taking part in protest. Everybody was taking part in protest.
And this protest was against whom?
Against the government who was trying to control the judiciary.
Judiciary. Okay.
And there was a huge provocation going in West Bank. Israeli settlers were armed. They were attacking many innocent Palestinians. And there were huge provocations going there. So Israeli army itself was much deployed in the West Bank and other region. In the southern Israel region, Israel was having some reconnaissance and nothing. Not much troops. So this Hamas leader, Mohammed Deif, his photo is not available actually. His 20 years photo is available. Other photos are not available.
Yes.
As per some reports, Hamas is planning this for 1 year. Some reports.
The 7th of October
Operation.
attack.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even it was even known to Iran. Iran is the one of the biggest funder of Hamas, but Iran no. Or other countries don't know that. Actually, they were viewing Israel because Israel is in a big trouble some days ago. Huge protest was going. So Israeli society was very much polarized. Even military preparedness was weak, which we observe now. Military was even not there. Hamas planned a big assault and they did it. So the myth of Israeli invincibility was challenged at least for some time. At least for some time. On October 7. Hamas members came in 1,000. They easily destroyed the border fences. They even attacked many Jewish settlements, you can see. They captured many places. But on the way, I will say, Hamas did a big PR blunder. PR blunder is, during 1970s, they did this, not Hamas, that time it was not Hamas, Munich. When you kill athletes, you're actually doing a PR against yourself.
Yes.
Similarly, this time what they did was, as far I know, they attacked a music concert. When you listen this, you must be able to separate the grain from the chaff. Many fake news are going. Many fake news. Like 40 babies were decapitated. It is a fake news. It was not decapitated. But of course, Hamas did atrocities. You can see women were captured. One woman was like in a bikini. Her body was there. Hamas was calling Allah Akbar. Hamas must understand something. By doing such un-Islamic action, Hamas is delegitimizing Islam.
Yes.
In a dead body of a woman who is half naked, they were calling Allah Akbar. It is the biggest PR disaster they could do.
And the hostages which they have taken?
There are accusations of sexual attacks which have yet to be confirmed. But one thing I can confirm, they killed many civilians. Of course, they have killed it, confirmed. They killed. That is a confirmed thing. And many hostages are there in Gaza. They took, I think, 100 hostages. And when you look, almost as per today, 1,400 Israelis are killed. 1,400. 258 soldiers are killed. Israel have not faced such a catastrophe since 1973. It is a big failure of Netanyahu. Remember me. It is expert of opinion. Netanyahu's political career is Katam. Now, due to the war, suddenly Israel formed a unity government.
Yes.
Netanyahu, Benny Gantz,
Opposition comes
they unite
into the
because it's for
government,
Israel. In Israel is also on a revenge move. It is the biggest danger here. They are also the biggest revenge move. So the current war is going. War is going in such a way that, as far I observe, when you look Gaza, Hamas, in upside soil there are buildings and all. Underground, Hamas have a lot of tunnels.
Tunnels, yeah.
Through which they
The
launch
supply chains.
supply chains. Now Israel is planning a ground invasion of Gaza. They have warned the citizens, leave.
And where will the citizens go?
Actually, Gaza, when you look at the map, they have divided Gaza into two. Gaza is actually 40 km long and 12 km width. Roughly a rectangle. They have asked people to move to south, near Khan Yunis area now. They want people to vacate the northern area.
The south is what, towards Israel, or south is towards the
Both Israel and Egypt.
Israel and Egypt?
There is a border crossing called Al Rafah border crossing.
Okay.
So the people, look, 23 lakh people in this 365 square kilometer area. Already Hamas is like our Munirka. One person can't turn to other person. So imagine the population percent now. Israel is given sudden warning. And as far I know, they have now withdrawn the roof knocking system. They are deliberately targeting innocent people. Even Israeli Knesset members, they are talking about second Nakba. It is a big human rights violations and war crime. There are credible reports emerging Israel is using white phosphorus. White phosphorus is banned as per UN conventions. Hamas is also doing war crimes. They are using the people as human shield. Understand something. Whether it is a person-to-person conflict or a country-to-country conflict. Don't start a fight if you can't end it. If I am starting a fight and my enemy is ending is actually very disadvantage for me. Hamas started the fight in a very enthusiasm. But do they think they can end it? As far as I know, I don't think so. So Israel is turning very brutal. Israeli parliament members are speaking. I saw the translation Twitter, official parliament members. Somebody want to use what we tell second Nakba. So it's like ethnic cleansing. It's a big. Israel is already blockading Gaza. Humanitarian situation is so dangerous. Hospitals are actually lacks. Electricity is cut off. Water is cut off. They want it to be a no people zone. Israeli ground invasion is to follow. I think it will be for some weeks or some months. They will be definitely targeting Hamas. And of course, believe me, they will target Hamas. Now, many Hamas leaders have in Qatar and all. Mossad will come after you. Mark my words. Mossad will come because it have caused one of the biggest catastrophe to Israel. It was a failure of Mossad to prevent that. Still, personally, I am not propagating it. I think whether Mossad, it was an intelligence failure or whether they were allowing it for a limit. Anyway, it's
allowing it in a sense that
they
once this thing can happen, then
this
the
is my personal
will be very big.
This is never an expert opinion. This is my personal opinion. So don't take it very.
Keeping Mossad at a very high regard means what you're saying is this: Mossad is too intelligent for such a small intelligence failure.
Nothing. That is my belief. Mossad don't know this thing. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I think they know. They allowed it for a greater attack, for justifying a greater
Can
attack.
we say if this theory is proved in future to be correct, is it also because Netanyahu is facing too much opposition at home and just to unite the country this thing can happen for his political reasons?
Actually, one thing I can say, what Israelis can't do for 38 days, bringing down Netanyahu, Hamas did in 1 day. Because you look at the casualty. You look at the casualty in 1967 war, I think. 1,000 something for Israel and 20,000 for Arab countries. Israel haven't faced such a casualty till now, 3-4 days. 257 soldiers, it's a big casualty. For a 72 lakh Jews or 84 lakh Israel, it's a big casualty actually. If you look at the proportionate amount, it's a big casualty. So Netanyahu's political career, khatam. It is a cul-de-sac now, sure.
Now, don't you think that after this united front and after the kind of steps which Netanyahu has taken against Hamas, he will regain his position
No.
in Israel?
Actually, the other coalition members who came now, like Benny Gantz, have said, we are only uniting with you for this war. After that, Netanyahu have to answer. Military general have to answer. Southern Command general have to answer. Mossad have to testify. Israel is a place where Prime Minister can go to jail. That is the greatness of democracy. So, Netanyahu will have a, I'm telling, very grim political future. It is khatam. Now it is a temporary goal. And now the ground operation is going. I'm telling, humanitarian catastrophe is so huge. Hospitals lack. I saw many babies. They are actually very much struggling. So what I observe is that Israel is actually doing a ground operation. They will put Gaza to rubble. So what I observe, this is my analysis. Israel is blockading Gaza, land, air and all. Egypt have said that they are not ready to take any refugees, 23 lakh. Even so-called Qatar won't take. Nobody will take. Arab countries won't take. I'm telling. They will say some many things and all, unma and all. It is nothing they won't take. This is my assumption. Whether this migration will come to Europe. When Libya was destabilized, where did the refugees went?
Yes, through Mediterranean.
So what I mean is the Mediterranean is very now, it is a, what we tell, it is a very open sea now. So what I observe is that sometimes this refugee pressure will come to Europe. And this may actually, Europe will create pressure to Israel in future to stop this. Else how far you can prevent, how far you can push this 23 lakh people. What Israel may be envisaging that, they may be envisaging to finish Hamas. They have said it. Political leadership, they have assassinated many leaders. Of course Hamas, I think Hamas will end here. Of course Hamas will end. Then they may be planning to turn Gaza to a new leadership, which is more compliant with Israel. Or a new leadership will emerge among Gazans. Because Gazans itself are also humans with human sentiments. So they also will think that this Hamas is building us. I mean, they can't start a fight, but they can't end. We are suffering. Look, Gazans are suffering for what Hamas started. I can do a suicide strike, but I can't lead my country to suicide.
Sure. Yes.
I can lead a suicide strike. That's fine. You are a great martyr and all. But if you are leading your people to suicide, of course, you are a bad politician. You are a bad statesman, I say. This is what Hamas is doing. Now Israel have a pro-propaganda now because Israel is harmed and all world is thing. Now they will use that emotion. And media is also very biased actually. Some media is very biased to Israel. Western countries are very biased to Israel. Because I say, many countries are banning pro-Palestinian demonstrations. So many countries which are called so-called beacon of freedom and independence are banning pro-Palestinian demonstrations. So this is hypocrisy.
Anti-Semitic attacks have also increased throughout Europe and US.
Anti-Semitic attacks have increased. I have seen in London. In, I think, New York, one guy saw the swastika, Hitler's swastika. So what the problem is that in Europe, whether any Muslim community is protesting is fine. But when they turn violent, it will strike back on the Islamic community itself. Because when you look, after the migrant crisis, right wing is getting more strong in Europe. Many parties which were considered as fringe like AfD, Alternative for Deutschland in Germany, Vox in Spain, the National Front in Spain, France, which were considered fringe, are now second or third parties. So any further so-called Islamic uprising will only help the right-wing narrative.
Yes.
So it will be good for the migrant Muslim communities to keep the protest very peaceful. Hamas called a day of rage, but after the rage, the counter rage will come.
Yes.
It will be like a 9/11 moment. Many explanations are coming. It is like 9/11 moment of Hamas. I will say it is Munich moment of Hamas. Somebody say Pearl Harbor moment for Israel. So what I observe is that Hamas will be finished. Hamas leaders who are sitting in the comfort of Qatar or Doha, don't be peaceful. They will come after you.
Do you think any peace negotiation breaks out as any ceasefire between the negotiators?
As far I know, what Hamas did, they achieved something. What they achieved is that, but it is a cost of political suicide. Now, the peace accords are getting freezed. In this context, Saudi can't go with normalization. Some days ago, Saudi prince was saying, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman was saying, we are moving close to Israel. Now he can't do. They have said. Now everybody have to put in a back foot. So the peace process will have a temporary, temporary drag will be there. Our India-Arab Mediterranean corridor, forget about it for some time. In this region, how you can conduct a corridor. So I'm not saying permanently. As of now, security situation is very worst. India is actually planning to evacuate our citizen. Operation Ajay.
Yes, that's happening.
Forget about corridor.
And this corridor was going through which place? In the disturbed
UAE,
area?
Saudi, Jordan, Israel.
And Jordan and Israel are
Is very,
and the,
very problem now.
Yes.
Jordan itself is facing
Center.
domestic problem. Israel is facing problem. Forget about corridor for now. So what Hamas have achieved is my objective is that now Palestine is in headline.
Yes.
For long it is headline, it is their success. Another success is that the peace process is now set back. It is their success. Abraham Accord will be, for some time it will be in future. It will be in freezer. Generally there is a pro-Palestine sentiment which will increase on the future because now the Palestinian casualties are increasing. So that is increasing. On side that is increasing. Then the current world opinion will be coming. That is it. But at what cost? At cost of Gaza.
Yes, and the civilians, innocent ones.
So how will you justify this? I'm telling Hamas political future. I'm not so, post
optimistic about it.
2023 is a defining year for Hamas. Israel will, but one thing is I'm saying, if you have some cancer, there is no point having some lotion or some band-aid every time. Cancer, you need a surgery. West Bank have 3 million Palestinians. Gaza have 2.3 million Palestinians. How far you can marginalize them? For Israel to claim itself a democracy or to be stable, it have to find a two-state solution. Currently, the country is very polarized. I know there will be somebody say two-state, he will be in dead state. That is a political condition, polarization.
Yes.
But I'm saying sustainably, where will you push these 2.3 million people? You will make them prisoner. Already they were prisoner in Gaza that have contributed to the radicalization. What about the ongoing settlement? Israel have to find a way. Because continuing settlement, no, I don't think so. Because I don't think so it will have a peaceful end. Israel will have to bear more cost.
True.
It will be having more cost. This is I'm concluding this analysis. In short term, there will be humanitarian catastrophe, which is very unfortunate. Which is very unfortunate. I'm telling, as a human, I am feeling this is very unfortunate. Babies are dying in both sides, especially disproportionately in the Palestinian side.
Yes.
What they know. Imagine. Then the next set of revenge will come. I told Netanyahu losses.
Problem.
This Mohammed Deif go. Now the more people who see his mother is getting killed, they are the future bombers. Or Jews are also very radicalized. They are also, why you want to kill Muslims like that? So it will take at least one generation to normalize. And in long term, without two-state solution, I don't think Israel can be a peaceful state. And it is a symptom. This will continue.
So you think two-state policy is the solution for future peace?
Two-state solution is the two-state solution where I'm telling India's quoting is India's policy itself. Two-state with a viable Palestine state. Not like Palestine like some, what we tell, some anda burji with some piece there, some piece there. It's not like a broken omelette. A viable Palestine with West Bank and Gaza. And existing in peace. There can't be no Palestine with destruction of Israel. No. Palestine's national aspiration must be considered. Israel's security aspiration must be considered.
Yes.
So there must be a living
coherence.
They must live together. I'm telling you, one Arab Islamic philosopher told, if Jews and Muslims can live 1,000 years in peace, why can't you? You can. It is not Arabs who did Holocausted you. And it is actually Arabs who killed more Arabs than Israel. So both can be pragmatic. Israelis also can think, at least they can reach it. They must reach it. Because you are not in Europe.
Yes.
At the end of the day, Vajpayee's words resonate here. You can change your friends. You can't change your neighbors.
And for that you have to find out some solution which is peaceful.
Peaceful, some cohabitation is needed.
So on that positive note, we'll end this podcast. And it was very nice talking to you, Kelvin. It was very interesting to go through the history of Israel and Palestine and the whole region and the other countries which are involved in this. And I hope we'll sit down again in future for another podcast, for another issue. I hope it will not be an issue related to war and casualties.
It will be related to some peaceful initiatives where both India, Israel, Palestine will be a part. I'm genuinely willing for that.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming to the podcast.